Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 10th Annual Student Research Conference. My name is Ken Sylvester. I'm Director of the Office of Research at U-M-Flint. I think 10th Annual is a very bold claim, given what's happened in the past year. Many of you were unable to attend last year because we canceled in the midst of everything that was happening. This is a joint effort between Mott Community College, Kettering University, and U-M-Flint. We'd like to thank our partners for sticking with this year. Our numbers are smaller because of COVID. We thank all of our student presenters for stepping forward. We know this has been a challenging time, and some of the research presented today actually looks at the effects of the pandemic on student life. Before turning this over to the U-M-Flint Provost for some opening remarks, I want to thank Andre Lewis and Mary Dybus for their efforts in organizing today's sessions, and our IT consultant, Nick Looney, for serving as our Zoom event host today. The breakout sessions will begin at 10:20 after Nick helps to explain how to navigate to the various sessions. But first, I'd like to introduce Sonja Feist-Price. Dr. Feist-Price started in her new role last August 1st, 2020, in the middle of a pandemic. She came to us from the University of Kentucky, where she served as a faculty member since 1992. After coming up the ranks at Kentucky, she began to pursue administrative roles after her promotion to full professor. She's a graduate of McNeese State University in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where her major was psychology. She holds a master's degree from Southern University A&M in Baton Rouge. She earned a doctorate in rehabilitation from Southern Illinois University, and she also holds a PhD in counseling psychology from the University of Kentucky. Her research has centered on such areas as ex-offenders with disabilities, veterans with disabilities, and HIV prevention. Provost, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sylvester, and good morning to all of you. I am so happy to be here today and to welcome all of you to the Student Research Conference. This collaboration between our community's institutions of higher education is really worth celebrating. And I've been a part of Flint for almost a year now, and I am absolutely impressed with the high level of partnership that exists in this community. And I'd like to recognize all of you who have worked so hard to make this conference possible, especially under these unprecedented circumstances that require us to remain apart. And it is not surprising that students who engage in research, especially at the undergraduate level, tend to have more positive and successful experiences in college. Learning and uncovering new knowledge is just one of those benefits. The bonds that are formed when a student works with a faculty member as well as their peers, these are bonds that will last a lifetime, where they delve deeply into a subject matter such that the student has a positive impact on the way in which they see the world and engage with the world. This has a positive impact on their future. So research is for the public good, but it also is deeply personal. I know from my own experiences how research has helped me to evolve my thinking, my methodologies, and even the way I approach problem solving. So when we nurture and develop our natural curiosities about the world around us, it is a deep exploration of self as well as our subject matter. And it is up to us as faculty to instill this sense of discovery in our students, to help them find solutions and information worth sharing. Students are fortunate that Kettering, Mott, and UM-Flint are all deeply committed to excellence in the student research experience. So allow me to share with you a bit about these collective initiatives. So here at the University of Michigan-Flint, we recognize the importance of engaging students in research. UM-Flint offers students an opportunity to participate in faculty-led research through ongoing undergraduate research opportunity, our opportunity program since 2005. And this program has provided over $814,000 in student stipends. Recently, UM-Flint has also offered intensive summer research opportunities through the Summer Undergraduate Research Experience Program. And these internships are awarded and they provide students up to $5,000 to support their full-time summer research opportunities. UM-Flint is also heavily invested in graduate student research. So support of the Graduate Student Research Assistantship Program began over 15 years ago. And since then, there have been over 1,000 students that have been distributed to over these years to 1,036 students, and it's been at a tune of $3.5 million that we've distributed to our graduate students. And these are stipends that have assisted in students doing this invaluable work. Kettering University supports a number of research opportunities for undergraduate students as well. And a student may be sponsored to work on a project in a research lab during their school term or during the work term. The Center for Culminating Undergraduate Experiences provides students with opportunities to conduct research work for completion of a thesis. And recently, Kettering University was awarded a $270,000 grant from the National Science Foundation to provide a new site for research experiences for undergraduate students. So the site focuses on utilizing plants for innovative research in order to cultivate the next generation of scientists and engineers. So the objectives of this and other research sites are to enhance the interest and the ability of undergraduate students to pursue careers in STEM research. Now on to Mott Community College. Mott Community College prides itself on offering experiential learning through service learning projects in conjunction with community partners. So for example, students volunteer their time and complete projects involving the Autism Support and Resource Center, Whaley's Children's Center, McFarland's Home for Residential Care, the Genesee programs of all intensive care for the elderly, and that's just to name a few. So in addition to all of these offerings of experiential learning opportunities, Mott continues to partner with UM-Flint and Kettering annually for the SRC. The ability to provide students research experience during their first year at Mott Community College will help prepare them for opportunities and education they will receive at their four-year institution if they transfer. So today is a great day. We're going to see all of the hard work of our student researchers, and I am looking forward to listening and learning from all of you as you shine a light on subjects that are important, and through your findings, having the ability to teach us all something new. Today is a day for honor and for celebrating your work and the work of your faculty who have mentored you through this process. So thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today, and best wishes to all of you in your future research endeavors. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll turn it over right now to Nick Looney, who will explain to us the process of navigating our way to the various breakout rooms in which the students will be presenting. So thank you for joining us today.
Hi, everyone. So yeah, I'm just going to be going over a little bit about how these breakout rooms are going to work today. And so momentarily, so I guess to start, all of our moderators and all of our presenters should have been pre-scheduled to move to their breakout rooms. If you do not move automatically, do not worry. As a fallback, you can follow these instructions that are for the guest user. So let me share my screen here. So these breakout rooms should work pretty simply. In a moment, everyone should see, all the guest users should see a breakout room button show up at the bottom of your screen. You will click that breakout room button and it will bring up this panel here for you. We have 7 different sessions that are listed out today. And so to join the session that you would like to attend, you will just click the join button next to that session and then click join again in that little pop-up panel, and you should automatically move to that room. And so we have 4 sessions in most of these rooms today. One does have 3. So if at any point you would like to move between sessions and attend a different one and check out a different presentation, you can once again go down to the bottom of your screen and find that breakout room button and click it and then select choose breakout room. And that's going to take you right back to this panel again, and you'll be able to follow that same process, select the next room you would like to attend, click join, and you will move over to that room. So real quick, I think this was all distributed to you as well. I know this is a little bit busy here, but this is what we have running in these rooms today. And so you will notice that number 6 here only has 3 sessions. So after the 3rd session, if anyone is in that space, you'll want to move to one of these other rooms that has 4 sessions running. I'm going to leave this up for just a second, and then I'm just going to double check our breakout rooms, and then I will launch it for everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that down there. And then give me just one moment to add just a couple more people to our breakout room, and then I will launch those momentarily.
So we'll go ahead and get started. Just so everybody kind of knows the format. So everybody will have, all the presenters will have 15 minutes total. That includes question and answer time. What I will do when it gets down to roughly approximately 12 minutes, I'll just make an announcement. You have 3 minutes left if you're not at the end of the question and answer time for the presenter. So our first presenter is Zachary Jasper, and he can go ahead and begin. And you can just let me know when you need me to proceed with the PowerPoint.
Okay, hi, my name is Zachary Jasper, and today I'll be presenting with black hole thermodynamics. Okay, can we move on to the next slide? We're going to go over what are black hole thermodynamics. We're going to start with origins, then we're going to get to the 4 laws, and then we're going to get into some modern thermodynamics. Next slide, please. Okay, the origins. Well, it started off with this guy named Einstein. He made a theory known as general relativity. In general relativity, there are these things that we can calculate called black holes. When it comes to black holes, we can't really calculate much because they have this idea of cosmic censorship that comes about. Now, this idea of cosmic censorship makes it very, very hard for us to do anything with black holes until this other physicist named John Wheeler was talking to his students one day. And when he was talking to his students, he asks, what would happen if I took a teacup that has both entropy and temperature, and I threw it into a black hole? What would happen? This led one of his students, Jacob Bekenstein, to ponder. And he eventually found out that there was a relation between the differential area and the entropy of a system in a black hole, which was quite interesting. Although he was not able to correlate anything with the temperature until Hawking came out with his paper, Exploding Black Holes. And all that stated was that particles were now able to tunnel outside of a black hole. This allowed for an inference that black holes had to have temperature, and you can relate that with surface gravity. It was very interesting and very monumental for the time. Can we move on to the next slide? Okay. Now, once Hawking developed that paper, they came out with the 4 laws of black hole thermodynamics. And they are formatted such that they are almost synonymized with the 4 laws of regular thermodynamics, where we can say that kappa, or our surface gravity, is our temperature, and our differential area is our entropy. So the first law is just saying that our surface gravity always has to be constant in the system, okay? And then our second law states is just a change in energy, or well, mass in this situation, is equal to a heat term, or our temperature times our entropy, and plus some work terms. And the work terms are from any special type of black hole where you have some angular momentum, or you have a electrical potential. The last law, or the third law, will be that our entropy always has to be greater than 0. You can't have a negative entropy. It's just not working. And then the very last law is that we cannot reduce our surface gravity to 0 in a finite number of steps, which is similar to saying you can't get to absolute 0. Next slide, please. Okay, in modern thermodynamics, it's very coincidental that you would think that a very logical move would be to be creating phase diagrams of higher or more complex black holes. Originally, they started out with Schwarzschild black holes, moving on to Reisner-Nordstrom, and then Kerr, and then, you know, any special type. You can have 2 black hole systems. They just make more phase diagrams for them. Eventually, they got to, and then another idea is that we can have hairy black holes, which at about this during general relativity, when it was big and everybody's researching it, a physicist came out with the no-hair theorem, saying that all black holes have to be these perfect little spheres of censorship, that you can't really have anything else. Well, in modern thermodynamics, we have realized that that's not always true. We can have spheres that are black holes that aren't just perfect spheres. They can be anything. Well, they can be a lot of different things, not anything, but they can be a lot of different things. Then we have the cosmological constant, which, if you ever think about like a thermodynamic system, you have your temperature, you have your entropy, you have your pressure and your volume. We can now synonymize our cosmological constant as a type of pressure for our thermodynamic systems with black holes. So we are now able to actually model them and make cool new diagrams or graphs for their phase changes. Then lastly, we have the ringed black hole. The ringed black hole is just a special type of black hole that we just recently found, where if you take a black hole, spin it super fast, and add some temperature to it, then it will become this ring black hole, and you get ringed singularities rather than just a spherical singularity. Next slide, please. And now I will be talking about our research. In our research, I will be talking about what we were doing, black holes in general, the van der Waals Reisner-Nordstrom black hole, or comparison there, and then what it means. Next slide, please. Okay, what we were doing. We were basically looking at these van der Waals graphs, and when you look at a van der Waals liquid to gas graph, it's basically showing that when a object goes from a very small volume or liquid, where 1 mole of liquid water is 18 milliliters, to a gas where 1 mole of liquid water or gaseous water is 22.4 liters, there is a notable difference between the pressures and volumes. And there we can start approximating or making a better approximation for the ideal gas law at certain temperatures. And that allows us, when comparing the Reisner-Nordstrom in a grand canonical ensemble, it shows that the Reisner-Nordstrom is quite similar to a van der Waals graph, which is very interesting because you wouldn't think it, because black holes aren't liquids or gases, but they do expand very large. We finally were going to get into the topic about dimensional deconstruction, but we never got there. I just thought it'd be a cool idea to share, that we were going to, you can take these black holes and then deconstruct them into 2D and 1D, or add the 2 dimensions together and get some cool little diagrams from that. Next slide, please. Okay, we're on to black holes. The first type of black hole is the simplest black hole. We have just a regular Schwarzschild black hole. It's what you would imagine a black hole to be. They just sit there. They're big black holes. They just sit there, crazy, massive. Yeah, it's basically a Schwarzschild. Then you have the Reisner-Nordström. The Reisner-Nordström black hole is just a black hole with charge. This is kind of interesting because if you think about it, it should, you know, gravitate all objects that are opposite charge towards it. So it's kind of cool. That has special little nuances to it. Then we have the Kerr black hole. The Kerr black hole is what we would call a spinning black hole. Something interesting about a Kerr black hole is that normally, if you're orbiting a black hole, you have to be 3 times the Schwarzschild radius. But if you're around a Kerr black hole, you can get much closer than 3 times, and it's because the angular momentum will keep you from getting in within the event horizon. Next slide, please. So here you can see that we have a Reisner-Nordström PV graph on the left and a van der Waals approximation graph on the right. Okay, it's super cool to see that they're similar, but this is only possible because the black hole goes from a very small radius to a very large radius when it happens to go through a phase change. So that makes it seem like they're the same thing, but they're not. And this is also the Reisner-Nordström when applied into a grand canonical ensemble. Okay, next slide. What this means. Basically, when you look at the foundations of black hole thermodynamics, you'll see that the whole effort is to get around this idea of cosmic censorship and to better understand black holes. And when we look at Reisner-Nordströms through the lens of van der Waals graphs and the different thermodynamic properties, it allows us to better understand what happens to black holes when we heat them up, when we spin them, when we do whatever we need to do, which is quite interesting. And next slide. And this is my references. And the next slide is going to be thank you.
So at this time, if there's any questions we have, you can begin asking questions if you want to take a few questions. Sir?
Yeah, of course.
I got one.
Yes.
Can a black hole start as one type and change to another?
Oh, do you mean from like Schwarzschild to like a charged black hole?
Yes.
Not specifically. The research that we were doing was looking more at, we were looking at black holes moving from small black holes to big black holes. That was basically the phase transition that happened. That's why we were able to correlate them with the van der Waals diagram, because it went from this really small radius black hole to a big black hole. They don't really acquire any special features from specific phase changes.
And at what size of a black hole should we be terrified?
I mean, if you're next to a black hole, you should be terrified whenever you see it. But I don't think there's like a specific radius for that.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, of course.
And looks like
Thank
we have
you for the
another
question.
Yep, we have another question that came in and this question is, can you discuss what determines what type of black hole a collapsing star becomes?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually don't know the answer to it, but I will tell you that all different types of black holes have been like seen or like theorized to be seen in through measurements done by telescopes. So they're all possible, but I don't know exactly what causes them to become either a Reznor Nordstrom or a Kerr black hole, rather than they just are.
So I think Zach, you know the answer to that. Think about it's similar answer to the question as to can it transition from one type to another type. What's going to stop it? Like what would keep a Schwarzschild black hole from changing to a Kerr?
I guess it's maybe rather the neutron star was spinning.
Yeah. What's our fancy word for that? Or fancy phrase?
I don't remember what the fancy phrase was.
Conservation.
Conservation of angular momentum. That's what you're trying to get. Yeah. Okay. So if the neutron star so if neutron star has some sort of charge, or neutron star has some sort of angular momentum, it will cause the black hole to then have angular momentum due to conservation of charge or conservation of angular momentum. That makes more sense. Thank you, Dr. Also.
No. You know it.
And we have one more question, and this question is, have you evaluated the 3 types of black holes you discussed?
Yes, actually, there are a few graphs inside the presentation of my research. If you want to go back a couple slides, I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going right there. This one too. So this is a Gibbs free energy with respect to temperature of a ADS Reznor Nordstrom, which ADS is just a special space-time or a special space-time solution to the Einstein equations. And this is its phase transition diagram, where you can see that this orange line is this is the small black hole, and then this red line is the big black hole phase transition. And when they cross, it transitions, because when you have less Gibbs free energy, or the lowest Gibbs free energy, is going to be more thermodynamically stable state.
And I think that we're just about out of time here.
Thank you all for your questions.
So let me get to the next presentation. So thank you. And the next one will be Carol, who will be presenting. And Carol, you can unmute yourself.
Okay.
And you can just go ahead and proceed and tell me when to move forward.
Today I'd like to talk about canine aggression and
Oops. I don't, you got muted here. Hold on. Okay. Carol, can we hear you?
yes.
Okay, go ahead now. I'm sorry.
I'd like to talk about canine aggression, the behavior characteristics and risk factors. Next slide. Every species has aggression, and it could be used to keep the peace, negotiations, and social interactions. Among canines, aggression is viewed as a common behavioral problem. Aggression encompasses a range of behaviors that usually begin with warnings and can culminate into an attack if they're not taken seriously. Next slide, please. The search terms I used for my research were canine, dog, aggression, And I only use the newest and latest information that I could find. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Some of the risk factors could be the size of the animal, the age, if there's been a bite history, if it's bitten someone before, predictability, targets, triggers, and if it's easy to motivate your dog, like if it's hyper and has a lot of energy that it needs to get out. Next slide, please. Here are the most typical breeds that pop up or that you think of when you think of dog aggression, like the Chow Chow, the Doberman Pinscher, a Pit Bull, German Shepherd. I was surprised to see Dalmatian on here and an English Bulldog. And I was kind of a little worried, actually, that when you look these up, these are the breeds that come up, the larger breeds. However, in my experiences, it's the smaller breeder dogs that are more aggressive and tend to act more on that aggression, like a Chihuahua or a Dachshund, because it has that small dog kind of thing where it wants to act like it's a big dog even though it's not. And they tend to follow through on the action of, say, biting or nipping. But I don't think they're really reported a lot because they're smaller. So when they do bite, it's not a big area or it's not a big wound. So it's not really reported by people because there's not much actual damage. So it's usually just the big dogs and the big breeds that you hear about. Next slide, please. These are some of the behaviors that a dog might present. And it's really just them trying to tell you, hey, I'm uncomfortable. Hey, I don't like you. I'm scared, because dogs can't talk. So this is the only way they can communicate. Like most of these are self-explanatory, but like muzzle punch. The muzzle is the nose and mouth area on a dog. And what they mean by punch is when the dog will come up and like nudge you or just straight hit you with their nose. And that's their way of saying, hey, back up, you're too close. And of course, you know, if a dog is showing its teeth, you know to back away. And biting can cause puncture wounds, as we all know. But they can also become very rigid and will be very still, trying to show you, hey, I'm uncomfortable, without going overboard. Like they give you a chance to see, hey, I'm doing these things to let you know. And then if you don't respond, then they have to go further, which results in an attack. Next slide, please. Excuse me. These are some of the types of aggression. And again, most are self-explanatory. Like they could be protective of their person or their family. Territorial means they're protective of their home or their yard. Or a favorite toy would be like possessive aggression. Sorry. Redirected aggression, however, is one that you may not know. That is mostly when, say, there's 3 dogs in a yard, and one dog turns to another one and starts a fight. So one dog gets beat up. Now that dog that's beat up is worried, scared, and doesn't want to get beat up again. So then what does he do? He turns on the things next to him, which is either going to be another dog or perhaps a person that happens to be out there in the area. But it's mostly to show, hey, look, I'm not weak. Don't beat me up anymore. And if an animal is in pain, they're going to show aggression because it's painful and they don't want you to touch that area or just want them to get you to get around them. Oh, I'm so sorry. Next slide, please. In conclusion, some types of aggression can be reduced or eliminated. However, there's no guarantee that an aggressive dog could be completely cured. There are steps you could take, like training, leash control, using treats to try to tame some of their actions or redirect what they're doing into something more positive. But that doesn't always work. It really depends upon the breed and the dog's personality on why they're doing what they're doing. But most of it does not start out to be mean. Mostly it really is to say, hey, I'm uncomfortable. I don't like this. And since they can't speak, this is their only way of letting you know. Because in the end, really dogs aren't bad. It's just how you interact with them and making sure that you see the signs that they're telling you. Next slide. And these were the references that I used to get my information. And that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah. So if anybody has any questions, and I'm not sure, I'm getting an echo. I don't know if anybody else is getting an echo or feedback. So I don't know if there's your microphone that way, just so it's clear for everybody can hear. I didn't want to interrupt you in the middle of your presentation. But you can go ahead if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, I guess I got a question for dogs that get rescued from fighting rings and stuff like that. Do you know how they train them back down from being so aggressive?
Some you can't, because that's been from birth bred into them and they're conditioned that way. Some dogs, especially if they're rescued, are more appreciative, and it's like they know that they were given a second chance and they appreciate it. It really depends upon the dog. But yeah, you can use treats and things like that to try to curb them, but it takes a lot of time and energy to try to make a dog better once it's been in a horrible situation like that.
And we do have another question. This question is, do you think each breed of dog has a specific temperament?
Yes, I do. Because they're bred that way. Like a German Shepherd is going to be more protective and territorial because over the years they were bred to do that. Just like some dogs, like I have a Basset Hound. She's not aggressive at all, but she's more of a sniffer. If she gets a scent, she doesn't listen and she's gone after that scent. It depends upon the breed and what they were bred for to do on their temperament, things like that.
And I have one more question. The question is, how can you determine the different types of bark? versus, so I guess the question is more of like, how do you know the dog's being aggressive versus it's a friendly bark? How would you be able to tell the difference in the bark?
Kind of like how you can tell the difference when a baby cries. You can tell if it's an I'm hurt cry, or I want attention cry, or I'm hungry cry. It's kind of the same with the barks. Some will be more friendly sounding, like hi, how you doing? And usually the deeper it becomes, it even sounds more vicious. And it's pretty much in the volume and the range of the bark lets you know what they mean.
Do we have any other questions? No other questions. So we have if not, we have a few minutes before our next presentation. So if you want to take a quick restroom break, we have about 3 minutes before our next presentation. So I know, I guess if you want, we can actually begin now if you want to. I mean, just maybe a few extra minutes on the other end of it, if that's okay. Or if you want to start now. Okay, we can go ahead.
All right. So what I'm going to do is convince you all that we can make matter come alive. So next slide. 4 billion years of organic biological life has provided us with a distinction between the organic living world and the inorganic non-living world. What chemists are now trying to do is synthesize inorganic life, or rather turn non-living matter into inorganic biology. So life, or something other than carbon, takes center stage, which requires creating life without DNA. To do this, we have to understand what biology is, and that the driving force of biology is evolution. This evolution is characterized by survival of the fittest. Offspring of a replicated object compete to persist in the environment. This theory of evolution gives us a question of what is the smallest unit that is Darwinian evolvable? And I don't think you'll be too surprised to hear that the answer is found in biology, where the smallest unit that can evolve independently is a single cell. So with this theory of evolution, we'd like to synthesize an inorganic cell, which would behave as a biological cell does, replicating, metabolizing reactions, passing on its genetic code, but most importantly, evolving. So we're introduced to a few questions. Is this process of life, growing and dividing, unique to biology, or can we extend it to matter? And if not, what makes biology so special to be able to do this? And you'll notice throughout the presentation that I keep coming back to this minimal system. And what I mean by that is something that can undergo Darwinian evolution. And that's important because when a cell mutates and that mutation is copied, that's essentially accumulating information from the environment. It's the biological equivalent of us telling our children to not play in the road and to eat healthy and giving them all sorts of other information so that they perform better in the environment. And you'll notice this bacterial cell demonstrating what a minimal system is. This is what we want from our inorganic materials. We want a chemical unit that's capable of autonomous assembly, adaptation, selection, and propagation. The grand aim is to construct complex chemical cells that might reveal how life emerged. We're attempting to replicate the process of how life first emerged on Earth 4 billion years ago. Next slide. So to do this, we have to consider how evolution initially occurred on Earth 4 billion years ago. So Darwin mused that life emerged in some pond, and it's not such a horrible idea. So visualize that scene. What happened to that inorganic stuff to make it organic? What happened to make us? So you might say that I see life emerge in the ponds in my backyard all the time, but spontaneous generation of life does not occur. And the life we see arise in ponds now is coming from life that was already there. So how did it arise the first time? We can suppose that life emerged from some primordial soup, but where did that soup come from? That's the challenge that leads us to the questions of where did life originate? What is life, and is it relevant to define it? Is biology special, and can we engineer non-biological systems capable of evolution? If we answer those bottom up, answering is matter evolvable, is evolution restricted to organic systems, we're going to know if biology is special, we're going to know what life is, and we're going to find the origin of it. We're going to find how we got to the primitive cell. So next slide. So to make life, we have to understand what life is, and forgive this complex graph here, and this is just a collection of pathways and reactions in a cell, but really this is demonstrating what happens in a living cell. We have catalysts being made, we have information being transcribed, we have regulation. There are many interconnected reactions that are simultaneously occurring. But instead of dwelling on inbuilt redundancy, I'd like to focus on the minimal requirements of life. So we need reproduction. We need host-guest interactions, so mating events. We need metabolism, so energy to drive chemical reactions. We need evolution, so it has to adapt to stimuli. And we need it to maintain homeostasis, so it has to perform mass and energy transfers to maintain the system. This tree of life here suggests that we have a common ancestor, but if we can prove this theory of evolvable matter, this tree may become unnecessary to explain the piece of DNA that we descended from. If we can prove that the convergence to our biology was the paradigm of available chemistry at the emergence of life, this tree might become unnecessary. We might not need this last common ancestor. So we might find creatures that did not descend from the same ancestor, the same piece of DNA. Next slide. So our recipe for inorganic life is metabolism, information, containers, and evolution. To synthesize a minimal system from inorganic material, we need to choose polymers that aren't currently being used by life. So inorganic polymers, we need amino acid-like molecules, we need metabolism, we need the right time scale for making bonds, which is going to depend on templates and catalysts and self-regulation, and we need something to store information. Next slide. So perhaps life is better defined by the ability to evolve, and that evolution requires a stop and a go in the transmission of information. That information has to be carried in a molecule of some description. So biology has DNA and RNA. What could you imagine taking from chemistry to get to do this? It's hard to do without going back to DNA. So to keep interesting information in play and safe, we do not store it, we copy it until we have copies of copies of copies. But biology does not want high fidelity all the time. So to make inorganic life, we need replication. And within that replication, there needs to be an error, and the error has to be copied. That is Darwinian evolution. If we can do that, then we've made life. Next slide. So using what we know about Darwinian evolution and the candidate systems, we can begin the process of making life. making life. So this is an inorganic crystal made from molybdenum oxide, and adding salt to it results in these self-sustaining hollow fibers growing out from it. And these inorganic tubes will continue to grow either until the material is exhausted or a shorter exit route closer to the source is provided. Next slide. Will you click on that link at the bottom?
Can you guys see the screen or no?
No.
Okay, so I will need to do a stop share and bring it up here 1 second. And is it showing now for you guys?
Yes.
Okay. And just tell me when to stop it or just to play.
Okay. That's a little bit.
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
Yeah, will you mute it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
There we go.
Right, so the point of this is that you can see this sort of architecture germinating and growing out from the crystal. And by all appearances, this is alive, but of course it's not alive. This is all made from inorganic material. And the point of this is that if we can mimic life, we can go one step further and actually create life. So we go back to the presentation.
All right. And it should be, is the presentation showing for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide. One more. Okay, so essentially what we have here is an inorganic Lego kit of molecules. So joining together our amino acid-like molecules at a different pH gives us almost an infinite of these nano-sized molecules. Some are the size of hemoglobin and some are a bit larger. What I want you to notice here is that the colors are conserved throughout because they're all made from the same building blocks. So because they're made from the same building blocks, we want to interconvert them. We want to establish a molecular network and link them so that one molecule will make another molecule, and that molecule will serve as a template for another molecule, and they can replicate each other. So if I look at the molecule and I take out some of the yellow bits, if I make a defect, can I copy that defect and make it Darwinian? So I want to engineer an evolvable system where I do evolution by looking and taking something out. And that's fine, but it's not real. It's not real life because I'm doing it. It's an artificial system of evolution. I'm made from evolution. I'm doing evolution by looking and taking something out. It's not minimal, but it's a step. Next slide. So this is an example of molecular level organization of autocatalysis being displayed in inorganic materials. And this is proving the possibility of lifelike chemistry and paves the way for new catalytic production and self-assembly of functional molecular nanomolecules. And that's a mouthful, so I'll tell you why it's important. All previous autocatalytic sets are known to be in biology, but this is an autocatalytic set that is spontaneously emerging from molybdenum oxide and is capable of collective self-reproduction. Next slide. So the molybdate, which is the same stuff that made the nanomolecules, also makes cells. And you can put things in the cell and do reactions in them. And I want you to note that at this point, this is all minimal because it's coming back to molybdenum oxide. So we have the molecular network. We've made a self-template and we've made cells out of them. And these cells can harvest light and react to do what's called water splitting. And they store electrons in the process. And those electrons can be used later to do work. So to make these membranes, we focus on the ion exchange process, the reaction that occurs at the interface between the extruded solution and the bulk solution. So what happens here is that an extrusion exchange mechanism exchanges the small cations that are associated with the anions of the molybdate solution for larger cations, and this forms an insoluble aggregate. So these inorganic chemical cells are selectively permeable, and small molecules like ammonium are able to penetrate the cell and form a precipitate. So plainly, injecting the molybdate into a cation solution forms this inorganic chemical cell. The membrane is formed by using a nozzle to extrude one aqueous solution of a component into the bulk solution, and that forms a closed compartment. So going back to our recipe for for inorganic life, metabolism, information, containers, and evolution, what we're missing to coin this as inorganic life is evolution. That's the last piece. It's just still a little bit intangible. Next slide. So the Miller-Urey experiment in 1953 found a way to synthesize amino acids, and this was huge for the understanding of prebiotic chemistry. So spark discharge, the simulated reducing atmosphere, was shown to spontaneously produce amino acids, but there is an issue with this experiment. It did not simulate Earth's harsh environment at the emergence of life. The clean glassware and the pure reagents were too sterile. Also, it only used methane, water, ammonia, and some spark. It didn't have any of Earth's crust in it. Next slide. So we create a parallel of the Miller-Urey experiment, and we rebuild it into 4 different worlds of elements to better simulate Earth's complex environment. So we have a phosphate world, phosphorus for RNA, we have calcium hydroxide, we have silica for filtering, some sand, and we have an iron pyrite world because it acts like a battery. Essentially what we're doing here is random chemistry to look for organization. We're trying to find the Darwinian replicator, and what I mean by that is the chemistry that led to biology. Next slide. So this concept of the inorganic world is inorganic material that's capable of evolution. We've created the containers, the molybdate cells, and in the updated Miller-Urey experiment, we're looking for the link, the chemical networks that led to organic systems. So what I want you to bear in mind is that no one has truly made life from scratch. We've all cheated by using existing building blocks that were produced by evolution. And as per definition, the only thing that could exist on Earth before the organic stuff is inorganic material. So something had to happen to make the organic world. And as improbable as it might be, there's a problem with probability. So I'd suggest to you that this is entirely possible. So you can flip through the rest of the slides, and that's it. I will leave the rest of the time for questions.
So are there any questions anybody has at this time? And all right, so we do have a question here. This question is, does the iron pyrite serve as a scaffold for more complex polymers?
Right, the iron pyrite world is there. Like I said, it's trying to better simulate Earth's environment. It's really just acting like a battery to get things started.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I was wondering why specifically use molybdenum oxide instead of using some form of carbon to reproduce life? If it's been proven that carbon life can be made, why not just make it with carbon?
Right. Well, the point of this is that something had to happen to the inorganic stuff on Earth 4 billion years ago to make the organic world. I'm suggesting that carbon did not do that. We're trying to use inorganic materials, inorganic life.
Okay, thank you.
And carbon serves for organic systems.
Did you have to provide energy in your experimental setup? I'm sorry.
Well, I did not do this. This is a literature review. So I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Which specific part are you talking about?
Okay, I guess what provided the energy aspect in the experimental setup that has been discussed, right? Like what's like, for example, some kind of energy like a lightning strike in early Earth would have created, the things that would produce life on Earth, for example. That's one thought at least.
Right, and that's the point of the Miller-Urey experiment, because that's what that was doing. So that's why we created a parallel of that experiment for that lightning, strike.
Okay.
And it looks like we are out of time, so thank you. Let me get the next one here. Presentation loaded up here. Oops, I think I lost everyone. Oops. need to go back to from current. All right, so the next person, if you want, you can go ahead and begin.
Brian, I'm sorry, before they begin,
Yes.
I'm seeing a bunch of black squares and things on my screen. Am I the only one seeing that? They keep appearing and disappearing throughout the presentation.
No, I'm seeing that as well.
Yeah, me too.
You're muted, Brian.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Where are the black squares showing up? Are they?
Like just a moment ago, it was literally in the middle of the presentation. I couldn't even read the title.
Wow, yeah, it's not on my side, so I'm not sure if,
Maybe try
may be
stop
a-
sharing and then reshare.
Yep, let me stop sharing. Let me get out of everything and shut down and kind of redo this here and see if I can. I will close the PowerPoint real quick and then I will reopen it. So let me see if that will help.
Thank you.
All right, so let's see here. And if it happens, just please let me know. So I don't know if I can do something on my end or not, but so, I thought I was on the correct one. Okay, and the next person, looks like we have several people that will be presenting. So, or if just one person is speaking, but they can go ahead and begin. And so Sierra, is that person in the room here that for this presentation? Or telehealth, they may have went to another presentation to listen, so I'm not sure if they're. So I'm going to send a chat over to Nick to see if he is aware if this person is here or not. So if I can. It's not allowing me. Oops. I'm going to stop sharing. I am not seeing the person on the list. I'm trying to go to the other areas. I do not see them listed as a participant in the other room. So I'm trying to see. Oh, So it appears that they've created another room, and they are presenting in room 7. So I guess that is it for us, because unless there is somebody who did not present, but that is the PowerPoints that they sent for me. So it appears that last presentation, they are presenting in room 7 in tech-based health assessments. So if you want to join that presentation, you are more than welcome to join that room. You can just hit the breakout rooms, and then hit join.
I don't have a breakout button. Can you possibly send me there?
Okay,
At the end, no rush.
Yep, no problem. I can send you over there. So.
So Brian, should
Yes.
the rest of us hit the leave room button to go? Will that take us back to the main room?
If you want to go to the main room, you can go there. If you want to join another room, you're more than welcome. So
Okay.
If you want me to push you over there, I can do that as well. So
Okay, good deal. Thanks, Brian.
yep, thank you. All right.
No problem.
All right, anyone else? Samantha, I'll just say outstanding presentation, and as a professor, faculty member there, that is really concerning. And I know we were talking before about the Mott Eats Pantry right there in the Mott Memorial Building. I would be curious to see, you know, how these numbers look for the campus overall. I imagine they'd be similar, if not worse, unfortunately. But maybe we could, you know, me, you, Dr. Littleton, we could work on surveying the campus and see if we can keep this rolling and what we can do about it. I like your ideas about, you know, getting nutritional information out there, see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there's a little bit of a misconception that people think that it's expensive to eat healthy. And I think if you went like a full organic route, which there's lots of information out there that shows that it is good for certain things to buy organic, but you don't have to buy every single thing organic. And I mean, buying a non-organic fruit or vegetable is probably better than buying potato chips, you know? So, I totally agree with you. I'd like to take it further, and I would have liked to collaborate a little bit with the people that work at Mott already on this, but it just, like I said, time constraints and COVID, and I have a family, and three of my four kids are, well, they're virtual school right now. So, you know, I'm trying to juggle everything at once. I wasn't quite able to go as far as I'd like to before this presentation, but I would definitely like to pursue this further.
Awesome, outstanding. All right, anyone else have any questions? Oh, Taylor, you're muted. There we go. You're still muted. Maybe she's not trying to talk to us. I don't know.
I think she just unmuted. Oh, you're muted again.
Okay, is it working now?
There you go.
Okay, I just have a quick question. Do you think COVID has a lot to do with it? Because when the pandemic first happened, I know I was kind of like doing DoorDash, is like getting quick stuff just because I wanted to avoid the grocery store where there was like a lot of people. Do you think it had a lot to do with it?
I mean, I could speculate that it does. I would assume with the amount of unemployed people, you know, I'm sure a lot of the people that we surveyed came from like service industry type jobs. That would just be my speculation. But I think as overall, it's a lot more prevalent in our communities than we really are aware of. You know, I know that they've talked about it in my kids' school, just the amount of kids that rely so heavily on those school meals that you just don't see it. You know, kids don't talk about that kind of stuff. People don't like to wear that as like a badge of honor, like, oh, hi, I can't afford groceries. So I think that it's something that people experience, but just don't really talk about.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, it looks like our breakout room's going to close down. Great questions, outstanding job, presenters, and thank you everyone for joining. Samantha, I like that you have the spinal column and a skull in the background there. It's like, that's what my office looks like for Halloween, but you said biology, it makes sense. Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys in the main room. Outstanding job.
Thank you.
All right, can you guys hear me all right? Good? All right, cool. All right, so I'll be your moderator. We'll give it a couple minutes, let people find their way into the breakout room. So Anthony, it looks like you'll be up first. Yep. And then,
yeah.
Yep. All right, and then Samantha, do you know when you're going? Let's see.
I'm number 4.
Number 4, last. Okay, so we need a couple more presenters here. And one of them is my presenter, my student, so she better show up. Let's see. Oh yeah, you had the cool one that, yeah, this is a cool design right here. All right, food insecurity. Did you work in the what is it, Mott Eats? What was it called? That one room in the Mott Memorial Building? Did you work in there at all?
No, it was all pretty much done online with the professor. We surveyed some students and stuff. I would have liked to have gone more in depth, but with the time constraint and stuff and COVID being a factor, it really played a role on what we were able to do.
Yeah. Did you work with Dr. Littleton?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, we really push. We try to get students to present and at least attend for this. And all right, Anthony. Okay, so what year are you at S? All right.
I'm actually in my final semester, to be honest.
Okay.
So May I should be graduating unless something happens in between that time. So
Well, lights at the end of the tunnel. Congratulations. Awesome.
Thank you. Will I need to like do anything as far as changing screens or?
No, so I'm going to share the screen. Can you guys see my screen and your guys' presentation here?
Yeah.
Yep. So I'll be sharing it on mine, and all of the presentations, like you guys sent them in to Andre or someone, and he put them all together. And I'm just going to scroll through as you're talking. I've got a timer on my other monitor here. So, you know, I'll just let you guys know when the 12 minutes is up. And
okay.
Yep. Now, I would imagine that people have had time to come into this breakout room. My student says my wife is messing up. I think she means Wi-Fi. Uh-oh. That's just another one of those things, you know, just what can you do in these times? You just roll with it. Every night about 9:30 p.m. my Comcast internet cuts out. And it's like we pay for expensive internet, and it's cutting out almost every night, 9:30. You're killing me. Killing me.
Right when
our school system just went to virtual for 2 of the grades, and when that happened that day, my internet bogged down all day long.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Anthony, what were you gonna say?
Nothing. I don't think I was gonna. No.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Taylor?
I'm doing all right. I'm sorry, my Wi-Fi was like out of whack. Like,
All right.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're all right. And I see Aaron. All right. Okay. Well, we'll just give it a couple more minutes here. I was excited to be assigned to this room, College Life. Like I'm a co-advisor of an honor society. I'm a co-advisor and co-founded the Mott Psychology Club chapter. So like working with students, getting them involved in clubs and extracurricular activities, it's important to me. So it was cool to be assigned as moderator to this session. Let's see. And that's Cynthia Bryant. So Erin's not a presenter. She's just checking things out. Cool.
Yep. Viewing.
What's that?
Yep, just here to view this one.
All right, awesome. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
There. So we'll just give it another minute. So we do have one more presenter that we need to show. So it'll be your bachelor's, Anthony?
Actually, it'll be EDS.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So now I got my bachelor's several years ago. And I got my master's in social work, and then for some reason I thought I would get into education now. So
for some reason, it's not money.
I'm in a whole new world.
All right. Do you have
it's all good.
All right, awesome. Good for you. Congratulations. No, that's a big deal. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Like when I saw Ed S, like in my field, I don't see that too often. But you have a master's in social work that aligns closely with psychology. Do you? So you're looking for an administration type, like higher level job, in a college or university, or?
Yeah, preferably in a higher education system. I've taught in higher ed most of my career, but not very much full time per se. Okay. So on and so forth. So we'll just see which way what things hold in the future. But yeah, I'm always been interested in administration and leadership, and so even in social work, I took that kind of approach and looked at administration and leadership more so than I did necessarily counseling. But
yeah,
both are of interest. So.
All right, awesome. I'm with you too. I'm a clinical psychologist by trade with my master's, but just I was more interested in the education side of things to be able to teach. But yeah, take a look at Mott. Maybe a position or two might be opening down the road. I know things are going to be tight now with enrollments down, but Yeah, we'd love to have you at Mott, that's for sure. All right, so 10:22, we'll get rolling here. And thank you guys for coming in. I'm your moderator, Phil Nolf. So if you guys could, unless you're presenting, if you guys could mute yourselves, that would be great. I guess I can do it for you. There we go. So we've got a small group here. That's cool. Makes for a better flow and more intimate experience, I guess, like a smaller concert. So I'm from Mott Community College. I'm a professor of psychology. I'm excited to have you guys in here with this topic, college life. Anthony is gonna be up first, and I've shared my screen. Hopefully you guys can see the slides okay. And Anthony, I'm gonna start the presentation. You have 12 minutes. I'll start the timer as soon as you start talking. And then I'll come in and, you know, try not to interrupt you, but I'll have, you know, maybe I'll try to raise my hand or something if you can see that to let you know that your time's coming up. And then at the end, you'll have a couple minutes to ask Anthony questions in a Q&A. So Anthony, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you. Welcome everyone, and welcome to this session on predictability, non-academic factors that serve as valid criteria in predicting student performance and academic achievement. I'm Anthony Kibble. I also have to introduce my co-facilitator, which is my 2-year-old daughter, who is here with me at home, who may want to join the presentation as we go. So I just wanted to let you know that so you don't be surprised when I have a co-facilitator join me. I'm an EDS student administration leadership candidate and at the School of Education and Human Services at the University of Michigan-Flint. And so we'll move forward and talking a little bit about my project. I'll emphasize to you a lot that this project just started in January, and here we are in March, and this is what I got thus far. And so those are the actual limitations and what has to do with all the information I can share with you at this very moment. So keep that in mind as we present. So one of the things we're looking at is, you know, colleges across the country are looking at whether or not they should be sticking with traditional academic criteria such as GPA, ACT score, SAT score. I just read an article about Harvard not requiring undergraduate students to have ACT or ACT scores. And so as part of my practicum experience, I've been working with the Oklahoma City University Doctor of Physical Therapy program, which is a newly formed program in a candidacy status. They reached their accreditation just recently as far as in the candidacy status. And so they have admitted their first cohort. Part of their admission process includes the grade point average, your science GPA, and your GRE scores. And so those are all of interest in terms of an academic level, but then there's non-academic factors such as interview performance, volunteer hours, experiences in physical therapy setting, right? Those are observation hours. And then whether or not you completed an undergraduate degree at the university or at a Methodist institution. Those are all things that can actually help you gain points during the admissions criteria process. So this action research project, we pretty much explore the academic and non-academic factors and where they play a role in the admission process. And so what improvements could we glean from that? Next slide, please. Okay, so OCU, which is located in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, is an accredited degree granting institution by the Higher Learning Commission. Just a little backdrop here on who we're talking about. The DPT program was recently awarded its candidacy status, as I talked about earlier. So that means basically that they can accept students now. So they accepted their first cohort, 36 students in 2020 of June of this past year. So there's only one cohort really that's been admitted per se. And that's the cohort and the data that we're kind of starting to look at and comb through to see if we can glean any of these kind of ways to improve. Next slide, please. So insights or objectives or things that I hope that we all come away with today from this presentation, which is to understand the role of academic and non-academic factors and how they play out in terms of the admissions process. The potential areas of strength and improvement, geographic areas where students are admitted, where do they come from? And then the characteristics of students that may underperform in OCU BPT program. Those are things that we're kind of hitting on here. So our methodology and the way in which we really looked at things, we tried to have some mixed methods principles that were involved here. I collected a lot of quantitative data, which is basically admissions data, GRE scores, science GPA, GRE percentile scores. And then we also did a little bit of interviewing. The interviewing was limited because of the pandemic and then time. You know, not everyone's working on campus and things like that. And so it's a little more challenging to do the interviews that you would normally just do by going over to someone's office per se. Action research design, meaning that we did try to look at things a lot deeper. And then we had the data that we gained from the admissions office, the GPA, the GRE, science GPA, and then highlighting non-academic factors also, which was certainly looking at letters of recommendation, observation hours, applicant interviews, and then interviews conducted with the program director and the program coordinator, and then participant observations, right? I've been able to participate in a lot of meetings via Zoom or some other technology. So all those things are what we're combining into what is this report and the research project. Next slide, thank you. So quick review of the data analysis, and I am moving very quickly, but I do want to make sure I'm mindful of time. So just keep up with me and then hold your questions. We'll get with those in just a second. But what that cohort looks like, 61% of those students are Caucasian, 18% are African Americans, 9% are Native American, 6% are Asian, and 3% of students didn't disclose. Looks like the majority, as I mentioned earlier, come from Oklahoma and Texas, followed by Kansas and Missouri. So it would suggest that we have kind of a regional makeup of students, so to speak, being dominated, of course, by those in Oklahoma and in Texas. So that's the data analysis there. Next slide, thank you. Data analysis and review continued. This is just the data looking at really at the inaugural cohort, that those students who are admitted. Over there to the side, you see successful, at risk, probation, dismissed, and leave of absence. Just want to make sure that you understand the coding there. Successful means that those students who were admitted in this first semester actually have performed very well and are making the grades necessary to move on to the next level. At risk means that those students did actually do okay, but they're at risk of falling below the required B level average that you have to have in order to continue to move forward. Probation means that they fell below, but they were able to actually move forward. But one more grade below the B would remove them from the program. So just kind of helping you understand some of our categories. And then dismissed means that they did not make their grades necessary to move on. Leave of absence, of course, is pretty straightforward. One student in particular took a leave of absence. And you can see 69% of the students are doing well and moving forward. You have about 13% that are at risk academically thus far in the program, and then about 11% who've been placed on probation and so really are on the margins of not continuing there. So that's the data that we've had and we've looked at so far in a kind of a snapshot. Next slide, please. Okay. So what we did was we looked at some of the students, we combined the at-risk and probation students into one group and just said, well, what can I glean from this group descriptively? And here it is, some of that data. What you'll notice, interestingly, is that the GPA and science GPA scores actually didn't move much or make any change between those that are actually at-risk and probation students and then those students who we consider to be quote unquote successful at the moment. So we didn't see a lot of different variance there. What we did notice, and I'll highlight later, is that, you know, those GPA scores at least set what could be a threshold for students who do well in the program moving forward, and that'll be something that they could possibly consider. Personnel profile is just your profile, your overall resume and everything like that, that you receive points from, not much there. The observation hours was significant, or at least there was some level of variance that we seen. So if you were an at-risk student or a student on probation status, according to the data at this point, you would have received about 1.8 points during the scoring or the admissions process. But if you skip down to successful students, those students will receive about 2.41 points during the admissions process relative to their observation experience. And then, of course, you receive scores for OCU if you was a graduate there, or if you were an OCU or Methodist institution graduate. You know, successful students had a slight increase in number of points, so to speak, that they would receive during the admission process. But it's hard to say that there's any real statistical significance there. And then their overall interview score, which is also something that we were interested in. Not a lot of difference at this point, but there are some recommendations regarding the interview piece. Next slide, please. So preliminary findings, and I can't stress preliminary enough, because remember we had from January to March to actually put this together, and this is what I'm coming up with at the moment. We had a small sample size, right? It's first cohort, 36 students. It's hard to kind of make you know, kind of a lot of generalizable type statements across the board with that small of cohort. Time constraints, COVID pandemic, already hit on that. The non-academic factor, which I think is of interest to us, at least from the data so far, is that physical therapy observation hours seem to be, if you're doing well in the program now, it seems that you likely have greater experience in the physical therapy program or physical therapy arena, meaning you're familiar with the terms and technology. We also want to look at the grit scale, which I didn't talk a lot about, but there's some items from the grit scale that's been included on the interview questionnaire. So over time, being able to capture how students do on those particular questions will help us a lot. And then ultimately, when you look through the data, to perform a true predictability study with all validity and everything, you'll need to perform a regression analysis. And so to get to that stage, it'll be about 2023 or 2024 when that academic year, when the school is actually ready and have enough data to actually perform this true predictability study. And so this is just kind of building up to that, if you will, but that's where we're at with that. Last slide, or next slide rather. And again, something to consider, you know, the GPA and science GPA scores, those students who scored above these particular areas, these numbers, are actually currently what we would call successful students and doing well in the coursework or progressing to the next semester. So maybe they may think about in their admission process when they have enough data, it could be some thoughts around, should it be a GPA requirement of a 3.42 or better, or a 3.12 or better. Next slide, and I'll open it up for, or next slide, and I'll open it up for questions. And my co-facilitator, I didn't forget you. I didn't forget you. Say hello, say hi. Hi, all right.
Great job, Anthony. Now, yeah, questions are open for a few minutes here. If anyone has questions for Anthony about his presentation, well done. See, if you guys can't unmute yourself, just let me know and I can unmute you. All right, Anthony, I'll ask you a question. So Oklahoma City college, what was it called? Oklahoma City College.
Oklahoma City University.
Why did you choose Oklahoma City University and a new DPT program?
Well, they were a program that was new. It was emerging. It seemed like an opportunity there. Of course, I had some connections with some of the faculty there, and I had to do a practicum. And so between the two, everything aligned to where I could do a practicum there under these conditions, and also actually, you know, glean some really, informative information. So it was really a good experience. I have some interprofessional background and done some work there, and so that made a lot of sense as well.
Awesome, and I know you're finishing up at U of M-Flint. So if you're up here, would you consider like, you know, because UM-Flint has a DPT program, right? What about like comparing against another program?
I mean, I think so. At some point, maybe when the OCU DPT program gets a little further down the road and collecting data, you know, that might be something that's of interest to them. And so I hope to stay involved with it if they are interested in it and kind of explore a little bit more.
Anyone else have questions? So it's not just me talking to Anthony? Nope. Well, I saw the message from Nick, so we'll get rolling with our second presentation. Outstanding job, Anthony. I'm really interested in that piece as well, and especially personally as someone who I didn't score the greatest on standardized tests. I wasn't a great, you know, for SATs. I didn't have a great score. Went to community college, got my act figured out, and then, you know, now I'm, you know, a graduate of a graduate program, you know, so it's are they true predictors? I mean, you ask a great question. So good luck in your research.
Thank you.
All right. So next, okay, the student I advised. All right, we have Taylor Roper from Mott Community College. You should be unmuted. Yep, good. And the floor is yours. I'm going to start the timer, and I'll put my hands up at the 2-minute warning. So just keep an eye out for that. Okay, Taylor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Taylor, and I am representing Mott Community College as an undergraduate student pursuing an associate's degree in psychology. Today, I will be presenting my research project on the investigation between school enjoyment and procrastination. I'm ready for the next slide. I decided to conduct a research study between school enjoyment and procrastination because it is often assumed that many students who are enthusiastic about their academics are less likely to contract procrastinating behaviors, or in other words, slack off when it comes to their schoolwork. But is this really an assumption though? Does the enjoyment of the school relate to level of procrastination for a student? According to my past research, studies showed that harmonious, passionate students, which are students who show dedication in their studies but not really absorbing what's being taught, are less likely to experience a burnout, which is the feeling of being emotionally drained by academics. The students who are obsessively passionate about their studies, obsessively passionate students obtain more knowledge of their studies but lack the dedication towards their schoolwork, which can lead to a burnout and eventually into procrastinating behavior. In my other study, procrastination often leads studies to feel unmotivated, discouraged, and overwhelmed. To reduce the behaviors of procrastination, an experiment was conducted to help students set SMART goals to prepare the students with specific strategies to suppress their temptations or form out implementation and intentions. I can't talk today. Over the 3-week intervention program, researchers conclude that setting goals do not help reduce procrastination, but in some way there indeed is a correlational relationship between academic procrastination and goal accomplishment. This shows that when students have motives or goals when it comes to them completing tasks, they are willing to complete their work and show more dedication. My hypothesis, to test the hypothesis, the more a student procrastinates, the less they enjoy school. The more students enjoy school, the less they procrastinate. I predicted a negative inverse correlation between procrastination and school enjoyment. For my studies, we conducted surveys, the Procrastinated Cognition Inventory Survey, which is like a series of questions relating to how often do you feel like you're procrastinating, and as well as there's another study that talked about how much do you enjoy school on like a scale. And the school enjoyment was assessed using a 10-point item on demographics questionnaire with where participants self-reported and answered to the following item. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you enjoy school? 1 represents do not enjoy it at all, and 10 represents extremely enjoy it, which as I said before. As well as the procrastinatory cognition inventory, there were a total of 18 questions. One of the examples is why can't I just get started, from 0 to 4. 0 represents not at all, and 4 represents all the time. A higher score out of 72 represents more frequent procrastinatory behaviors. Out of 20 participants, the average of school enjoyment was 6.5, and then the average for procrastination was 42.10. As you can see, there was no correlation between the two, but it was a slight, weak, negative correlation. As concluded, there was not, the hypothesis was not supported. There are many factors to why procrastination and school enjoyment do not have a direct correlation due to various reasons of why a student may procrastinate or enjoy school. For reasons to procrastinate, you have burnout, which I have for both of them. Students could have low self-esteem, overwhelmed by workloads, wanting to perfect everything, which can stress them out. Also feel failure, then like the lack of understanding the work. To enjoy school, students may be very passionate about a certain study or activities, have a hard time learning specific subjects, don't want to be conformed into like, a perfect student, quotation marks. They don't want to be controlled at all. And of course, like memorizing beyond understanding. So learning things that they just really can't understand may also stress them out and not enjoy school. Limitation was very small in convenient sample. The method school enjoyment was measured, it was self-reported on surveys, and it was going to the professor. For future studies, maybe make sure have a larger sample. And then for grade assessments, I should have worded that differently. And maybe if it wasn't going to the professor, students wouldn't be hesitant, or more students would have completed the surveys. And that's about it. So do I have any questions?
Hi, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I personally can relate to procrastinating. Like you said, your research showed that if you're passionate about it, a lot of times you're more likely to succeed and less procrastinate. And from personal experiences, that is very true. And on the flip side, I can also relate to your research when you said overwhelmed, like maybe workload. Juggling work and school is very hard, and sometimes you will procrastinate because you're overwhelmed in either work or school. So I really enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Do I have any other questions?
I don't have necessarily a question, but more of a comment, in that I would say that I kind of agree with your hypothesis there, because I know that I do not procrastinate on the classes that I enjoy, like the science ones, but like math, if I'm not understanding it, I definitely procrastinate as much as I can and just work on my other stuff and then do that when I absolutely have to.
Me too. I'm the same way. I'm not really strong in math, and nor did I ever really cared for it. So of course I didn't do like the best I could have, but like with other subjects I was more successful in. So yes, I understand.
Yeah. Taylor, I'll just make a quick comment. Great job, by the way. And back to your data here. I mean, like you mentioned, you did find that like negative, you know, kind of a weak, moderately weak correlation. It just wasn't significant, statistically significant. I think if you get that larger sample size, I think your hypothesis will be supported eventually, you know, with that larger sample size. Now, we don't want to assume that, but I think you're onto something, and I think it was a fair hypothesis to make. You did a great job. And it is an interesting, because there are so many factors in between or third variables that could cause the relationship between, you know, procrastinating and enjoying school. It is important to see if there is that connection there. But yeah, outstanding job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, great job, Taylor. I think of COVID too, of all the burnout.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like, wow, I can imagine like even a few years from now what that's gonna be like as well.
Yes, I was definitely one of those students that was having a really hard time with like COVID first happened, transitioning to like online classes, especially with the time management of work, extra studying, and yeah, it was just a lot.
All right, well, outstanding. We'll move to our third presentation. So we have Cynthia Bryant, looks like from Mott Community College. I know you already spoke. So Cynthia, I'm going to restart the timer. And if you could just keep an eye on my video, if you get up to like 2 minutes remaining in your 12-minute presentation, I'll just hold up a peace sign for 2 minutes remaining, just to let you know, like, you know, start wrapping up in a couple minutes, and then you'll have a few minutes for questions. So Cynthia, you're unmuted. Go ahead and take it away.
Hi guys, I'm Cynthia Bryan from Mott Community College. I will be majoring in criminal justice. So my presentation today is examination of juvenile recidivism programs. Do the programs really work? Next slide, please. So approximately 60,000 youths are incarcerated in the United States. Majority of these crimes are nonviolent crimes, misdemeanor offenses, excuse me. Next slide. So it's pretty hard to read this. You can pinch in a little bit extra if you like, so you can kind of look at the numbers. But this right here is a study of the whole state of Michigan back in 2017 with the number of juvenile crimes that was reported. One thing I would like to note is it was very hard to find information regarding juvenile crimes because a lot of states does not actually report these crimes. So, and of course, more crimes could have been committed. These are just the ones that was reported. So I found in my study that a lot of states do not even keep information as far as juvenile crimes. So just to like look at some of the crimes that were committed, it based it down into like categories like serious crimes, property crimes, or other crimes. The number one crime that was reported that was committed by juveniles in the serious crime field was aggravated assault, which about 489 crimes was reported. Robbery was pretty high as well. Now this is again the whole state of Michigan. Another crime that was pretty high in the property crimes was like larceny. And it's the difference between like burglary, larceny, different things like that, but they were pretty high. It's also in this chart, it states that more juveniles were white committed these crimes than black, but also that it was more males than it was females. Other crimes are like fraud, gambling laws, or different things like that. On the good side of this, Michigan crimes reported for juveniles have went down about 56%. So that's pretty good when it comes to these crimes for the whole state of Michigan. Next slide, please. Now, this next slide is Genesee County. So basically, anyone around this area is in this field when it comes to crimes that reported from 2017 when it came down to juveniles. The crime rate is based upon per 1,000 juveniles. So if we look at this chart, and a serious crime, again, aggravated assault is pretty high as well with everything. Burglary went pretty high, elevated in property crimes. If I go back to serious crime, rape is up pretty high as well. Liquor loss on the flip side is pretty down. And now this is compared to Michigan as a whole. Genesee County wasn't as, I would say, largely reported crimes compared to Michigan as a whole state. Next slide, please. Now, juvenile recidivism is related to future adult criminal behavior, mental health issues, and substance abuse. When we go through mental health issues, examples are like depression, PTS, different things like that. Substance abuse would be more of like marijuana, alcohol, different things like that. 75% of female and 65% male detainees have a psychological disorder, which is something I learned as well. Because underage and impairment is common, ADHD and substance abuse in adolescents is a range between 20 and 27%. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is basically going to give you like a comparison of restorative justice versus MST. Now, restorative focus on repairing the damage caused by the wrongful action and restoring. Studies show only people under the age of 14 had some good effect from this. Now, some examples of this is peacemaking circles, victim and offenders mediation, family group conferences, and it can be used in all type of crimes, petty crimes, misdemeanors, to something as serious as sex offenders, domestic violence, and murder. Now, on the flip side, MST, they focus more on the person, so they don't recommit. So examples would be they want to dive right into that person and figure out what's going on with that person versus the big crime itself, so they can prevent them from recommitting. This program is more effective. It's more family-based. It ranges from 4 to 6 months. It helps focus on substance abuse. And something that I found in the research that was very important was parent physical and neglect abuse. Now, that's big because sometimes juveniles commit crimes because of the things that they've been through in their own life, like maybe a parent abusing them and different things like that. So maybe they're acting out. Unfortunately, this program is more expensive, so it's not used as much. Next slide, please. I did some research on a few different intervention programs. The first one right here is the Seattle Social Development Project. It came about around 1981, and it works to enhance positive and antisocial development. Sometimes juveniles shut down, and so they become antisocial. So that's a good plus for this program right here. Now, this is a school-based early intervention program, and it's based on risk reduction. The program is it involves everyone in your circle. So like your teacher, your child, your parents. The teachers in this program were trained in proactive classroom management. Parents was offered in child behavior management skills, academic support skills, and skills to reduce the children of use of drugs. So they kind of give the parents opportunity to learn different things. So that way, when the kid is gone home with the parent, the parent have some type of knowledge behind these things. And it basically reduced the future use of drug and delinquent behavior among the participants. Next slide, please. The next slide is a more familiar slide for everyone that's scared straight and is all over TV and everything like that. This program had came about in 1970s, and the goal is to deter adolescents from initial delinquent behavior by exposing them to harsh reality of life as a prison inmate. So this is more an involved program where they focus on other people's things that they did to scare the children. And basically it gives them direct exposure on real life. Like if you continue down this road, then this may be what you will end up being. The program, unfortunately, increased the likelihood of future criminal behavior. So not really one of the best choices. Next slide, please. Now, this slide right here is based out of Michigan. It's called the Bay Pine Center. The average length of stay at this program is 13 months. It is unfortunately limited to 10 youth. Youth attend 30 hours of educational instruction per week on an on-campus year-round school. All teachers are special education certified, which is very good because sometimes juveniles may lack educationally, and that's why they do the things that they do. So the teachers can basically have some type of background on understanding that. They're offered a high school diploma option. A very good plus with this program is college courses are available. Opportunity to maybe have a job is offered on the off campus. The restorative justice program is offered, and psychological services is offered with this program as well. Next slide, please. Middlesex Juvenile Detention Center. It's a very good intervention program as well. Juveniles are assigned to a school group. The program teaches participants how to handle difficult situations, including safe resistance to gangs. A lot of time, juveniles do things. In my research, I found that it's their surroundings, so their peers. So this program is going to help them focus on ignoring their surroundings and being able to deal with it if they were approached by gangs. Approximately 90% of the youth people remain arrest-free for the duration of the program. Approximately 87% remain arrest-free at least 12 months. Next slide, please. Now, it's better to start these intervention programs at an early age if you can, so that way you can focus more on the problem and of the child and not so much of the crime. I'm gonna end this with a quote that I found that I like. I do not know what path my life might have been if I did not receive that phone call from Offender Success last year. Well, actually I do. I would probably be in prison again, but God is good. And this is from Jim, an offender from one of the programs. And these are my references. And that's about it. Any questions?
Great job. Go ahead and unmute yourself if you have a question to ask Cynthia.
I was wondering, I don't know if you came across this in your research at all, but why that number has dropped so significantly, the crime and youth?
From what I found from the information was basically because of a lot of these intervention programs. There's so many programs out there to help prevent the juvenile from committing again. So that could be a reason why. Any other questions?
Powerful stuff. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. You can go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's powerful stuff, Cynthia. Great job. And I'm glad you keep getting this out in the open so more funding can be available for these projects or programs as well.
Thank you, because that is one of the biggest issues, funding for the programs, especially in the smaller states.
Go ahead, Taylor.
I was just wondering, is it up to like the age of 18 to where the delinquents can't go to these programs? Like, about what's the age range for
The
them?
age range for most of them, from my research, was from age 10 to 14. Those were the people that participated the most in these programs. But of course, yes, there's some programs out there for age up to 18. My finding also is that it's always better to start the juvenile at a young age versus an older age, because a lot of times their mind is already made up on what they
Yes.
want to do.
Okay.
And some of the programs, I do want to add to your question, some of the programs are basically for the younger versus the older.
Mm-hmm.
I would add, have you heard of trust-based relational intervention, TBRI? It's out of TCU University.
I have
It's a model that's really been implemented throughout the Texas juvenile justice system. In my real life, I serve as the regional administrator for that, for TJJD down here in Texas.
Oh.
And so TBRI is a phenomenal program that you might look at too.
I sure will. I sure will. Thank you.
Sounds like you guys should, you know, share contact information. And
I was just thinking that, but I didn't know
Yeah.
if that was appropriate.
well,
I just was
if you
thinking
guys
that.
are okay with it, I mean, this is,
Yes.
you know, a part of the conference is collaboration, right? And I know we're missing
Yes.
that piece in person, but that would be an outstanding connection to make.
Yes.
So Cynthia, you did a great job. Just real quickly, with the Scared Straight programs and with the research, you know, showing that it's not effective, especially compared to other programs, have you found a huge decrease in use of those programs, or are they still being used? What did you find there?
First I want to let you know that you can exchange my email address to the person that just asked to tell me about the Texas information. And first, the Scared Straight programs, they are still being in use. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, but you are correct. They aren't effective. And a lot of places have eliminated them, but yeah, still we know that. Yeah, you're right. They're still being
there.
used. I even see sometimes a TV show. I think it was on MTV about scared.
Yep.
And
So
like,
it's glamorized, it's glorified, it's not effective. It's just like
It's not
psychology
effective.
stuff.
Yes.
One of the first things,
Yes.
you know, in grad school with clinical psychology, we learned motivational interviewing, and this empathic humanistic type approach works much better than scaring someone straight, like do this or else. So time is up. Cynthia, outstanding job. We're gonna roll into our fourth presentation. So Samantha, let me move forward here. And Samantha Spencer from Mott, the floor is yours. I'm going to restart the timer, and I'll just hold up my fingers when you have 2 minutes remaining, okay? All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So as he said, my name is Samantha Spencer. I'm a student at Mott, and I did my research project on exploring food insecurity among community college students. Next slide, please.
Oops, sorry.
All right, so first I'd like to just start with a little background information. We looked at the Wisconsin Hope Lab Homeless and Hungry College study, and it showed that there was a few risk factors to becoming food insecure, and they would include Pell Grant recipients, students with children, youth having spent time in the foster care system, and homelessness. Next slide. So here we have Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I just wanted to show you guys this briefly because it's pretty important. As you can see, food is at the very base of this pyramid. And as when you're building any structure, you need a solid base before you can build on top. And in this case, it would be to achieve higher need. And also I'd like to differentiate between starving and food insecurity. So food insecurity is defined as when a household does not have sufficient nutritious food available to meet their daily needs. And starvation would be to perish from a lack of food or to suffer. So food insecurity is a lack of food, but not total starvation. Next slide. Didn't show up quite there, but with this research, we wanted to ask two basic questions, and it is, does food insecurity predict class attendance, and is food insecurity related to study habits? So here you can see a chart of our participants. We had a total sample size of 240 students recruited from a community college. And it showed that about 34% of the students reported having one or more children, with the average being about 2. Their average household consisted of 3 to 4 people. The average time spent studying per week was about 11 hours, and approximately 36% of them worked full-time and 20% were unemployed. So the students that we asked to complete our brief survey came from social science courses. Next slide, please. And the survey looked at just basic demographic information, and we added in questions from a USDA food insecurity module and a study habit survey. So here you can see just some of the examples of questions that we asked on the food insecurity part. The students were able to answer yes, often, sometimes, almost every month, some months, but not every month, which would then assign them to a food insecurity status, such as high food security, marginal food security, low food security, and very low food security. So here are some examples of the questions that we asked in the study habit portion. The students were asked what their accessibility to notes was, what their scheduling was like, and their ability to concentrate. The students were allowed to answer on a scale of never to very often. And I'd like to just note on this part that we did omit one of the questions due to low internal reliability, and when we did that, the reliability for access to notes went up. Next slide, thank you. The data analysis was checked for any missing data and outliers, and we ran descriptive statistics and correlations. Okay, so here you can see our overall percentages of the food security statuses. And for low food security, it was about 7%, and very low food security, it was about 17%. And I just want to say on these numbers that I found them to be pretty concerning, considering that these are actual people, not just percentages and a graph that are in our community. Next slide. So here we have results for attendance, and it showed that majority of the students, about 70%, were able to attend their classes. However, the majority of all these classes right now are considered online due to COVID. Next slide, please. So in this part of the results, the study habits portion, it showed that students ranked their access to notes with an average about 8. The scheduling average was about 12, and the ability to concentrate was about 8.5. The study habits total average was about 29. And in this scale, the higher the number was in the range, the less of a problem it was for the student. So here are some correlations that we ran on the measures that we took from the survey. And the results did show that as age increased, so did the student's GPA. And then also as the student was older, it was related to higher levels of food insecurity, which I found kind of curious. I would assume possibly that was because maybe they had families. And then higher levels of food insecurity was related to lower grade point average. So as far as food security went, as it went up, the GPA of the student went down. And then also lastly, on this one, I found it to be pretty interesting that the higher the levels of food insecurity was related to more hours spent studying. So I would assume maybe they don't have a job, so they could focus more on school. Next slide, please. Here are a couple more correlations that we were able to gather. It showed that the students with higher levels of food insecurity was significantly related to higher levels of class absences, which answers one of our first questions, that it did play a big role in their attendance. But as far as office hours goes, there was no relationship found between that and food insecurity. Okay, and it seems like I talked really fast through most of this, faster than my run through. But so overall, I just want to note a few things from our numbers. That it showed that 24% of the students that we were able to survey showed low or very low food insecurity, which again is very concerning, and I would like to possibly look further into this subject and see if maybe we can implement some resolutions to it at Mott. You know, a quick brainstorm of mine was like, maybe we have like a workshop on how to budget shop or budget cook. You know, I have a little bit of experience with that. I have a family of 6 and 1 income, so you know, we try to cut corners, and I'd like to maybe share that idea with people because we like to eat pretty nutritious around our house. So, and then the food security was positively related to GPA, and the older a person was, the more likely they were to become food insecure. And again, just I think that I'd like to take this topic a little bit further. I'd like to finish at Mott with a biology associates, but then I'd like to go on to nutrition. So obviously this is a passion of mine, just to teach people how to get what they need in their body to be healthy, to feel better, you know, maybe give that extra ability to concentrate and maybe not procrastinate as much, as Taylor said in hers. And that's my presentation, so I'll just move on to any questions anybody might have.
Open up for questions. Oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So I wanted to point out, I appreciated that you pointed out the difference between starvation and food insecurity. I think that a lot of people kind of equate the two, but they're two very different things. And then just based on your personal opinion, why do you think that the older that they were, the more likely they were to be food insecure?
Yeah, so I mean, our survey was pretty brief because we started it, I think mid-February. It was just like a couple weeks. So we kind of scrambled to get it together because I kind of came in late to the game. I would assume that it was maybe because people have families, so they have a household that they have to support, a roof over, you know, kids' heads, bellies to feed. I would assume that it has something to do with that, but I don't really know overall.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right, anyone else? Samantha, I'll just say outstanding presentation, and as a professor, faculty member there, that is really concerning. And I know we were talking before about the Mott Eats Pantry right there in the Mott Memorial Building. I would be curious to see, you know, how these numbers look for the campus overall. I imagine they'd be similar, if not worse, unfortunately. But maybe we could, you know, me, you, Dr. Littleton, we could work on surveying the campus and see if we can keep this rolling and what we can do about it. I like your ideas about, you know, getting nutritional information out there, see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there's a little bit of a misconception that people think that it's expensive to eat healthy. And I think if you went like a full organic route, which there's lots of information out there that shows that it is good for certain things to buy organic, but you don't have to buy every single thing organic. And I mean, buying a non-organic fruit or vegetable is probably better than buying potato chips. You know, so I totally agree with you. I'd like to take it further, and I would have liked to collaborate a little bit with the people that work at Mott already on this, but it just, like I said, time constraints and COVID, and I have a family, and three of my 4 kids are well, they're virtual school right now, so you know, I'm trying to juggle everything at once. I wasn't quite able to go as far as I'd like to before this presentation, but I would definitely like to pursue this further.
Awesome, outstanding. All right, anyone else have any questions? Oh, Taylor, you're muted. Here we go. You're still muted. Maybe she's not trying to talk to us, I don't know.
I think she just unmuted. Oh, you're muted again.
Okay, is it working now?
There you
Yeah.
go. Okay, I just have a quick question. Do you think COVID has a lot to do with it? Because when the pandemic first happened, I know I was kind of like doing DoorDash, just like getting quick stuff just because I wanted to avoid the grocery store where there was like a lot of people. Do you think it had a lot to do with it?
I mean, I could speculate that it does. I would assume with the amount of unemployed people, you know, I'm sure a lot of the people that we surveyed came from like service industry type jobs. That would just be my speculation. But I think as overall, it's a lot more prevalent in our communities than we really are aware of. You know, I know that they've talked about it in my kids' school, just the amount of kids that rely so heavily on those school meals that you just don't see it. You know, kids don't talk about that kind of stuff. People don't like to wear that as like a badge of honor, like, oh, hi, I can't afford groceries. So I think that it's something that people experience but just don't really talk about.
Okay. All right, well, it looks like our breakout room's going to close down. Great questions, outstanding job, presenters, and thank you everyone for joining. Samantha, I like that you have the spinal column and a skull in the background there. It's like, that's what my office looks like for Halloween, but you said biology. Like, it makes sense. Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys in the main room. Outstanding job.
Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome to the breakout room 3. We have the topic of computer science and physics. So let's just wait a few minutes to see if more people will join us. And so we'll start at 10:20. And so just when we wait for more participants join us, so just something I want to talk about. One thing is that everybody, when you come into the breakout room, you're automatically muted. But when you want to talk, so you can just unmute yourself and just talk. And in the case, for example, somebody is not talking, but you have a really loud background noise, I feel like it's a little bit influence our presentation. I'll mute you again. So I have the power to mute everybody in the room, but you can always unmute yourself. The other thing is for each presentation, you have 15 minutes totally. So for that 15 minutes, I'll expect you have like 12 minutes for the presentation of the PowerPoint, and the other 3 minutes for question and answers. So, but it's a little bit flexible. So for example, if you need like 30 minutes or 40 minutes, I won't just stop you, say, hey, this is 12 minutes, you have to stop. So I'll just give you a little bit of flexible time, but I'll give you a notice I'll send something in the chat saying it's 12 minutes now. So you know you need to prepare for ending the presentation. The other thing is John Benholm. Hi. So because I believe I was told that because you're going to share your presentation by yourself, so we'll move the schedule a little bit. So you will be moved to the last one to present in the breakout room. So the other 3 presentations will move forward. So Evan, Kettering, and Lydia, you're going to present the first, and then followed by Gerald and Dakota. And John, you will be the last person to present. Okay, cool. So we have 3 minutes. So let's wait for 3 minutes more to see if anybody else want to join us. Then you start. All right, I believe we can start now. So everybody, welcome to the breakout room session 3. It's for the computer science and physics. I'm the moderator for today, the breakout room 3, and my name is Linda Zhu, and I'm assistant professor of mechanical engineering at the UM-Flint. So our first presentation is by 3 undergraduate students, Evan Flanagan, Lydia Power, and Kettering Profit. And their topic is information flows in the auditory brain structures. So please start.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I would like to say welcome and thank you for joining us and observing our presentation. Today, as Linda did note, we will be discussing our research on information flows in the auditory brain structures as presented by myself, Evan Flanagan, Lydia Powers, and Kettering Profit from the University of Michigan-Flint, with Dr. Linda Zhu as our research lead and principal investigator, as well as the moderator for this breakout session. This research has been performed in collaboration with Dr. Han Luo and Dr. Jinsheng Zhang of Wayne State University. To begin, we will first identify the goals and objectives of this research, detailing what we are doing and why. Our goal is to identify the similarities and the differences between the multi-channel signals collected from two groups of test subjects using standard statistical measures and plotting practices. Block 2 consists of data obtained from control group consisting of rats without tinnitus, with block 19 containing data from the experimental rat that has been induced with tinnitus as proven through behavioral tests. By evaluating the statistical measures of these data sets, we will be able to further our understanding of the flow of information through the auditory structures in the brain, from the DCN to IC to AC, as will be explained in the next slide, and make progress in the testing for and treatment of tinnitus. These evaluations have been performed using a program co-developed through MATLAB to produce an efficient and easy-to-use program and provide us researchers with valuable experience with this software.
Okay, so a little bit of background now. Inside of the auditory pathway of a rat's ear is a nerve that stimulates a section of the brain known as the DCN. Information transfers from this section of the brain to a section called the IC, and then lastly the AC. This is shown in like in the graph here. And so tinnitus and hearing loss may influence this process. We don't exactly know how right now, but we're sort of what we're doing right now. And so probes are inserted into each of these three areas and recorded the neural signals in order to determine how these signals change as they transfer between the three areas. And so channels 1 through 32 are the DCN, 33 to 64 are the IC, and then 65 to 80 is the AC. So, this be Evan.
Thank you. So this slide shows the maximum values for each of the signals through each of the channels, and the maximum values are plotted consecutively and compared for each of the block 2 and block 19, the control and the experimental group. And this allows for us to clearly see the neural spikes for each channel for both the control group and experimental group. And as you can see faintly in the background are these red and blue lines. Those are the trend lines for these in exponential form. And we see that there's a bit of disparity at the beginning, and then it closes in towards each other towards the middle group, the IC. And at the end, we see that the tinnitus group has higher spikes once we reach the AC through channels 70 to 80. So that's for block 19, the tinnitus rat. We see that the maximum values increase, which is more spikes, more activity in the tinnitus rat when induced with audio. Alrighty, and then for the RMS values, just as before, plotted against each other, block 2 and block 19. And the RMS values are often used for variance within a data set, very similarly to standard deviation. They are used in different areas when dealing with signals, but here they will be used in a similar light. In a set that straddles a 0 point, such as this one, we find that the standard deviation and the RMS values are in fact identical. And if we refer to the graph, at the beginning, we see probably test error. That's why there's this ridiculously big spike. But other than that, the numbers maintain themselves very close to 0. We see the same pattern in both, but we do see that the block 19, the experimental rat group, the tinnitus rat, is in fact higher. So it maintains this higher form throughout the entire channels through DCN, IC, and AC, meaning that it is a bit more sporadic and it is a bit more different information, and it's less consistent than the control group, which is kind of what we were expecting with the tinnitus, is the different behavior.
So the next value that we recorded was the mean values for each channel for both the normal and tinnitus rat. We can see from the mean values for each channel that the two animals are very similar, especially for the IC and AC channels. This is sort of to be expected, right? The differences between the two animals probably lies in the spikes in neural activity and not just like the average in all of the neural activity. There is a possibility that the difference in the mean value for the DCN area is due to the affliction. However, that could just be due to some sort of like variance. So the next value recorded was the standard deviation, very similar to RMS earlier. As you can see from the graph, the standard deviation for the tinnitus animal is greater than the standard deviation for the normal animal. And it's for pretty much every single piece of data. And so this sort of mirrors what we found earlier. The first two spikes seem to be errors in the test data. However, the third spike seems to indicate that the AC has like a sort of higher deviation in the neural activity for both animals, which is pretty interesting to see. And so we can see that tinnitus seems to increase the deviation.
Right, next we plotted the short time Fourier transforms. We plotted the short time Fourier transforms in both the tinnitus negative and positive rats, and then we looked at them in the different parts of the ear. So here on the left, we have the tinnitus negative rats, and then on the right is the tinnitus positive rats. So in both graphs, we see that there is a spike in the neural activity at about 50 Hertz, but we noticed that in the tinnitus positive rats, this spike was higher and was sharper. All right, next is the STFT in the IC. So in this one, we also see that there is a spike at 50 Hertz. However, we also noticed that in the tinnitus positive rats, there was also a lot more neural activity with respect to time than in the tinnitus negative group. And then finally, this is the STFT in the AC group. In these graphs, we see that the rats without tinnitus have a lot more neural spikes in the higher frequency range than the rats with tinnitus. In many cases, tinnitus is connected with hearing loss, in which case there would be no neural response in high frequencies. So that would explain the lack of neural activity. All right, in this study, we considered many different parameters, such as the maximum value, the RMS, the mean, and the standard deviation for the neural activity in both the tinnitus negative and positive rats. We also plotted the short time Fourier transforms for the DCN, IC, and AC areas in both groups. From the information, we noticed that the tinnitus positive rats generally had a higher amplitude neural activity, but this activity depended on the frequency. In the future, we'll be comparing signals and analyzing their correlations to see if there is any delay between the reception at the different auditory structures. And our references are shown on this slide.
All right, thank you very much. So any questions?
Question? So can you talk a little bit about, so if once you understand better what's going on with the flow of information, what can be done to perhaps address the problem? What would be the therapy, I guess?
You probably mean this page of the slides. Anybody want to talk about?
So once we sort of figure out what's happening, perhaps we can figure out like how to slow it down or how to sort of counteract it. And maybe there's some sort of like medical device that we could insert into the brain to sort of stop like the feedback loop that causes tinnitus, or maybe like promote, you know, some sort of like hearing loss. And so it would require us to know exactly what's going on through these pathways, right? You know, why does it change and how does it change? And then we can sort of figure out how to counteract it.
Other questions? Yeah, if there's no other questions, I have a question. So based on your observation from all the signal processing steps, what is the major difference you think between the healthy animal and the animal with tinnitus in the three areas in the past? What are the major differences?
So for the tinnitus rat, as to be expected, we see a bit of variation in the response and how there's sharper responses. If we refer to the maximum values, we see that there's higher peaks and there's more sporadic behavior. And then another key thing is the delay. So the delay can lead to the hearing loss and to the other issues that are seen with the tinnitus. That's where we're moving towards, is observing the delay between the different areas, such as between the AC and the DCN, as we see that the data in the maximum start to spread out a little bit further from the control group, or what we would expect. So that would be where we would continue from there, and to figure out what exactly is happening from the tinnitus, is looking at the time delays and seeing where the spikes are at.
Very good, excellent. Any other questions? All right, if there's no more questions, because for now we still have like 5 more minutes for this presentation section. So we can have a really quick break, or then I will call you back at, let me see what time is it. At 10:35, we'll start the second presentation. We can have like 3 minutes break, and then everybody come back for the second presentation.
Actually, so to elaborate on your question a little bit more. Oh, bye, Ron. Oh, hi, Ron. I was sort of thinking, you know how we have like these devices that sort of smooth out like the random spikes in electricity, like say for like a power supply, perhaps. I can imagine some sort of medical device that sort of does that, like a fourth sort of area in the brain that sort of smooths out all these spikes in the data.
Yeah, exactly. So we won't call them medical devices because those are still in the process of the experiments in the animals. So, but yes, on the animals there are different type of saying they can apply for the electric signals, really light electric signals, to the animals different area, kind of smooth or massage the brain structure, and so in that case the really high spike will be reduced a little bit. And actually in the future we'll actually do some research on those. So for now we just have the healthy animal and animal after noise exposure, so we know they will have tinnitus. And in the future we have the third group saying we know the animal have a tinnitus or hearing loss, but we do the e-stimulus, like electronic stimulus to those, and we want to compare after the stimulus, are their behaviors better or worse compared to the regular hearing loss animals. So yes, you're right. So there are some process we can do in the lab, but those are still in the stage that working on the animals, not really the medical devices available for people. But we are on the stage now. Other questions want to talk about? Any discussion?
I'm actually mildly interested here. So when we're talking about these devices, I'm assuming these devices would be invasively implanted. When we start talking like that with human brain, that gets a little scary. Implications there, because you got to be real careful. Would possible use of chemical messaging to dull down the signals themselves as they get transferred, would that be a possibility? Because that's a much easier thing to manage through like as a medication.
So, well, when you hear about the devices implanted into the brain structure and do the stimulus, you feel kind of, oh, wow, what's going on? But actually, when you talk about auditory structure, what you actually feel is just you hear something. Make sense? So there are some rehabilitation devices in the market for the tinnitus people, saying you can just hear some like stimulus, like some sound or music, and which will can help you feel better for the tinnitus. It's also considered one kind of a
create a baseline signal to pretty much lower the SNR.
Yeah, it is a really soft one, and all you feel, you hear something, but actually those are like electric stimulus. Yeah. But for now, for the electric stimulus, we're still working on the animals. For the people, there are something in the market just to do the sound, but not really something in the brain structure. All right, so it's 10:35. I guess we can move on to the next presentation. Let me share my screen again so you can see. Oops. Okay, so our next presentation is by a graduate student, Jared Miller, and he will present energy efficiency framework for fixed wing UAV communications with variable altitude.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So this is part of the work I'm doing for my graduate thesis. I'm looking at analyzing the trajectories that a aircraft can take that's a UAV and seeing how useful it might be for a communications network. So I'll talk a little bit about what different classes of UAV there are first to sort of set the scene for where mine fits in. There's a whole bunch of different classes. A lot of people have been looking at them for different applications, and you'll see some pretty crazy ones out there, but I'm going to divide them pretty broadly into those that are low altitude and high altitude, and this is roughly like below the clouds and above the clouds, so whether or not you have to deal with cloud cover or weather effects as much. Some of the higher altitude ones that you can have are fixed wing aircraft, so that's your traditional aircraft. It's got 2 wings and propellers or whatever. And then you also have balloons, so they have some sort of lifting gas, so they can maintain their altitude in that way. And they don't necessarily have to be powered, but they're sort of subject to the winds a bit more. And then low altitude, you might have rotary wings, so this will be your quadcopters that you'll see around, or hexacopters or whatever. Fixed wing aircraft can also operate at this altitude, balloons as well, and you also have airships or blimps, which are balloons, but they might have a bit more capability to move around. So not all of these necessarily are useful for long-term platforms. Balloons and airships can be, because they have the lifting gas, so they don't have to have active propulsion. Quadcopters and such, they have a very limited battery life. However, fixed-wing aircraft are somewhat more efficient, and there's also been groups for a few decades at least that have been looking at using solar panels in conjunction with these. So they have been capable of flying without having to land to recharge every couple hours, and some groups have even managed to create systems that are capable of perpetual flight, so they have enough solar panels and batteries that they can fly through the night and not have to land. So a couple groups that have been looking at that. NASA has of course been looking at that since I believe the 80s. They have a few different prototype models, Pathfinder, Helios, which are pretty big aircraft, several hundred kilograms. And then more recently, as the technology has improved, there's been groups that have made very small aircraft that are capable of perpetual flight. One of those groups is Atlantic Solar, and they're on the order of, I believe it's 7 or 8 kilograms, and they had a 81-hour flight with no landing, fully powered off of solar panels. So I'm looking more towards that end with my research. So what does this perpetual flight capability get you in general? If you're not getting from point A to B, what are you doing in the air? So there's applications in monitoring, being able to look at environmental impacts of things and what the state of things is, and imaging. You can do search and rescue with these if you don't have to land every half hour to recharge or whatever. That's more time in the air to look for targets or whatever you're looking for. And in my case, it's useful for telecommunications and networking. So what I'm sort of thinking here is it's like a cell tower, but it's on an aircraft. So it's got the advantage of altitude like a cell tower does, but it can be rapidly deployed to different areas. You don't have to buy land. You don't have to buy all the permitting and all the power supplied to a specific area. So it has some advantages. It has higher operating costs, but it might have some niche that it can fit in. So what I'm looking at in particular is how do we design a trajectory, because while it can be capable of perpetual flight, there's still a pretty narrow energy margin on it. So it has to sort of balance how effective it is as a networking platform versus how much battery lifetime, how much energy margin it has. So I'm sort of looking at, given a trajectory, how much energy does it use over the day? How much energy does it harvest? And one of the particular areas I'm looking at is how much energy can we store as altitude, because as you ascend, you might use more power, and then as you descend, you use less, and how much, because the batteries are limited, so how much power, additional power, can we store in that manner, and what does it cost in terms of performance? So if you're looking at this from an energy balance perspective, you have to sort of look at it over an entire 24-hour period. So a lot of the existing work on this sort of optimization, it has a very fine grain, like it'll be, okay, we have 10, 20 seconds flying in this manner, 10, 20 seconds flying in the other manner. And over a short amount of time, that's good. You can work with that, but over a 24-hour period of time, it gets a little slower, it gets a little harder to optimize. So I went with a more coarse approach. So I have a sequence of segments that are just circular arcs that it flies along that might be 10 seconds, might be a few hundred seconds. And then on each segment, I just have a fixed speed and thrust and thus a power requirement used for it. And off of that, I am determining how much solar power is collected. And then from that, we can determine how well it does. And then for the networking performance, we are just taking a pretty simple Shannon information throughput over a channel to estimate, and then I'm further refining it with some simulations to see how it performs over an actual network protocol. In this case, I'm just using an LTE environment, so standard stuff that you could use with cell phones. So the first sort of half of my investigation, I'm looking at some hand-crafted trajectories just to see how well the framework does, that it gets reasonable results, and that we can sort of see the trade-offs from an early perspective. So I've got 3 trajectories here, and I have a 2-kilometer radius that I'm looking at. So we've got one that's just a circle, easy, plain and simple. We've got one that's a bow tie or a figure 8 inside of that. And then I also have one, the first 2 are sort of level, no altitude change, and then I have one that is ascending during the day when there's excess solar power, and descending at night when there is no solar power available. So the MSOC in that table is the minimum state of charge, which is how low the power dips at night. So you can sort of see that the 2 level ones are very, very similar, but there's a slight advantage in the figure 8 bow tie trajectory. But it does have a good advantage in terms of throughput, because it is spending more time towards the center of the user cluster or the user group. And then the ladder trajectory, where it ascends and descends, it has a greatly increased margin, but it has a huge drop in available throughput. And the lowest point is then at the top of the trajectory, which happens to be in the evening. So depending on your scenario, that may or may not be a good trade-off. And then off of these trajectories, this is a more detailed breakout of the throughput over time, or throughput versus the altitude. So in the bottom left, you can see pretty clearly the trade-off. The red is your altitude, and the yellowish gold is your throughput. So as it ascends, the throughput goes down. As it comes back down, the throughput goes back up. And then on the bottom right, you can see the energy balance broken out more. So we have the solar power going up during the day, going back down at night. And then the shaded blue region sort of represents how much estimated energy is stored in the altitude. So it's not a huge amount, but it is an appreciable amount. But in addition to that, the energy, the power use at the bottom there also increases as you increase altitude. So that's another point of consideration. And then the extension of this that I'm working on currently is, how do we maximize that throughput given some constraints on our energy? What can we do to improve it? How much how much altitude might we need to use to still meet our targets, and inside of that, get as much network performance out of it as possible. And along with that, there's some other constraints on the flight area. You might have a fixed airspace that you can operate in. There might be obstacles inside of that. So how do we take those into account? And also the physical limits of the vehicle. It has a minimum and maximum speed, and it can't hover in place like a quadcopter can. And how do we do all that in a reasonable amount of time without an excessive amount of computing power involved in it? And then I'm testing a few different population-based algorithms that sort of have a bunch of candidate trajectories. And then from those, we derive a new set of trajectories to look at and see if there's improvement or disimprovement, and go from there. And it approaches an optimal, maybe not the global optimal, but an optimal, a locally optimal solution in a reasonable amount of time. And it's all built out so you can easily plug in different algorithms to see if they get better results or perform faster, or what the different trade-offs are.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions?
Actually, I had a question. So are you developing like a piece of software that like automatically like estimates like a good trajectory for each given scenario?
Yeah, that's sort of what it does. It's sort of doing it heuristically. So it's taking sort of, it starts with a bunch of random trajectories and it says, okay, this one's really good, this one's really bad, and then it combines them or changes them so that it tends to increase the performance.
Okay, that's awesome.
I had a couple questions actually. So first of all, do you have like a cost target for this kind of system that you're looking at? First question. The second question is there typically an altitude constraint? So for example, if you wanted to use this for say weather monitoring and you wanted to get up to the stratosphere, is it possible?
So I'm not too interested at this point in modeling out a specific platform. I'm sort of extrapolating from some of the other work people have done. So I don't have an answer to that. As far as the altitude constraints, there's lots of people that have platforms that can fly at that altitude. There's I know that one group that's doing something very similar to the concept I have, HAPS Mobile. They have a platform like this, which is based on the NASA Helios prototype, which operates at around 20 kilometers. So that'll be well above that altitude. So it certainly is possible.
Let's just ask a follow-up then. Like, how much do these systems typically cost? I mean, what's the range, do you know?
I mean, it varies. It's going to vary a lot with the size. The bigger you go, it's sort of a greater than linear relationship just to have the aircraft structure. From what I understand, I'm not actually a aerospace engineer or anything, so I couldn't probably give you too precise of an answer on that.
That's fine. I was just trying to get a sort of rough estimate. Thanks.
Yeah, it's all sort of in the prototype stage for people right now, so they don't, publish all their details on it, unfortunately. I know that Facebook actually had a group looking at this, and I think they had to shut down their program a couple years ago. So it might not be in the realm of feasibility right now with the cost of the technology, but perhaps in a decade or two.
I've heard about I think Google X had a program as well. They were trying to do.
Yeah, Google had Loon. I think that just shut down a few months ago.
Did it? Okay.
Yep, Facebook had Aquila. or Aquila, something like that. A few different groups. Probably they're feeling a bit of pressure from the different groups launching the low orbit satellite internet platforms, but.
So you said that there's some sort of like application for search and rescue. And so would this be like, instead of say like telecommunications devices, would it be like cameras or like, you know, some sort of like way to find, you know, like human targets on the ground, like on these devices?
Yeah, I haven't dug too much into that particular application, but yeah, you can put cameras on here, stream back video. I think there's some groups that are looking at onboard sort of machine learning based approaches to say, hey, that looks like an interesting spot or something as well, as opposed to streaming all the video back. So it's an application area, yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, guys, I believe time is up and we need to move on to the next presentation. Our next presentation is again an undergraduate research by Dakota Blumen. His topic is fully homomorphic encryption.
Yeah, just as my mic starts dying. Give me a second. I have a wire coming from my head. All right, I am Dakota Bruman, and I'll be talking about fully homomorphic encryption. How do I control this?
I believe you'll let her know if you want the next slide.
Oh, okay. Next slide. All right, so homomorphic encryption is to think of homomorphic is a function, by mathematical definition. There exists an operator or square for some operator triangle such that a function of x square, a function of y is a function of x triangle y. In other terms multiplying two ciphertexts can add or multiply the message. So we have an example here using RSA. If you multiply the two ciphertexts in RSA, here's what the messages are. It's your message to your public key, and you'll end up with your multiplication of messages to the public key, which is gonna be which would be our new ciphertext. Next slide, please. So what does it mean to have fully homomorphic encryption? Well, we can have a few types. We have somewhat homomorphic encryption, which is you're able to use a few types of operations like a set number of times. We have partial homomorphic encryption, which is able to use a single operation any number of times, and a fully homomorphic encryption, which is able to use an infinite operation, so any type, any number of times. Next slide, please. So why is this useful? It is useful because it allows you to work on encrypted data without first having to decrypt it. So in terms of cloud safety, you can have all your work on a cloud and be able to work on a cloud with the secure knowledge that the cloud cannot access your data. In terms of logins and account information, you could plug in your account information or even your credit card number or anything into a website, and the website doesn't even read the credit card. They're able to work with the credit card or your login or your password without at all decrypting it at all. In terms of medical data, you can use this to go to fully satisfy HIPAA on things like a cloud and be able to share information. And finally, in terms of databases. So in databases, you can have an online database, which you can work on and it be fully secure and have websites access. It might be on a cloud or somewhere else, and it's entirely secure and you can work on it with ease. Next slide, please. So it is currently achieved using a bootstrapping, which is a technique where we mix a non-homomorphic scheme and a homomorphic one. So we can transform a somewhat homomorphic scheme, which if you remember is a scheme where we can use a few operators of set number of times and transform it into a fully homomorphic one. So some disadvantages are that it's extremely slow, which is why fully homomorphic encryption is not generally widely available. It requires circular security, which is the idea that you can safely encrypt your secret key under your public key. And lastly, you need to be homomorphic with regarding an AND gate. So it's a universal operator, and therefore you can make all of your operations using AND operations. And also, this somewhat homomorphic scheme we end up using is usually, you'll commonly find a learning with errors scheme, also known as LWE. Next slide, please. So what is LWE? LWE is a toughness problem, kind of like GCD, finding the prime factors of a really large compound number. And it states that it's very difficult and time consuming to determine the solution to a set of approximate linear equations. So we have an example here with an error of plus or minus 1. LWE is stating that it's really hard to find the values X, Y, and Z. Now, popularly or commonly, fully homomorphic encryption schemes are upgraded LWE schemes. So if you get the gist of an LWE scheme, you'll have a basic idea of what most fully homomorphic encryption schemes look like. Go next slide, please. So here's an LWE scheme. We simulate our problem like on the last slide, and our B will be our equation, which was 3x plus 7y plus 2z and so on. And we're going to make that into a matrix. And then our solutions, the last one, which was 7, 3, and 1, is going to be our S naught. And 4, 9, and 12, if you remember, were what those things were equal to. We then let P be this matrix of a matrices BA, and this is our public key. Our secret key is going to be our negative S naught over 1, that matrix. And you can see on the bottom, if we multiply those two side by side, we'll end up with 0. So our A is what we get when we plug our solutions into our equations with some error. So PS is equal to our negatives of our solutions plugged in plus our solutions plugged in plus some error, which is roughly 0, which is what we're going for. Here's an example with numbers on the bottom. If you were to plug in -7, -3, -1, you would end up with -5, -10, -11. which is, once we add our A, is going to get roughly 0. Next slide, please. So now we can let M be our message, now that we have our public key and our secret key. And our ciphertext is going to be our public key plus M times G. G is just something we can do to put M in the right format for working with stuff. And then in order to decrypt, we simply multiply by the secret key. So we multiply both sides. We multiply the right side by the secret key, and you'd get PS, which is roughly 0, plus our message times our gadget times S, and then we can undo G and S to get our message. And this is our, once we have, now that we have like a basic idea of what an LWE scheme is, we can, from that general lens of things, convert most FHE schemes into this sort of format with a bunch of variations, much more technicalities, and much more efficiencies, plus the bootstrapping from earlier, which would go a lot more into math that'd be more than be able to explained here. So with our LWE scheme, there's a lot of times you will have like an R instead, so it'll be R times P, and essentially, since you're going to have hundreds of equations with hundreds of variables, you're going, oftentimes they multiply by an R to choose random ones in order to vary the ciphertext a bit. And that's generally fully homomorphic encryption. Next slide, please. If you would like some further reading, here's some good articles: Fundamentals of Fully Homomorphic Encryption by Bukarski, Learning with Errors Problem by Regev, and a survey by Akar, Atsu, Ulugak, and Kanti. Next slide. Is there any questions?
Questions?
So I had a question. So is one of the main problems with this sort of like increasing the efficiency, allowing these things to go a lot faster so that, you know, it becomes like viable for like large companies and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
So bootstrapping is extremely slow. Like, in terms of computer science, I think it started off like it would take a few days to do it or something like that. And now they're getting it down to like a second, which is still very slow in terms of computer science and mass usage.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been several years, so it's getting better and better. Some companies like IBM are trying to come up with better ways. And there's even a part where the government's even sponsoring a thing called Deprive and DARPA, and they're creating technology that it's specified for fully homomorphic encryption so that they can really make that much faster.
Okay. And like, do you think like quantum computing would be able to help this problem go a little bit faster, or would this be not sort of in the realm of quantum computing?
This is definitely in the realm of quantum computing, because learning with errors is, if you look at it at a very base level, it goes down to lattices, and that's solvable with quantum compute. That's not solvable with quantum computing, so it's much better than our current systems we have now, because quantum computing would break those.
Okay.
So sort of the operations that you can use in this space, are these like high level operations, or are these down on the gate level operations here?
You do gate by gate to then make high level operations. So
all right, so it's right down to the bottom then.
Yeah. So you could do, yeah, it's, I think, but they, I've mainly been doing the mathematics and background side of our fully homomorphic encryption research project. And while they were making the like algorithms for our main thing, which is the database, and seeing how fast that was.
Okay.
Any more questions? All right, if there's no more questions, let's move on to the next presentation. It's also the time yet. So for the next presentation, will be by the undergraduate students, John Wilhelm, and his presentation will be design of low-cost motion system of a photoacoustic microscope. John, will you able to share your screen? Cool, you can see it. Yeah, please go ahead, start it.
Unmute, that helps. So my name is John Bonholm. I'm a student at Kettering University's physics department. I'm working on a project with Drs. Ronald Kuman, Cornelia Reblau, and Timothy Stiles. We are developing a low-cost photoacoustic microscope. My portion of the project specifically has been developing of a motion system and control interface for it. Okay, so outside of producing a very useful piece of technology for the university, my personal motivations for this research has been well, photoacoustic imaging. It's a very interesting technology. It allows for functional imaging just with some minimal modification to existing ultrasound equipment. But unfortunately, this is in very early infancy. Hopefully one day we'll be able to use this as an alternative, low-cost alternative for MRI for some applications. Currently, though, we're only able to see about 10 centimeters depth for the imaging, so it shows you just how new this technology is. As for going into the microscopy itself, there's been significant research going into it doing low-cost variations, but the majority of it focuses on low-cost light sources. So what I'm trying to do here is develop a system, other parts of the system, to create a full low-cost system. We're trying to do this for around 6 to 10 grand currently. Before we get into the details of everything, I'd like to explain the photoacoustic effect itself, as it's somewhat odd. So imagine you have a medium, an opaque medium for all intents and purposes, but it has low absorption at the wavelength of interest. In there, we have a small absorber that has a much higher absorption at that wavelength. If we focus a laser pulse down on this, and the pulse length is significantly shorter than both the stress and thermal relaxation times, therefore being stress and thermally confined, what happens is the absorber, it absorbs the energy, heats up and expands, only heats up a very small fraction of a degree. As it expands, it pushes outward on the rest of the medium, and therefore does work on the medium. This causes it to give off its energy and shrink back down. This causes a significant spike in the local pressure that radiates outward. This, of course, would be an acoustic wave. If we take this out in the frequency domain, we see that this is about 30 to 50 megahertz is our central frequency. This is deep in the ultrasound. Medical ultrasound typically being between 2 and 18 megahertz. So we can take this wave and we can receive it with an ultrasound transducer. If we have many of these absorbers and we scan the transducer across sample, we can actually create a full 3D images in bulk samples. So why exactly would we do this? Why would we throw in light and sound together? Well, optical excitation the combination of optical excitation and acoustic reception has several benefits over either optical or acoustic modes. So optical excitation allows for optical level contrast. If you look down into acoustic microscopy and acoustic imaging in general, our contrast is due entirely to reflection of sounds as it hits interfaces in the medium. This goes along mostly with, or differences in impedances, which goes along with elastic modulus and density, which in some cases changes very little, such as in soft tissue. So you get very weak reflection, so you don't have high contrast. Also, if we're looking at depths of less than 1 millimeter sample depths, we get optical level resolution. We can get down sub-micron fairly easily. We're also allows for, so optical contrast comes mostly along with chemical species and what's going on. So we're actually able to see the chemical composition, therefore doing functional imaging. As for the acoustic reception, in a medium such as tissue, where there's many changes very rapidly in the optical properties, light diffuses very quickly, and so you can't see through it very easily, which is the reason in optical microscopy, you have to prepare very thin slides of tissue. Acoustic microscopy allows for imaging of bulk samples, so up to 1 millimeter in the optical resolution and up to 1 centimeter in the acoustic resolution. Here we have a diagram of the system we're trying to design. As you can see, it is largely just a scanning electron microscope, SIM, with a few added optical components. Effectively, we can use it as both an photoacoustic microscope and a scanning acoustic microscope and run it concurrently in that way. So we're able to take two various data sets at the same time, which is a lot more information to be used for various things. This is the system we have designed so far. Most of this is used stuff we've designed in-house, but there are some significant places such as the table there and the column, which were just pieces of equipment we had on hand. If someone were to try to replicate this and do fully low cost, those could be easily replaced by things such as 80-20 or IGES bearings. And both of those do this for less than $200, mainly the table and the column there. This is what I've developed so far. It is, so it's based on the open stage concept designed by Robert Campbell of Coldwater Laboratories, on which we're using a micrometer heads, as seen here, driven via flex shafts by stepper motors. Specifically, I used 0.9 degree stepper motors. That's 400 steps per revolution. Each of these are driven by 16th microsteps. So in each step, we can drive 16 steps, and then half micron or half millimeter pitch micrometers. Theoretically, we should be able to get down to about 0.07 micron resolution. Realistically, we've seen so far to about 0.5 microns, which is still very small considering the average human cell is about 100 micron diameter. So we're pretty good doing, I think. We also included some Z scanning in here due to the needing for focusing the light, especially when we're using low-cost light sources, which are typically weaker. So to be able to image the full depth, better excitation. As for the control system, Dr. Campbell's system, he made use of the quad stepper driver motor and his own custom boards. Unfortunately, the quad stepper has been discontinued. So we went along with this. This was suggested by Dr. Thomas Campbell of University College Dublin. It makes use of the RAMPS 1.4 shield, which is an open source CNC board, often used for DIY 3D printing applications that just acts in tandem with an Arduino Mega. And to run that, we use the Marlin firmware, specifically the 2.0.7.2 bug fix branch. It is an open source CNC thing. It mostly just interprets CNC commands. As for the PC, we're using, again, following Dr. Thomas Campbell's work, we used a Raspberry Pi 4. Due to it having low memory, we were planning to use this for the full to record the data as well. We had it on a flash drive. But unlike Dr. Thomas Campbell's work, he created a text-based control system, which he admitted was, while effective, was not particularly user-friendly. So I went ahead and developed a graphic user interface using the tkinter module from Python. It acts mostly to check various parameters of your scan area, along with record keeping for the settings for other components of the system. But it also contains a manual control system, which is mainly acting to stream the CNC commands or G code to the ramps board. Scanning function itself is a roster scanning function. So that could take hours to days, depending on how fine we're running the resolution. Because of that, in the nature of tkinter, the widgets are non-operational during operation of the function. So if you needed to pause or cancel the function or the scan during it, the best you could probably do is Control-Delete, which isn't a great solution. Because of this, we launch it as a separate thread, keeps all the widgets working properly. But unfortunately, tkinter is not thread safe in and of itself. To remedy this, we use the tk thread module, which acts just as a wrapper to make it thread safe. As for ongoing developments, we are currently seeing significant problems with the use of the Raspberry Pi. It is very nice in the fact that it is very cheap, but its RMF architecture is significantly limiting. So the limited use of Visa, which is used to integrate various instruments with a computer. I spent a large portion of last week attempting to integrate an oscilloscope and got nowhere. And as for HDF5 file format, which is used for very large data sets, such as we read off an oscilloscope or a digitizer, it is non-compatible, and so pretty much makes it so we can't particularly use it for taking the data itself. Also, it has very low memory and RAM, which would keep it from being used for data or for image reconstruction and processing. Effectively, right now, it's only being used to string G commands to the ramps board or the Arduino. So effectively, it could be easily replaced by a Windows machine. And so that is what we're currently looking at doing. It's very nice in that it's cheap, but it's also very limiting at this time. So. And then that's pretty much it. I'd like to acknowledge Kettering University Faculty Research Fellowship for sponsoring this research. And here are my references, Dr. Thomas and Robert Campbell, who both actually were willing to help me in this endeavor. So I'd like to thank them. I'd like to thank my advisors as well. That's it. Any questions?
I thought it was really interesting that, because I have a 3D printer right behind me right now, you can probably see it back there. And so I thought it was really interesting that it uses like a lot of the same like software as like a regular 3D printer. That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, just running stepper motors, so all CNC. Any other questions or comments, concerns? Was as boring as I thought it was?
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting question. So, I just want to check, have you checked the accuracy of the results? And especially when you're talking about the photoacoustic. So have you checked, is there any, like, what is the signal to noise ratio you have here?
Sorry, what? The sound cut out there for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what is the signal to noise ratio if you have anything? Because I see you just put it in the like regular lab room.
Currently, we're not to the point of testing. We've just developed it. So we've developed mostly the motor system and trying to integrate we're currently trying to use an oscilloscope as a digitizer. We were trying to get it running as a scanning acoustic microscope first before we added on the lasers to make it a photoacoustic.
Okay, I see. Oops, I see our breakout room will be closed in 24 seconds. Then if there's no last minute questions, then I'll see you guys later in the main room.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Mary.
Hi. We'll wait a few more minutes to make sure that everybody gets here, and then we'll get started in a couple of minutes. Good morning. I think we just have one more person that we might be waiting for, so we'll see. Wait, maybe 30 more seconds or so. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming to breakout room number 4, which is entitled Elderly Care. So today we are scheduled for 3 presentations. So we're actually one of the rooms that has 3 presentations instead of 4. We have allotted 15 minutes for each presentation. So each presenter will be allowed about 12 minutes to do the presentation, and then we are hoping to leave the last 3 minutes or so for question and answer period. So those times will be broadcast on the screen for the presenters. Nick Looney will actually broadcast the message. You have 3 minutes left for your question and answer. So you'll see that, and we'll try to stick to that schedule, even though we have 3 presenters instead of 4 in this room. So now I will be sharing all of the slides for all of the presenters, and I will be advancing the slides. So I haven't done this before, so bear with me. If I make an error, please forgive me, and we're just kind of all learning this together. So our first presentation today is with Quinn, Rebecca, Rochelle, and Dina. So let me share my screen and bring up the presentation, and then I'll allow you guys to do what you need to do, okay? Are there any questions before we get started?
All right, good morning, everyone. This research project was conducted by Quinn Hayneses, myself, Rebecca Taylor, Rochelle Naimi, Dina Fayad, and Dr. Reza Amini, and we looked at mild cognitive impairment and falling among community dwelling older adults. You can go to the next slide. All right, so the proportion of older adults is projected to increase to over 23% by 2050 in the United States. And normal physiological capacity decline associated with aging can affect cognitive function, and that includes executive function, memory, visuospatial ability, language, and attention. Subsequently, the cognitive deficit can affect physical function, causing dependency in activities of daily living and limiting physical activities. And these limited physical activities can make older adults prone to neurocognitive disorders such as dementia. And these reciprocal relationships can create a vicious cycle that can decline physical and cognitive function. Normal executive function and episodic memory can preserve the pace and rhythm of gait, hence lowering the risk of falling. So normal physiological capacity decline associated with aging, such as an increase in processing time, can increase the reaction time, which can consequently increase the risk of falling. Many individuals age 65 and older experience a fall annually, which can cause fatal or non-fatal injuries. Since executive function and memory are significantly correlated, their effect on falling should be tested in different models. And also the relationship between delayed word recall and balance has not yet been clarified. Thus, it is not apparent how this memory component affects balance in older adults. You can go to the next slide. All right, so the aim of this study was to determine the relationship between cognitive function and falling, as well as examining the relationship between memory, fear of falling, medication use, and others as it relates to falling. You can do the next slide.
All right, thank you, Becca. So for our data collection, we used the National Health and Aging Trend Study dataset from 2011 to 2018. Our dataset included almost 10,000 participants who were adults aged 65 years and older, Medicare beneficiaries, and lived in a community setting. To measure executive function, we used the clock drawing test and included only participants who scored on the lower half of this measure for executive function impairment. And then immediate work recall and late work recall were measured by the immediate work recall test and delayed work recall test, respectively. For falls, participants self-reported if they had any fall events in the last month and the last 12 months. And then 5 measures of balance, standing, walking, chair stands, grip strength, and peak airflow from the NHATS balance assessments were summed to calculate the total score of short physical performance battery. Next, we determined the function score based on the 7 activities of daily living, with a minimum score of 7 signifying the most independent and a maximum of 28 signifying the most dependent. And then finally, we had depression and anxiety, which were screened with a self-reported patient health questionnaire. For the descriptive analysis, we conducted crosstabs for the count variables, and the mean and standard deviation were calculated for continuous variables. And then the dependent variables were analyzed using longitudinal regression analysis. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the following table was determined from scores on the immediate work recall test, which took place before the clock drawing test. So what participants did was they listened to a list of 10 words and were asked to repeat them immediately. If participants had normal recall, they remembered 7 or more words. And then mild impairment was categorized as remembering 5 to 6 words, and severe was less than 5 words. So across the 8 years, we found that 50.5% of participants retained normal immediate work recall, 43.6% of the normal cases developed into mild impairment, and then 6% of the normal cases developed into severe impairment. Also, about half of the cases of severe immediate memory didn't show any improvement across the 8 years.
Thank you, Dina. The delayed word recall test is a cognitive test that is a measure of verbal learning and recent memory, in which the participant is required to use each of 10 common nouns in a sentence. After a 5-minute delay, during which another nonverbal test is given, the participant is then asked to recall the 10 nouns. In other words, this test assesses their cognitive function and memory performance. Looking at the table, we can see in the left-hand column are the categories of normal memory, mild memory deficits, and severe memory deficits. The top row shows the time, years 2011 through 2018, as taken from the Enhanced database. The delayed word recall test increased by roughly 5% in the severe group, from 53 to 58%. Although the mild category decreased over time, this illustrates individuals from this group may have moved to a worsening category. As we know, age is correlated with poor memory over time. Next slide, please. When we tested the correlation between executive function, memory, including delayed memory, and balance, we found they can all significantly influence balance and executive function. Based on these results, we created a logic model that depicts cognitive function can directly increase the risk of falls, which is a new finding. From this, we are closing the gap in the literature. Furthermore, executive function and delayed memory can affect balance and function. We found function and balance, can affect falling. Also, fear of falling is correlated with executive function and memory, especially the immediate word recall test, assessing short-term memory.
Thank you, Quinn. And here are the results that we found. So the number of falls within the last month and the last year, fear of falling, poor balance, and loss of memory all significantly increased over the course of 8 years. Severe immediate word recall tests increased from 23% to 31%. Severe delayed word recall tests increased from 53% to 58%. Poor balance increased by 300% in 8 years. We also found that as executive function worsens with age, balance problems are 10% more likely to increase. Depression increases balance problems by 16%. We also found that fear of falling increases balance problems by 29%. We did find that there is no significant correlation between falls and mild cognitive impairment when poor balance can increase the risk of falling by 24%. Mild cognitive impairment increases the risk of poor balance by 10%. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in conclusion, we did find that balance is the mediating factor between cognitive function and falling, as we saw in Figure 3. Losing one's balance increases the risk of falls. Therefore, screening for cognitive function can help foresee falling scenarios. The results suggest a loss of memory, executive function, and fear of falling can also increase the risk of balance and therefore falling. Therefore, we found that patients should be screened for these things as precursors before discharge. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. Are there any questions?
Are you asking the questions? So I have questions.
Yes.
So yes, so what did you learn? The activity in terms you did to your future. Yes, you learned something, right, from this activity and courses, the presentation, the analysis. What would be the implication for your future?
Yeah, we suggest that practitioners and physicians should screen for cognitive function because mild cognitive impairment is only found in 10% of individuals, whereas the other 90% go undiagnosed. And then we found that mild cognitive impairment is tied with falling. So that could be a risk factor and kind of like a pre-indicator that they may be falling in their near future.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. We're actually at 10:30. We have a few more minutes. If anybody would like to ask any additional questions, or we can move on to the next one. Okay. Oh, you have a question, Dr. Suzuki?
Yes, one more. So like about practical experiences. So how did you combine these analysis with the several people to their presentations? Did you present the places or analysis that you did and you combine them and then to summarize them? How did you create this poster presentations?
I'm sorry, are you asking about the data analysis or?
Yes, how did you create this presentation as a group?
Yeah, Dr. Reza Amini, he does most of the data analysis and he uses data. So we have some control variables that we went over, and then we looked at the enhanced database. You can actually just copy and paste from that website, and it has all of the data. And then we select like which parameters we want to look at.
I see. Okay. Oh, but thank you so much. So you created the interpretation in terms of learning from the numbers. Then you interpret it as a group. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Any additional questions? Okay, then we'll move on to the second presentation. And Noor is our presenter today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Noor Abdulhay, and my research topic is to examine preventive behaviors, perceived loneliness, and social media utilization during the COVID-19 pandemic among older adults living in Genesee County. And this project is also part of my ILE project, and Dr. Suzuki helped me out with this project. Next slide, please. So loneliness is defined as a state of emotional distress from lacking desired interpersonal relationships. Loneliness has been a major issue in the United States, and studies show that 3 in every 5 Americans feels lonely. Older adults are more likely to experience factors leading to loneliness, such as living alone, the loss of family and friends, and declining health. Also, feelings of loneliness can also lead to depression and higher levels of anxiety. Next slide, please. So COVID-19 preventive behaviors may have increased loneliness during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this could be due to the social restrictions and social distancing, stay-at-home orders, quarantine, and no physical contact. So these preventive behaviors and restrictions can impact the well-being of older adults, since it can be difficult for them to maintain social connections while continuing to physically distance themselves from their friends and family. So despite avoiding health consequences due to the COVID-19, social isolation due to COVID-19 preventive behaviors may have also caused loneliness in older adults. And studies show that social isolation was associated with loneliness and depression among older adults between the ages of 60 to 70 years old. Next slide, please. So social media usage may have decreased loneliness during the pandemic. So during quarantine, social media websites such as Zoom, Facebook, and other social media accounts have allowed adults to keep in touch with their family and friends. So some advantages of social media include higher levels of social support, lower levels of social anxiety, and being able to connect with your family and friends. So disadvantages of social media can include people starting to compare their lives to their friends and family, and that can have negative experiences on social media, which can lead to depression and anxiety. Also, older adults make up a small percentage of those members with social media account, which can be due to privacy concerns, technical difficulties, lack of computer skills, as well as fear of inappropriate content. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the study is to examine whether loneliness is associated with COVID-19 preventive behaviors, isolation, social media usage, in adults over the age of 60 in Genesee County, Michigan. Next slide, please. So hypothesis 1 was comparing loneliness and COVID-19 preventive behaviors, and it stated that those with more COVID-19 preventive behaviors will report higher levels of loneliness. Hypothesis 2 compared loneliness and isolation, which stated that those with higher levels of isolation reported higher levels of loneliness. And the third hypothesis stated that those who reported more usage in social media reported lower levels of loneliness. Next slide, please. So a cross-sectional survey using the snowball sampling method was conducted between the months of September 2020 to January 2021 in Flint and in the surrounding areas. So the survey had 43 questions and 140 participants were recruited to participate in person, over the phone, or online at facilities and aging-related organizations, and 126 completed the full survey. So to be eligible, you had to be 60 years old and living in Genesee County, and the variables that I used for the data analysis was loneliness, COVID-19 preventive behaviors, isolation, and social media usage. Next slide, please. So all data was analyzed using SPSS to test the 3 hypotheses. So factor analysis and reliability tests were used for Cronbrook Alpha to split each variable into different groups. Correlation analysis, crosstabs, and ANOVA tests were all used to assess the 3 hypotheses, and the results were determined to be statistically significant at a p is less than 0.05. Next slide, please. So for each variable, we separated it into groups based on the factor analysis and reliability tests, and all groups indicated better Cronbrook alphas. So for COVID-19 preventive behaviors, 4 different groups were used. And in group 1, extra precautions included wearing gloves every time you'd leave the house. Recommended precautions included staying 6 feet away from each other. Mandatory precautions included staying and working from home. And individual precautions included using hand sanitizer. For loneliness, 3 different groups were formed. Group 1 was relationships and friendships, included asking participants if they feel part of a friend group. Group 2, social interactions, included asking participants if they feel that their interests and ideas are shared by those around them. And group 3, feeling not excluded, included asking participants if they feel that they have people they can turn to. Isolation, 2 different groups were formed. Group 1 included asking participants if they feel calm and peaceful. And group 2 included asking participants if they feel downhearted and hopeless. All social media variables were put in one group. It included asking participants if they feel confident and that they feel that they can use social media. Next slide, please. So the descriptive statistics show that majority of the participants were between the ages of 61 to 70 years old, and that there were more males than females. Middle Easterns and North Africans were majority of the participants, followed by an equal distribution of Caucasians and African Americans. Also, majority of the participants were married and living together and had completed some college and more. Next slide, please. So this table is a result of the correlation between each loneliness group and each COVID-19 preventive behavior group. The highlighted in the stars indicated that there was a significant association between those 2 variables, but overall, there was no strong association between COVID-19 preventive behaviors and loneliness. Next slide, please. So this table is a result of the correlation between each loneliness group and each isolation group. So because the p-value for each correlation was less than 0.05, this shows that there was an association between loneliness and isolation. So those who reported higher levels of isolation also reported higher levels of loneliness. Next slide, please. So this table is a result of the correlation between each loneliness group and each social media related question. So those who reported more usage in social media reported lower levels of loneliness. The table also shows us that those who are more socially interactive in loneliness group 2 showed the most association with social media and are more likely to use social media and to report lower levels of loneliness. So overall, there was a strong association between loneliness and social media. Next slide, please. So as expected, hypothesis 2 and 3 show that there was a significant association between loneliness and isolation, as well as loneliness and social media usage. So these two hypotheses were met. Hypothesis 1, which stated that more COVID-19 preventive behaviors will report higher levels of loneliness, was not met, which could be due to a number of reasons. Next slide, please. So this hypothesis could not have been met due to the timing of the distribution of the survey. During the time that I distributed the survey, coping may have been completed, which could be due to the COVID-19 preventive behavior restrictions being lifted, such as small social gatherings being permitted. Also, there's a chance that we interviewed participants who may be isolated regardless of COVID-19 and may not be isolated due to the snowball sampling effects. Next slide, please. So there is a need for programs that specifically target older individuals. Because so many things are starting to be online and virtual, there should be health education programs to help improve social media and virtual skills for older adults living in Genesee County. This can be used to help improve loneliness, and recruitment can be done via online, over the phone, or in person. We are also continuing to examine the data set to look at demographics as well as qualitative data. Next slide, please. And these are my citations. And does anyone have any other questions? Thank you, everyone, for listening to my presentation.
Okay, so I have a question. So would you move back the recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay, last one, yes, recommendations.
Sorry, it was the slide right before the citations.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so the social interaction was used through the in the computer, right?
Yeah.
So how do you improve the loneliness if they don't use the computer?
So the recruitment can be done the same way I recruited participants for this study. I went to different aging-related facilities. I put different flyers around areas where older adults might be, just to either grab their attention. I will have my contact information on there so they can contact me via phone or email. And that's how I would use to recruit people for this.
Thank you.
Awesome. Just a really quick question. Great job, by the way.
Thank you.
Over the course of the time that you put out the flyers, was that from September to, I forgot what you said. How many months was that? Or
So it was from September 2020 until January 2021.
Nice. Okay.
Yes.
That was just a quick question. Thank you.
So we're definitely running ahead of schedule. So we can definitely entertain some more questions, or we can get started on the next presentation as well.
So I can entertain with Noah. So we are conducting the qualitative analysis along with this survey. So Noah, so far, what did you find about the loneliness?
So what we're continuing to do is we're asking for every survey that I ask participants to tell me in a few sentences how the pandemic affected their overall day-to-day life. So from what I'm seeing so far in the data collection, I'm seeing that a lot of people were afraid of leaving their house. A lot of older adults were afraid of catching the disease, afraid of leaving their home. A lot of people were very lonely because they couldn't have any. This was in the prime of lockdown between the months of March to May. A lot of them found that they were very depressed and lonely because they had to have everything to be from a great distance, or they had to have their siblings or their daughters or granddaughters pick up their groceries and drop it off at the front door, or that they won't be able to do any type of social connection or interaction between their friends and family. And a lot of them were feeling lonely and depressed.
Hello, just one quick question. Sachin Saul, I'm a current MPH student. Very simple. I'm currently writing my ILE. When did you start the inception of your ILE and then officially finish your ILE? That's it.
So I'm still working on it with Dr. Suzuki. We had started this in May of 2020. We had met to talk about it. We still had to get the IRB approval. So until I got a bunch of approvals to actually start surveying and asking participants, that wasn't until the fall of 2020. So I'm still working on it right now. I still have a lot of data analysis to finish. But yeah, we had originally met and started talking in May of 2020.
Phenomenal. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm just curious, which kind of social media did you like screen for? Like, was it just like the typical like Facebook, Instagram, or was it more of like messaging apps and other like ways of communication?
Great question. I actually asked the participants about what they prefer to communicate with people. So that can be either text messaging, video conferencing, or over the phone. And I also asked my participants what social media platform they use. And that included everything from Facebook to TikTok to Twitter, which the majority of the population use Facebook or no social media at all.
Mm-hmm.
Preferred
Okay.
communication to be over the phone.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the question.
Okay, very good. It was a great presentation. Great job.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and we'll move to our last presentation. Shaylee is our presenter. Here we go.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us. My name is Shaili Shah. I will be doing a presentation on neighborhood, physical activity readiness and health-related quality of life among older adults living in Flint, Michigan, conducted by myself, Dr. Suzuki, Department of Public Health and Health Science, and Dr. Blackwood, Physical Therapy Department. And this is also my ILE project. Next slide. So health-related quality of life is a multidimensional approach that determines perceived physical and mental health over time, especially during the aging process. And one of the most widely used health assessment tools is SF-36. It contains physical and mental health and is a powerful predictor of morbidity and mortality among older adults. Also, neighborhood features such as access to public transportation, local shopping stores, availability of crosswalks and sidewalks, and traffic safety can increase the health-related quality of life among older adults due to better health conditions through the facilitating health-promoting behaviors. Moreover, participation in moderate physical activity, including traveling and engaging in recreational hobbies, walking, cycling, and light sports can promote better physical and mental health among older adults. Next slide. So the purpose of the study is to understand how neighborhood features and physical activity readiness were associated with SF-36 among older adults living in Flint, Michigan. Next slide. There are two hypotheses assessed in this study. First, it is hypothesized that neighborhood features will have a significant positive effect on health-related quality of life among older adults. And second, it is hypothesized that physical activity readiness will have a significant positive effect on health-related quality of life among older adults. Next slide. So older adults who reported challenging neighborhood environments like, for example, traffic, crime, would be at higher risk of loss of physical function, and it impacts various aspects of daily living, such as transportation behaviors, mental health status, and physical activity level. Measuring health-related quality of life can also provide valuable understandings of the relationship between health-related quality of life and risk factors such as physical environment. Also, wealthier neighborhoods provide better resources than poor neighborhoods. Like, for example, a poor sidewalk design may hinder social activities, contributing to poor physical and mental health because older adults spend longer time in their immediate neighborhood. Therefore, understanding how residential neighborhood features contribute to health-related quality of life among older adults residing in low socioeconomic status neighborhoods like Northern Flint is important. Next slide, please. So participants were recruited from the Hamilton Community Health Network located in the north of Flint between the year 2017 to 2018. All the participants were screened for these eligibility criteria, and individuals who completed the survey received an incentive of $25 gift card. Next slide, please. Demographic measures included age, gender, ethnicity, marital status, and education. The measure neighborhood walkability was represented with 4 subconstructs, that is mixed land use access, walking hazard, pedestrian safety, and perceived crime of the neighborhood environment walkability scale abbreviated. The SF36 contains 36 items that are divided into 8 scales, that is physical functioning, role physical, bodily pain, general health, vitality, social functioning, role emotional, and mental health, and can also be grouped into physical and mental components. A higher SF36 score suggests a better quality of life. Physical activity readiness was measured using the stages of change model, which consist of 5 stages, that is pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, action, and maintenance. Next slide. So this slide shows the internal consistency of the neighborhood walkability scale and SF36 subscale scores, which was found adequate with Cronbach's alpha ranging from 0.73 to 0.92 for each scale, except for the social functioning scale of the SF36 subscale in this sample. Next slide. The mean, standard deviation, and frequencies were calculated for the distribution of demographic variables. Spearman correlation was conducted to test hypothesis 1 and 2 using SPSS, and a p-value of greater than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. Next slide. The mean age of participants was 69.49 years old, and of the 132 participants, the majority were females, African Americans, single, divorced, widowed, and majority were educated below GED level. Next slide. So these are the results for hypothesis 1, indicating that older adults with better mixed land use, that is accessibility, had better physical and mental health. However, older adults with better pedestrian safety had poor physical and mental health. Also, neighborhood feature walking hazard and crime safety did not show any statistical significance with physical and mental health among older adults. Next slide, please. This slide shows the results for hypothesis 2, indicating that older adults who exercised regularly had better physical and mental health, except for the role limitation that did not show any statistical significance. Next slide, please. So to conclude, as hypothesized, we demonstrated that accessibility and physical activity readiness was associated with better physical and mental health. However, pedestrian safety was negatively associated with physical and mental health, and walking hazard and crime was not associated with physical and mental health. Next slide, please. The possible reasons that these neighborhood features were not associated with health-related quality of life is that older adults may not feel comfortable to navigate their neighborhood if it is perceived to be difficult and unsafe. Another possible reason for the lack of association is the different perceptions of crime and safety. For example, perceived safety for greater policing levels than it reflects underlying crime rates. Also, having witnessed or been a victim of crime can also heighten crime perception. Therefore, further research is necessary to assess older adults' attitude towards neighborhood and support systems. Some of the limitations of the study are having a relatively small convenience sample, and so the findings cannot be generalized to older adults with more serious conditions. Second, this was a cross-sectional study, and we were therefore unable to assess the responsiveness of SF36 over time. Next slide, please. It is important to develop programs with appropriate environmental objectives to facilitate aging in place and maintaining quality of life as people age. Also, development of walking programs and exercise-based interventions with availability of safe and accessible neighborhoods can improve physical functioning and mental health among older adults living in Flint, Michigan. Important steps are to focus on assessing micro-scale features of neighborhood walkability using Google Street View audits, and further investigate the SF36 domains in more detail as a meaningful step in improving the quality of life for older adults. Next. Thank you everyone for your time and patience.
Next slide also for the contact.
Yes, so you can email me if you have any questions later also. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Hello, Sachin Sohal again. Wonderful job, phenomenal. Very
Thank
clear,
you.
very concise. Just one quick question. Do you think giving money towards construction of the built environment would be feasible to aid in pedestrians and whatnot? Walking
Yeah.
and such.
Thank you for the question. So we did the literature review, and we did found that wealthier neighborhoods with better resources had better quality of life. And I think it is also like a perceived thing that if you live in a safe neighborhood, you perceive yourself to be safe, and so that affects quality of life. So I think there's definitely difference between so I think if we put more money in these low income neighborhoods, it might make a difference.
Thank you.
So I have one question. So do we explore the demographic variable toward the right accessibility? What did you find?
So toward accessibility, right? So so the demographic variables was like we had an age group of everyone above 65.
Or age, gender, race, for example. People want to look at the race, for example.
Right. Right. So majority were African Americans from this sample. So I think that was also, we also are doing further analysis using multiple regression, and we are using covariate gender for that, which also is showing some difference in the results.
Yeah, so my question is, did we look, find the race differences, for example, to the accessibility?
No, we did not find race difference. Yes.
So how about the gender or age?
We did not check for age, but we did check for gender, and gender I think was showing some difference in the pedestrian safety variable, but not for the accessibility.
Yes, so that's what I'm talking about is the race differences cannot be found.
Yes, there was no difference.
Yes. Do you suggest why it happened? Why we don't have race differences?
I think because we are particularly looking for the older adults, and especially the low socioeconomic status neighborhood. So maybe like what ethnicity or that is not like showing any significance.
Yes, thank you. Yes, income wipe out race effect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent job, everybody. Thank you so much for your participation, for all of your hard work, for all of the great questions. And I'm so proud of all of you. So thank you very much for everything that you've done. Yes, very much. So the next thing that we can do, we do have time. There are some additional presentations that are happening in the other break rooms. And so you should have the break room button at the bottom of your screen. And you should be able to click that button and switch to a different break room. If you'd like to catch the fourth presentation in another break room, you're welcome to do that. When that's all finished, we should all go back to the main room, and there will be just some really brief closing remarks at the conclusion of those fourth presentations in those other rooms. Thank you so much. Any questions or concerns, please let me know.
Thank you for the moderation. It's good.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hello, Mary. Sorry, I just messaged you. Is it possible to send me to the bio room? I don't have the break room button. I apologize.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. To the biology and physics room?
Yes.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I think I can do that.
Everyone left.
To extrude one aqueous solution of a component into the bulk solution, and that forms the closed compartment. So going back to our recipe for inorganic life, metabolism, information, containers, and evolution, what we're missing to coin this as inorganic life is evolution. That's the last piece. It's just still a little bit intangible. Next slide. So the Miller-Urey experiment in 1953 found a way to synthesize amino acids, and this was huge for the understanding of prebiotic chemistry. So spark discharge through a simulated reducing atmosphere was shown to spontaneously produce amino acids, but there is an issue with this experiment. It did not simulate Earth's harsh environment at the emergence of life. The clean glassware and the pure reagents were too sterile. Also, it only used methane, water, ammonia, and some spark. It didn't have any of Earth's crust in it. Next slide. So we create a parallel of the Miller-Urey experiment, and we rebuild it into 4 different worlds of elements to better simulate our complex environment. So we have a phosphate world, phosphorus for RNA, we have calcium hydroxide, we have silica for filtering, some sand, and we have an iron pyrite world because it acts like a battery. And essentially what we're doing here is random chemistry to look for organization. We're trying to find the Darwinian replicator, and what I mean by that is the chemistry that led to biology. Next slide. So this concept of the inorganic world is inorganic material that's capable of evolution. We've created the containers, the molybdate cells, and in the updated Miller-Urey experiment, we're looking for the link, the chemical networks that led to organic systems. So what I want you to bear in mind is that no one has truly made life from scratch. We've all cheated by using existing building blocks that were produced by evolution. And as per definition, the only thing that could exist on Earth before the organic stuff is inorganic material. So something had to happen to make the organic world. And as improbable as it might be, there's a problem with probability. So I'd suggest to you that this is entirely possible. So you can flip through the rest of the slides, and that's it. I will leave the rest of the time for questions.
So are there any questions anybody has at this time? And all right, so we do have a question here. This question is, does the iron pyrite serve as a scaffold for more complex polymers?
Right, the iron pyrite world is there. Like I said, it's trying to better simulate Earth's environment. It's really just acting like a battery to get things started.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I was wondering why specifically use molybdenum oxide instead of using some form of carbon to reproduce life? If it's been proven that carbon life can be made, why not just make it with carbon?
Right, well, the point of this is that something had to happen to the inorganic stuff on Earth 4 billion years ago to make the organic world. I'm suggesting that carbon did not do that. We're trying to use.
So here we have Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I just wanted to show you guys this briefly because it's pretty important. As you can see, food is at the very base of this pyramid. And as when you're building any structure, you need a solid base before you can build on top. And in this case, it would be to achieve higher need. And also, I'd like to differentiate between starving and food insecurity. So food insecurity is defined as when a household does not have sufficient nutritious food available to meet their daily needs. And starvation would be to perish from a lack of food or to suffer. So food insecurity is a lack of food, but not total starvation. Next slide. Didn't show up quite there, but with this research, we wanted to ask 2 basic questions, and it is, does food insecurity predict class attendance, and is food insecurity related to study habits? So here you can see a chart of our participants. We had a total sample size of 240 students recruited from a community college. And it showed that about 34% of the students reported having 1 or more children, with the average being about 2. Their average household consisted of 3 to 4 people. The average time spent studying per week was about 11 hours, and approximately 36% of them worked full-time and 20% were unemployed. So the students that we asked to complete our brief survey came from social science courses. Next slide, please. And the survey looked at just basic demographic information, and we added in questions from a USDA food insecurity module and a study habit survey. So here you can see just some of the examples of questions that we asked on the food insecurity part. The students were able to answer yes, often, sometimes, almost every month, some months, but not every month, which would then assign them to a food insecurity status, such as high food security, marginal food security, low food security, and very low food security. So here are some examples of the questions that we asked in the study habit portion. The students were asked what their accessibility to notes was, what their scheduling was like, and their ability to concentrate. The students were allowed to answer on a scale of never to very often. And I'd like to just note on this part that we did omit one of the questions due to low internal reliability. And when we did that, the reliability for access to notes went up. Next slide, thank you. The data analysis was checked for any missing data and outliers, and we ran descriptive statistics and correlations. Okay, so here you can see our overall percentages of the food security statuses. And for low food security, it was about 7%, and very low food security, it was about 17%. And I just want to say on these numbers that I found them to be pretty concerning, considering that these are actual people, not just percentages and a graph that are in our community. Next slide. So here we have results for attendance, and it showed that majority of the students, about 70%, were able to attend their classes. However, the majority of all these classes right now are considered online due to COVID. Next slide, please. So in this part of the results, the study habits portion, it showed that students ranked their access to notes with an average about 8. The scheduling average was about 12, and the ability to concentrate was about 8.5. The study habits total average was about 29. And in this scale, the higher the number was in the range, the less of a problem it was for the student. So here are some correlations that we ran on the measures that we took from the survey, and the results did show that as age increased, so did the student's GPA. And then also as the student was older, it was related to higher levels of food insecurity, which I found kind of curious. I would assume possibly that was because maybe they had families. And then higher levels of food insecurity was related to lower grade point average. So as far as food security went, as it went up, the GPA of the student went down. And then also lastly, on this one, I found it to be pretty interesting that the higher the levels of food insecurity was related to more hours spent studying. So I would assume maybe they don't have a job, so they could focus more on school. Next slide, please. Here are a couple more correlations that we were able to gather. It showed that the students with higher levels of food insecurity was significantly related to higher levels of class absences, which answers one of our first questions, that it did play a big role in their attendance. But as far as office hours goes, there was no relationship found between that and food insecurity. Okay, and it seems like I talked really fast through most of this, faster than my run through. But so overall, I just want to note a few things from our numbers. That it showed that 24% of the students that we were able to survey showed low or very low food insecurity, which again is very concerning, and I would like to possibly look further into this subject and see if maybe we can implement some resolutions to it at Mott. You know, a quick brainstorm of mine was like, maybe we have a like a workshop on how to budget shop or budget cook. You know, I have a little bit of experience with that. I have a family of 6 and 1 income, so you know, we try to cut corners, and I'd like to maybe share that idea with people because we like to eat pretty nutritious around our house. So, and then the food security was positively related to GPA, and the older a person was, the more likely they were to become food insecure. And again, just I think that I'd like to take this topic a little bit further. I'd like to finish at Mott with a biology associate's, but then I'd like to go on to nutrition. So obviously this is a passion of mine, just to teach people how to get what they need in their body to be healthy, to feel better, you know, maybe give that extra ability to concentrate, and maybe not procrastinate as much, as Taylor said in hers. And that's my presentation, so I'll just move on to any questions anybody might have.
Open up for a question. Oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So I wanted to point out, I appreciated that you pointed out the difference between starvation and food insecurity. I think that a lot of people kind of equate the two, but they're two very different things. And then just based on your personal opinion, why do you think that the older that they were, the more likely they were to be food insecure?
Yeah, so I mean, our survey was pretty brief because we started it, I think mid-February. It was just like a couple weeks. So we kind of scrambled to get it together because I kind of came in late to the game. I would assume that it was maybe because people have families, so they have a household that they have to support, a roof over, you know, kids' heads, bellies to feed. I would assume that it has something to do with that, but I don't really know overall.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right, anyone else? Samantha, I'll just say outstanding presentation, and as a professor, faculty member there, that is really concerning. And I know we were talking before about the Mott Eats Pantry right there in the Mott Memorial Building. I would be curious to see, you know, how these numbers look for the campus overall. I imagine they'd be similar, if not worse, unfortunately. But maybe we could, you know, me, you, Dr. Littleton, we could work on surveying the campus and see if we can keep this rolling and what we can do about it. I like your ideas about, you know, getting nutritional information out there, see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there's a little bit of a misconception that people think that it's expensive to eat healthy. And I think if you went like a full organic route, which there's lots of information out there that shows that it is good for certain things to buy organic, but you don't have to buy every single thing organic. And I mean, buying a non-organic fruit or vegetable is probably better than buying potato chips, you know? So I totally agree with you. I'd like to take it further, and I would have liked to collaborate a little bit with the people that work at Mott already on this, but it just, like I said, time constraints and COVID, and I have a family, and three of my four kids are, well, they're virtual school right now. So, you know, I'm trying to juggle everything at once. I wasn't quite able to go as far as I'd like to before this presentation, but I would definitely like to pursue this further.
Awesome, outstanding. All right, anyone else have any questions? Oh, Taylor, you're muted. There we go. You're still muted. Maybe she's not trying to talk to us, I don't know.
I think she just unmuted. Oh, you're muted again.
Okay, is it working now?
There you go.
Okay, I just have a quick question. Do you think COVID has a lot to do with it? Because when the pandemic first happened, I know I was kind of like doing DoorDash, just like getting quick stuff just because I wanted to avoid the grocery store where there was like a lot of people. Do you think it had a lot to do with it?
I mean, I could speculate that it does. I would assume with the amount of unemployed people, you know, I'm sure a lot of the people that we surveyed came from like service industry type jobs. That would just be my speculation. But I think as overall, it's a lot more prevalent in our communities than we really are aware of. You know, I know that they've talked about it in my kids' school, just the amount of kids that rely so heavily on those school meals that you just don't see it. You know, kids don't talk about that kind of stuff. People don't like to wear that as like a badge of honor, like, oh, hi, I can't afford groceries. So I think that it's something that people experience but just don't really talk about.
All right, well, it looks like our breakout room's going to close down. Great questions, outstanding job, presenters, and thank you everyone for joining. Samantha, I like that you have the spinal column and a skull in the background there. It's like, that's what my office looks like for Halloween, but you said biology, it makes sense. Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys in the main room. Outstanding job.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
Good morning. It looks like we're still waiting for the rest of the participants to show up. It looks like you're third on the presentation order here.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So maybe we'll just be a little bit more patient because we did say it would be 10:20.
Right, yeah.
So maybe you can tell me while we're waiting a little bit about your project.
So ours was just a literary review. Me and Jacqueline actually both work in the same ER together, and we've just noticed that there is definitely somewhere that we're wondering if it's just like our ER that we work in or if it's just ERs in general, psychiatric care and the improvements that we see on a day-to-day basis, and what could help along with going with the flow of the ER. So we dove into that and looked around a little bit, and it was definitely an interesting little review for me and her to do together.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Good morning, Jacqueline.
Good morning.
How
We're
are
just
you?
talking about you.
So we're waiting for another Mott student. Do you know the second presenter here?
Is it just us three?
It says Jack Kelly.
Oh,
Jack.
yeah, he's in Psi Beta. Yep.
Okay. So hopefully he'll be joining us soon. We can probably wait until 20 past. And then there's a group from, it looks like they're from public health at UM-Flint, or supposed to present fourth. So just be a little bit more patient here. Otherwise, it's just two presentations, it looks like.
Well, goodness, low stakes, huh?
You could talk for half an hour each if you wanted. Okay.
Are you from Kettering?
No, UM-Flint.
UM-Flint, okay.
Yeah.
What do you teach?
I'm director of the Office of Research.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and I'm a historian by training. So that's what my PhD is in.
Nice.
Yeah. Not your typical historian. I'm not a narrative historian. I've ventured into fairly quantitative stuff. So I know all about psychologists and the kinds of things that they measure.
Okay.
So psychologists are the leading methodologists in the social sciences from my perspective.
Yeah. Okay. I can get behind that.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like we're at 20 past. So I'll launch the slides and we can get started.
Okay.
Share my main screen. And you can see those slides just fine?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is Breakout Session 5, Mental Health and Human Interaction. I'm the moderator, Ken Sylvester, and I'll turn it over to our first presenter, Jacqueline Leader, whose topic is Poor Mental Health, Why It's Our Second Pandemic. Jacqueline?
Okay. Will I be able to control the slides? No.
No, you'll have to tell me when to advance it.
All right. Well, hello, everyone, all three of us. My name is Jacqueline Leader, and I am a senior at UM-Flint. I was really concerned about the effects that we'll have to deal with from COVID, so I wanted to do a study on why I believe that poor mental health is going to be our second pandemic. So you can go to the next slide. So COVID has affected us all uniquely. I know that it stressed me out, although I work in healthcare, so I was interested in if others felt similarly. I was able to stay employed and cannot imagine the stress of layoffs and the unknown, all while trying to be safe and just not get sick and worry about other people. So I wanted to do a study on how people, when asked about certain stressors, how they felt like they were coping with it and what they could do better. Next slide. So the setup of my study was a 12-question survey asking about various stressors and the participants' feelings about them. We did end up getting 534 participants, which was awesome. Yeah, next slide. So the data was collected via Google Forms survey. The survey was optional. It was offered as extra credit by psychology professors. I promoted it on social media as well as advertised it to coworkers and other hospital personnel. And then, like I said, a lot of my previous psychology professors did email it out and advertise that for me. If I were to do it differently, I would probably pick more avenues to advertise because it kind of skewed what the average participant was to more of what the average psychology student is. And that's a 16 to 20-year-old female who doesn't have any children and but that was able to keep their job during the pandemic. So, but we'll get more into that later. Want to hit the next slide? So now to the good stuff. So like I said, the average age was between 16 and 20, but the second biggest category was 21 to 30. So we kind of got a little bit of the younger crowd in there. And then it was mainly female, and I did include transgender options and non-conforming options so that, and then we did get, which 1.7% doesn't sound like a lot, but out of 534 people, it turned out to be quite a bit. So it was important that they were included as well. And then, so 64% of the participants said that they didn't have any children. So I found, in my personal opinion, I thought this was going to be a huge stressor based on the more children that you had, just because that's more people to worry about. And I was surprised that 3.6% of people said that they had more than 4 children. So that sounds like a lot of stress all in itself. So, and then working in healthcare, of course, I wanted to know the physiological and behavioral changes that people notice in themselves on top of their psyche and all that. So 298 people said that they had a loss of energy or fatigue. 350 said that they had an increase in anxiety. And then this one kind of makes sense, but 281 said they had an increase in self-isolation. But another one that I thought was interesting that I didn't think a lot of people would pick was the obsessions, and 70 people did pick that. Because I know that hand washing and making sure you're not around people, you could become an obsession real quick, especially in the middle of a respiratory pandemic. Okay, you're gonna have to hit it twice because I think it's on the results is twice. Okay. And then were you able to keep your job, which was good. Most people said yes, 46.1%. But I also wanted to kind of get everybody an option to choose from. So I know myself included, I was able to keep my job, but I wasn't afforded as many hours as I was previously. So 16.1% of people reported that. But unable to find another job was 9%. And then no, but they were able to find another job was 6.4%. And then no, but received unemployment was 22.5%. So that was the second biggest chunk. So it seems to be that the participants either were able to keep their job or they were able to get unemployment, which is good because that just means income coming in and we're able to pay bills. And that takes off a lot of stress when you can pay your bills. So the income impact due to that, 44% of people said that there was none. The second biggest chunk is that their income was impacted, but they were still able to pay their bills. So that was 31.6%. And then, of course, the others of they weren't able to pay their bills, and you know how that can be a huge stress. So that was 8.1%. And then I asked them about their average stress lately. Only 3.6% said that there was absolutely no change. So I kind of expected that one. But the biggest chunk of that one was that they felt like if there was an increase in stress, but it was manageable, that they were able to cope with it and everything. And then, of course, I couldn't do a survey and not talk about the election stress that could potentially have happened. So the biggest chunk of that one was that there was some increase, but 10% did say that they were severely stressed. So that's 50 people that were severely stressed by that. I know a lot of my peers it was all over my social media and everybody was talking about it. So, and then as far as coping ability, more than half said that they could be doing better as far as coping, but it wasn't anything problematic. They were still able to handle everyday life. And then, have you had a positive COVID test? I was surprised by this one. I thought it was going to be more about 50-50, but 83.5% did say that they did have a positive COVID test. If I were to do this again, I would probably add on another question talking about or asking severity of the symptoms, because I know that that can range quite a bit. And that'll also affect the stress that you get from having COVID. And then possibly the most shocking was I asked how many family friends that they knew died from COVID or passed. And 2.8% of people, which is 15 people, said that they knew more than 4 people that died from COVID, which is a shocking number to me. But on the brighter side of things, 73.5% of people said that they did not know anybody who passed from COVID or complications of COVID. All right, next slide. Yeah, I think you have to hit it twice. So this was actually my favorite part of the survey. At the very, very bottom, I said, what are some comments, some concerns, anything you thought I should have asked or anything that you just wanted to add? And I got a lot of really sad answers. These are just some of them, and it really helps tie everything together that just because there was this big viral pandemic going on, that normal everyday stressors still happen. Like cancer diagnosis still happen, people come out of remission and other health issues, and then that just tops the cake on everything else going on. So it's kind of just snowballs to where I can see how that could be really detrimental to somebody's psychological health. But like I said, the cancers were 3 and 4, and they also brought up about how the mask ordinances affected their work life and how it just increased the stress so much because there were a lot of incompliant people with that. So, and one of my locations was shot and killed for demanding that customers wear a mask. So I can't even imagine being faced with that as far as like a safety issue. So that I think is very stressful. And then I've lost close to 20 friends to overdose since the pandemic started. Can't imagine that. And substance abuse is a huge issue on top of everything else. And if you're not dealing with your stress adequately, that can definitely make substance abuse worse. Okay, next slide. So in conclusion, yeah, the average survey participant was a 16 to 20-year-old female who didn't have any children. They were able to keep their job with little impact on their income. However, moderate stress was reported, but it was manageable. Multiple physiological symptoms noted, and that's a typo, but they did not, or they did have a positive COVID test. So that being the biggest stressor I saw in like the average of the participants. So yeah, any questions? Callie? Ken?
Okay, so I was pretty interested in your question about obsessions. Did you just have like did you develop an obsession, yes or no? Or was it like an obsession of like washing your hands more or staying away from people? Or was it like an option of, oh, did you get obsessed with like Netflix or apps or streaming things because of isolation?
So I guess I kind of left it open-ended for their own interpretation. I guess my intention was the obsession of like health hygiene and things like that, especially with like hand washing. But the question was, have you experienced any physiological or behavioral changes during the pandemic? And then I just left check boxes.
Okay.
So you could select more than one, but I guess that was more open to interpretation.
Gotcha. Cool.
Well, this sounds like very fascinating data. I'm curious about the size of the sample because you know, being at University of Michigan, you know, the survey research group in Ann Arbor was able to predict the outcome of a national election with 600 respondents in 1948.
Of a national election, wow.
Yeah. So they picked Truman to win the 1948 presidential election based on a sample of 600 people.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, 534 participants is very rich data. So what was your geographic scope for this survey?
So
did you try and map out the space that it represents?
Yeah, so I was way more than I anticipated in getting, and to be honest, I had probably had about 6 previous professors who sent this out to all their students, and it was offered as extra credit. So you know how college students are, anything for easy extra credit. So I'm really not surprised that that was the majority of it, but I did get about 70 hospital personnel. I work in a large department, so it wasn't hard to go up to people and say, hey, you should take my survey. Yeah, so as far as the demographics, I kind of wanted it to be more spaced out age-wise. I wasn't too happy about how almost half of it was 16 to 20-year-olds. But a lot of the portion that was 21 to 30 and 31 to 40 was hospital personnel. But yeah, it was mainly from psychology students who responded.
Okay, but did you collect any kind of identifying information to know like roughly where people were from in that sample?
So I guess no, I didn't ask specifically, but the assumption can be made that since they all went to Mott or UM-Flint, that they resided in a certain area. There were a couple of responses where you could tell that they lived in Flint just because of the content. Because I heard about that gas station shooting, so I know exactly where that was at. So no, I didn't specifically ask people, but
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are the kinds of things that always come up in my mind when I look at a survey. It's just how representative it is, and whether, you know, what kind of method is used to seek out the people. But you do a good job of explaining here that it is that population of 16 to 20-year-old females. So what would you have done differently? You talked about different channels of communication to get out the word about the survey. What were the populations that you were hoping to reach that you didn't?
I was hoping to reach minorities, those that have more children, have more stressors, that I know that a lot of people in the restaurant industry who probably saw my survey from social media, because I used to work in the restaurant industry, that they were probably a large portion of the ones who were able to collect unemployment, But I know that that was a huge stress of kind of the mandations shifting so often and not knowing, I mean, if you were going to be able to work next week. So I would have wanted to get more information from them, and of course more males. It was pretty much females who answered, which is fine, but I kind of wanted that to be more 50-50. And then yeah.
Okay. Callie, did you have a further question?
I think I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
I think she did a really well job at displaying her information.
Okay. So I'll ask another follow-up about coping ability. You know, that seems like a really large kind of psychological construct, coping. So were there sort of sub-measures of that, or was it just sort of one big construct that you were asking about?
So yeah, the intention was kind of to keep it broad, because I know that that's, like you said, really open to your own interpretation of how you're feeling. But I recently read an article that the thought that you are coping appropriately actually does help you cope appropriately. So I kind of didn't want to get too specific in my question, because I just wanted it to be, no, yeah, I feel like I'm doing okay, or, oh, I'm really not doing okay.
Okay.
Oh, and I also wanted to add about the survey participants. I did limit the Google form to only one, like you can only submit one per person. So
yeah. So how does Google do that? How does the Google form limit the number of submissions?
So you sign in with a Google email address.
An email address, okay.
Yeah.
So if you tried to duplicate that, it would say, but could a person answer it if they used a different address?
I guess they could. I guess that's a possibility, but
yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure that they would get double extra credit, so.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that presentation. So Callie, which one is yours in the order here? Is it the third one?
I think we're the third one, yeah.
The third one, okay. So I'm afraid Jack Kelly is not with us today, so we'll skip to the next presentation.
Yep, this one's ours.
There you go.
Rachel couldn't make it today.
Okay, so Callie is going to present this one?
We're both doing it together.
Okay, so the paper is called Psychiatric Care in Emergency Rooms, a literature review.
Yep.
Please.
And I'm Callie Raymond. I go to U of M as well. And I'm presenting with Jacqueline.
I guess I should clarify, when we did a majority of this project, we were at Mott together, so that's why it's on Mott stationary.
Okay.
And Andre thought I was at Mott originally, so that's why the last one was on Mott stationary.
Okay.
So, I kind of heard a little bit of what Callie was telling you when I first popped in, but we both do work in an emergency room, and we know the flow and the volume of people that go through there. And what we commonly see is psychiatric patients waiting for placement, and they can be waiting for hours and days, even just depending on a multitude of factors, which we'll get into. But we also realize that there's not really much out there for them resource-wise, so that's why placement is such an issue. So, and then we also wanted to touch on why mental health first aid is also important, as well as physiological, or yeah, first aid. But according to the CDC, 145.6 million people come to the emergency rooms, and 2.7% of those patients are transferred to a psychiatric facility. And there are only 5,564 hospitals in the United States that accept inpatient psych. And there are only 27 in the whole state of Michigan out of that subset. Next slide, please.
Okay, so our objectives were to look at the current effectiveness of psychiatric patient care and to further evaluate that and see the pros and the cons. And then another objective is that we were identifying a few potential improvements based off of the current effectiveness. And we were doing that with respect to the flow of the ER, which we see on a day-to-day basis. Next.
So on top of our personal experience, we got all these articles and all our references from JSTOR and EBSCO, and they're all published in peer review academic journals and all that. And including this chart right here, where it talks about the discharged amount of psychiatric patients and how they can weigh almost up to 200 minutes. And then if they are admitted to the hospital that actually has an inpatient psych unit, then they'll be waiting close to 275. And if they're just being admitted for observation, that takes even longer at almost 380. And then if they're transferred, that's about 315. Next slide, please.
Okay, so from our results that we kind of gathered from those reviews and personal experience, these are a majority of the patients that present to the ER for psychiatric care. And like Jacqueline was saying, based off of our research, that most of the psychiatric patients stay longer than other ER patients because of how difficult it is to find treatment and to find placement in inpatient or outpatient services. And along with that, the services are scarce and they're very cost prohibitive. Next slide. And then this is just an illustration that kind of supports that we have been seeing more like an increase of psychiatric care that presents to the emergency department. This was based off of 2016 to 2013. And these are just 3 subcategories of mental illnesses that we have seen an increase in the emergency department. Next, please.
Okay, so part of our conclusion is that improvement to psychiatric care in the ER is just very, very small tip of the iceberg to a larger problem that our country is facing. We're struggling with 2 major growing crises, opioid addiction and homelessness, which further snowball into substance abuse and worsening of psychiatric illnesses. So and those 2 patient populations are the highest utilizers of the psychiatric emergency systems. And studies suggest that the root of these epidemics is physiological instability. So, and then I want to talk about the stigma of mental illness, and because I feel like that has a lot to do with the funding that the resources in Michigan receive. A lot of people think that just sweeping it under the rug and it's not a big public health crisis is actually just making the problem way worse, because we should be funding more hospitals, be getting more beds so that people aren't waiting hours and days for treatment. And I actually have a sheet here that was given to me by a social worker at my job. So out of the 27 hospitals that take psychiatric, there's 27 of them. There are only 4 in the whole state of Michigan to serve the Upper Peninsula and the Lower Peninsula that will do any kind of med surg. So if they are diabetic and they need extra monitoring with that, they would have to go to a med surg. If they are pregnant, if they are geriatric, that's considered med surg sometimes. If they can't walk around and ambulate by themselves, they can be rejected by these by these institutions because they can say that they don't have the staff. And then going along with the whole COVID pandemic going on, there's only currently one inpatient mental health institution that's accepting COVID patients at this time. And I called and they have 6 beds total to accommodate for the whole state of Michigan. Now that just blows my mind because I'll give them some credit that it was probably more at the height of the pandemic, but there's still a lot of people who aren't getting the help they need just because there aren't the resources out there. I mean, 6 beds for the whole state of Michigan right now. So if a patient who presents to the emergency room with suicidal ideations, or they're having severe psychosis, and they happen to be COVID positive because they are homeless and they weren't able to protect themselves as other people would have been able to, they now either have to wait for a bed to open up, or they end up just staying in the emergency room until they're ready to be discharged, because their time to be treated and discharged in an emergency room is sooner than actually being transferred and accepted. So that was upsetting. And also I wanted to point out that the one institution that is accepting is religious based. So there isn't much option as far as if that wasn't your cup of tea. So, and the next slide, please. For future studies, considering more psychiatric training for all ER medical professionals. Psychiatric first aid is so much more different than, I don't know, applying pressure to a hemorrhaging wound. It requires more training, and there should be more people trained in it to better help these people. And then examining the benefits of bringing back the now defunct psychiatric of the past. Exploring the options for increasing new students entering psychological studies and professions. It is the more people who know about it, the more maybe you will want to study it, and then we go out as new grads and change the world. With strong leadership, compassion, and funding, the medical profession can take the lead in paving the way to a healthier, stronger communities across the nation.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I guess it's just a conversation between the 3 of us, right? So I can fire off a bunch of questions, right? I was struck by that figure, 145 million. I wonder how many of those patient visits are repeat visits, given the populations that are ending up in ERs. Yeah. Does the literature speak to the number of repeat visits?
I didn't see anything as far as in the literature, but from personal experiences, you do see a lot of repeat psychiatric care in the ER, because either they weren't able to get placed and they just got sent home and they still felt like they weren't getting the proper treatment. I'm sure Jacqueline can agree with that. We've seen lots of patients who, unfortunately, and it is unfortunate that they're trying very hard to get the help that they feel like they need and that they deserve, and they have to keep coming back and trying to get placed in that cycle to get into inpatient or outpatient placement.
I mean, there's just one example from the other day. There was a gentleman who was diabetic, and he wasn't very compliant as far as his treatment. And so he ended up getting discharged because we weren't able to find placement. He was in the emergency room, and this is not the fault of the social workers or anything. He was in the emergency room for 2 days, and then he's kind of just said, you know what, I'm gonna have better luck out there. He left, ended up going into even deeper into his psychosis, and took an ambulance right back, and he was right back in the ER in what, 3 hours? And I think it just ended up becoming a cycle, and I'm not even sure we ever found placement for him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this topic, I mean, your research is, I mean, got so many directions it can go in. Another sort of big thing, go back to this slide, if you shifted this slide to, you know, it terminates here in 2013.
Right.
If you ended it in 2021, would the curve go from like this to that? What do you imagine has happened this past year?
I would just also based off of Jacqueline's research from learning about that, I would definitely imagine that the curve would be pretty high up there. I do know I read somewhere some research article for one of my, I think it was for my psychology research and design class, that I think it was a study done in 2016 that it was like already the numbers were way higher than from the early 2000s. And a lot of that was based off of like the increase in social media on top of the pandemic and stuff happening. So I definitely think that this is way higher than 2013.
Okay, so a really tough question here next. Maybe something that could occupy your whole careers. So are these numbers going up because the proportions of people experiencing mental health issues, because the profession is getting better at analyzing, you know, when people are anxious or depressed or needing care? So is it kind of a function of the growth of the profession and the sophistication of the profession? Because in the past, people, you know, this is the historian's question. In the past, a lot of this stuff would have just been, you know, attributed to something else, right? And people would have dealt with these stresses and mental health episodes in different ways, and it would have been categorized differently. So how much of this is because the way that we measure or understand mental illness is changing? And you mentioned social media as well, which is another kind of complicating factor, because I witness in my own daughters who are in the early 20s that, you know, this social anxiety is really high because your life is on display now. So I toss all of those open-ended questions out to you.
I would say that I think that most of it comes from in the later half of last decade, so 2015 and on. I think that there's been a bigger fight to end a lot of the stigma towards that, to the extent to where I feel that almost it's a new trend or a new fad to be depressed and anxious and say, oh, I have OCD and all these other things. So I think it's more of the stigma that's ending. I think you bring up a good point. I think that it could be the work that's being done that's definitely helping. But I think it's more that the stigma is ending. I mean, it's still there. It's still a lot, but it's better.
I agree. I definitely think that it's the ending of the stigma. However, I think that the work in the identification of these mental illnesses is what's needing to increase in order to kind of meet on the same level, because as Jacqueline's saying, like the stigma is like, especially through social media, like if you literally anywhere on social media, everyone is like standing for like speaking up about things and opening up about your mental health and your mental situation. But however, I don't think that the not necessarily acceptance of it medically and professionally, but it's sort of the acceptance and the treatment and the not willingness, but I feel like it's just kind of still looked back upon, if that kind of made sense. Like I still feel like okay, you take this for example, you have a 15-year-old who is saying that they're depressed and that they're super anxious and whatever, they're opening up about their mental health. I feel like some providers and some professional or even their parents would be very like, no, you don't, or like very not approving, I guess, or accepting and willing to help. I feel like some people think that you have to be in some severe psychosis or you have to be acting completely out of normal range to need the help that they are seeking, if that.
That's a good point, Kelly. And I think that ties into what Ken was saying, or parents being like, oh, you're not anxious, you just had too much pop today, and stuff like that. So you bring up a good point.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating. And obviously, with everything that's been happening this past year, it's hard to know. So you'll have to learn multivariate regression in the future, right? To disentangle the most serious kind of contributors to the outcome of interest, right? You know, this is kind of endless, but you have to start to measure these things in some way, and this has been fascinating. So thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we may as well go back to some other session, because the other two presenters in this session were no-shows today. So I'm gonna turn off the screen share.
Could I see the slides for the pediatric telehealth one? Just briefly.
Okay.
That one seemed interesting.
Let me navigate to that.
Oh, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, so the faculty person here is Gergana Kojabakeva, who's in public health at UM-Flint. And they did a survey of people involved in telehealth. So how big was their sample? 105. They followed up with virtual interview with 15 of those people. So here are some of their demographics. Why am I presenting their paper? You want to see the slides, right?
You're doing a good job.
they did capture a mix of white, black, and other racial groups, ages. One of my questions for them, why would they lump the young people into a category of 18 to 30, right?
Yeah.
I'd want to break out those numbers a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are critiquing their paper and they haven't had a chance to present it. So employment status, household income. What are they finding?
So
Caregivers response. Pardon?
This is pediatric?
I believe so, yes.
Because the slide before says like the jobs and income, but if it was pediatric, then they would probably want to be measuring younger than 18. But could they not?
Yeah, it's the parents. They're surveying the parents, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. So yeah, it's kind of information that the parents are reporting out on their children.
Right.
So, and the typical last slide, limitations in future research.
Right.
So again, I would have had fairly similar questions for them about, what do these 105 respondents, what do they represent in the community? Do you have geographic information on where they're distributed? Because as you mentioned, for a city like Flint, greater Flint, there are huge disparities between geographic locations, right, in terms of people's social circumstances. So I think it's important to capture that whenever you're trying to measure health indicators, mental health, physical health, that kind of thing. So yeah, so this was something that was funded through the College of Health Sciences.
Nice.
I'm surprised that there isn't more collaboration between psychology and the public health people, because there is a lot of health research that needs to happen. So maybe something the two of you can explore. You're both at U of M-Flint now?
Yes.
Yeah, So I'd be happy to put you in touch with some of the public health professors and some of the survey work that they're doing in the community, because they could use, you know, students who are interested in these kinds of survey methods to get involved in their research programs.
Callie, that's your minor, isn't it?
It was going to be my minor, but we both major in psychology, so I would love to help in any way, or even dabble into health science. So.
Okay. Well, thank you both for presenting today. So I'll stop sharing and we can see if we can. Yeah. So there's a little button there that says we can leave the room.
Okay.
And then you can join one of the other sessions that's in progress.
Okay. Well,
thank you. Nice to meet you both. Yeah.
Thanks. Nice to meet you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andre Lewis. Welcome to the 2021 Student Research Conference. And in this breakout room, we have two presenters. This breakout room entitled Teaching and Learning will be moderated by Andre Lewis from the University of Michigan-Flint. And to get started, we have two presenters, Teresa Loss and Tatiana Clark from Mott Community College and U of M-Flint, respectively. So I am going to share my screen. And with our first presenter from Mott Community College, we have Teresa Loss. Teresa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Teacher Teresa. I have a bachelor's degree in sociology from Grand Valley State University. I'm a teacher for the monster Chinese online ESL company, VIP Kid. I'm a music student at Mott Community College, and I'm in the process of developing a series of online classes I have named I Learn With My Ears to help children with developmental disabilities develop the skills they need to become little music students. Today, I'm going to talk about the ways that my experience of disability motivated me to design these classes, and I'm going to use the social model of disability to help me make sense of it, to help us make sense of it. The social model of disability invites us to examine ways that disability is created in social contexts. It contrasts the medical model of disability, which identifies a person's body as the site of disability. It is contrasted to the medical model of disability, which identifies a person's body as the site of disability. The medical model of disability fails to account for the processes through which people with disabilities have been actively disabled by systems designed to privilege able bodies and marginalize people with disabilities. The medical model of disability is problematic because it magnifies what people with disabilities can't do while ignoring what we can do. Sometimes what we can do can shine light on solutions to our problems. My elementary school experience. My experience of elementary school was pretty awful. I got lost a lot because I didn't always understand where people expected me to go. I would go to the bus instead of the playground, and then when I found my way to the playground where everyone else was, I was carrying everything I intended to bring home. And everyone wanted to know why. It was really awful. And I liked trees more than my classmates, which I think made people nervous. I couldn't do math or spelling or phonics or catch a ball. And I had weekly appointments with a mental health professional who told me I don't love God. He was pretty awful. Then, when I started the 9th grade, I lost abilities rapidly. I couldn't read for more than a few minutes at a time. I couldn't follow a class schedule. I couldn't find classrooms. I struggled to hold my eyes open. I didn't belong in high school. people wanted to know what was wrong with me. So they went back to my awful elementary school and looked in the notes that the awful mental health professional had written about me and learned that I am emotionally disturbed. This discovery was not surprising. 47% of girls whose eyes, like mine, diverge, acquire psychiatric diagnoses before the age of 18. Many people feel that psychiatric diagnoses cause problems for these exotropic girls, or girls whose eyes turn outward. These might carry a stigma or cause shame. These diagnoses are a form of behavioral profiling, which can limit opportunities. They might be entirely benign, they might be helpful, but I can say with absolute certainty, psychiatric diagnoses will not help exotropic girls manage their impaired vision. So after the county mental health investigators predictably discovered my psychiatric diagnosis, after the eye doctors reassured everyone that nothing was wrong with my eyes, while I continued to rapidly lose visual function and no one could understand what was wrong with me, a single document could have cleared up all the confusion, but it wasn't in my elementary school file. It was here in my little black notebook. How am I doing on time here? Am I doing okay? Okay, good. Okay, I go to the next slide. The next slide. This little document that I got in the 4th grade and cut up and put in my little notebook says that I had an ability. I could play the flutophone. If this document were in my elementary school files, what information might it have provided to the people who were working so hard to understand what was wrong with me? It might have told them that I could learn with my ears. But because the people who were reportedly trying to help me focused on everything at which I had failed, no one gave me the help I needed. I needed to learn to use my ears to help me learn to use my eyes. But instead, as the authors of the social model of disability predicted, I was disabled by an arbitrary psychiatric diagnosis, which alerted educators to the fact that I could not learn because something was wrong with my emotions. I could not be helped. I was emotionally disturbed and my vision stopped developing. So many decades later, I decided to create a series of classes for children who learn with their ears. I have called it, I Learn with My Ears. Many of the students who will benefit from these classes have a disability we call autism. I have spent the past few months in preparation for this presentation listening to videos about autism, and I learned a lot. Autistic children frequently don't look normal. Their eyes might not focus. They may not use language. They may pretend you are not there. They might comprehend images better than words. They might stem, which is something like flapping their hands and waving their arms. These children sound a whole lot like the children I engage every morning in the online ESL classroom, many of whom put heroic effort into the work of pretending I'm not there. But we don't call our students autistic. We call them English language learners. Many of my students cannot use language to communicate with a person who is speaking English. They communicate by flapping their hands with their teacher, who is also flapping her hands, but we don't call it stemming. We call it TPR, or total physical response, which is the use of hand signals to represent words that language learning children don't understand. We might not use words to communicate. We use digital images and toys to communicate, and we avoid using what we call incidental language, or language that English language learners cannot understand. We use single words whenever we can. We don't say circle the cat, we say cat. We say no. We say elephant, alligator, and the first TPR Chinese children learn is pig. So I decided to use ESL strategies to help students with developmental disabilities acquire the skills they need to function really in any learning environment, but particularly in a music setting. When I learned music when I was a little girl, one of the first things my piano teacher told me was how to distinguish a line from a space. The line notes are on the line, and the space notes are between the lines. But this explanation will not benefit a child who cannot use language. I was able to use language, but I was not able to process visual images. So I understood the explanation, I just couldn't see it. And linguists tell us that children don't learn optimally from explanations. They learn better from using TPR by listening and engaging the teacher in a non-intimidating, relaxed learning environment. Hence, my classes will begin by teaching children the most basic piece of music theory, the distinguish between a line and a space using large images that they can visually process, TPR, and no incidental language. Children will also practice basic skills necessary for success in elementary school, like reproducing images on a screen. In my first class, we're going to draw a cat. She's really cute. And okay, by capitalizing on ability, I intend to help my students use the abilities they have to acquire abilities they don't have. Because no one is arguing that able bodies are not important. I am certainly not arguing that able bodies aren't important, but that this group of children who have been named autistic possess the same rights as the children who we call normal. They have the rights to acquire skills that empower them to integrate into the systems from which they have been marginalized. Disability is not a justification for exclusion. Thank you for listening to me talk. And I have to say, I worked really aggressively hard to get my classes done before this lecture, but the video editing software was really hard. So I'm hoping that someone afterward can tell me where I can share my classes for people who are interested in seeing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. And yeah, absolutely, we will certainly share this video with you after the event. So are there any questions for Teresa?
Teresa, so is this program that you have, you've already developed it for several years and you have the students who've been benefited from it?
Okay, ask the question again.
Sure, actually, let me get my computer a little closer here.
Okay.
So the program that you've been doing research on, have you been doing it for several years, or this is a new research that you started?
Oh, actually, well, I'll tell you the long answer, or a slightly long answer. I'm an online teacher, and a lot of online teachers right now are looking for ways to diversify their online businesses and go out and you know, get jobs with companies that pay more and have more daytime hours, because I work in China, which isn't always easy. So I've just developed these classes really in the past year to help me diversify my online business. So yeah, it's just part of my work. It's kind of part of the conglomerate work of applying to other companies, seeing what's expected of teachers who are applying to higher paying companies. And it's been a whole lot of work, and I'm really close to releasing my first class, and I'm excited. And how did I learn to do it? I've been teaching children for 3 years now, and I really just translated what I do in the classroom every morning to my recorded classes that I'm creating. So.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
So Teresa, would you argue that one of the limitations of the social model is that people might not correctly diagnose the correct disability?
Well, yeah, there's a long answer to that question, because part of the problem with diagnosis in my case is science. Because actually a neuroscientist came out in 2008 publishing a book which actually was very influential, explaining why people who have developmental visual disorders are not treated. And she actually attributes a lot of that, of the lack of development in science, to the fact that we are excluded from higher education because we're not educated as children, because a lot of people have had my experience. And so we're systematically barred from the fields of neuroscience, of optometry, which is where these developments take place. So I kind of forgot your original question, but the problem is clearly science. It needs to evolve, and hopefully that's what programs like inclusive programs like mine will do. It will empower people with disabilities to acquire positions in universities.
Sure. Thank you. And are there any more questions? Teresa, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And now at this time, we will turn it over to Tatiana Clark, who will present on gender diversity of UM-Flint donors. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andre. As Andre said, my name is Tatiana Clark. I'm from UM-Flint, and I'm getting my degree in master's in public administration. Last fall, I was doing the research on philanthropic initiatives at UM-Flint, which included gender-based giving on campus. So I also work at UM-Flint in the development office in the fundraising field. So that was something very close to my work environment. I was quite familiar with the information, donors and gifts, and I also had access to the databases, and obviously I got approval to use that access for my research purposes. Just a general overview of what the research is about. We have a lot of literature and research that suggests that women play a critical role in philanthropic decisions in their families. Among various reasons, this is primarily due to the rise of women's equity in the workplace as well as at home. While in the past, finances were handled mostly by men, women in recent years started to play a more important role. In public and private universities have also experienced a dramatic increase in gifts initiated by women, whether it is a joint household or from a single household. This trend has urged academic institutions like UM-Flint to start including women in gift conversation and engage strategies. Andre, next slide, please. Andre? Okay. Okay. And actually, I think the next slide. Andre, can you click the next slide, please? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So my study, I looked into given trends at UM-Flint, so male versus female giving. This study aimed to observe given trends based on gender-based characteristics. By analyzing the data that I ran myself with help of some individuals in my office, it provided an overview of philanthropic behavior among female and male donors on campus. Further, the study discussed the challenges that were presented during the research and offered several recommendations that the university can utilize in increasing their funding for students and campus. And next slide. The data that I used was mostly the raw data that ran by different platforms. I pulled information on UM-Flint donors, including alumni donors and non-alumni donors, and who gave any amount they wanted. So from $1 to millions of dollars as a total for each donor. The criteria was for the reports was gender, age, household, given habits, and communication preference. And that was for joint household where you have spouses, whether it is men and men, woman and woman, or men and women. Single woman and single man. And the next slide. The measures that I use, I ran queries in business object platform, the donor relation and alumni relationship tool, and M-profiles reports. And the days were specific on the fiscal days for UM-Flint, which is July 1st, run from July 1st to June 30th. There are 3 reports that I ran. It was for 2 gifts that were given between 2019 and 20, between 2016 and 2020, and then the 10-year period is 2011-2020. So I looked into 3 different categories and reports for those for the gifts to see what are the trends between given habits of women and men. And next slide. There's some limitations. And actually the major one was that the way we record gifts in our system is that when the gifts comes in from a joint household, so from spouses, there is no way for us to tell who actually decided to make the gift. So if we receive a check, the check could be signed by the wife, but we don't know if the wife made decision to make a gift, or it was the husband's decision to make a gift, or it was both of their decisions. So that's where there was a little bit challenging to get to separate those and find the best way to analyze data. So what I've decided is to analyze it in a way that if donors give, if there is a joint household and they there is an alumni and a non-alum in the household, so wife is an alum and the husband is an alum, then I would consider the wife who is an alum of UM-Flint, that she would initiate the gift because she has the closest connection to the university. So that was limitation, and that's how it was resolved. And the criteria was for this specific unit is that we have single alumni donors, female, single male, joint household with female alumni, and joint household with male alumnus, and then joint household with both alums. So I had to sort of separate the data to make sure that it is clear. Here's the findings. Oh, the next slide. Thank you. So the total, it was quite amazing what I found. So single female donor households tend to give more frequently than single female donors. The next is the total gifts made by single female donors is 63% higher than by single male donors. So we obviously see that single that women who are single, they give 63% more than male donors, at least within that range that I was writing the reports. Next, donors ages 44 to 86 are the largest donor population among female and male donors in a single household group. And the next finding was that while most joint households were led by men, gifts came from spouses of those households. So it means that the checks were signed by spouses of alumni. So if we have husband who is an alum of UM-Flint, the check was signed. So his wife took care of signing and sending the check. So that was an interesting discovery. And lastly, across the University of Michigan, joint male alumni households are actively managed by 10% more than female alumni households. So that basically means that at UM-Flint, development office works with male donors 10% more than the female donors. So there is a more there are more ways to work with the husbands in joint households. Then so the females are not as included, women are not as included as men in conversation on making major gift. And next slide. I know I have just a couple of minutes here. So there are a couple of recommendations that I came up with. First, I would recommend surveying UM-Flint donors, and that would help me to resolve this limitation of not knowing who is actually making a gift. And I create a survey that is not included here with specific questions on how to determine who is in the family initiating philanthropic decisions. The second recommendation is to create annual solicitations or gift asks targeting single women households and joint household for women alumni. So we're talking about very specific audience instead of, and that would include the language that you put in the message, who is the messenger, and what the solicitation says. And lastly, we would need to design strategic ways to offer opportunities in the area of interest. And that would include things like working with joint households. So with the family, what are the interests of the wife and the husband, and how we can work with them in finding common interests instead of concentrating on just the husband. So I think the last slide is, thank you. This is all I got for my research. There is a little bit more that goes into it, but this is an overview of the gender-based giving at UM-Flint.
Thank you, Tatiana. And I apologize for earlier. I was on the phone with Nick while working on the issue. That's why there was a delay there. So I'm so sorry about that. But are there any questions for Tatiana? If not, I do. I have a question if you don't mind. Do you find that there is given that that women by and large are larger donors than men, do you find that it's advantageous to organize different campaigns specifically targeted toward women? And then do you find that some of those deliberate targets might also be detrimental? Detrimental toward motivating more men to donate?
Yes, that's a great question. So it's interesting that women do, and I was looking into, I think I was able to get data on the, if you have a single household, so you just have one woman in the household and then single man, right? That's where I can really tell who initiated the gift. And then when you can see women they do give more often and they do give more. And then the men, they actually make larger gifts. Like if you make one-time gift, you give more, a larger gift, but women tend to give more frequently and a little bit lesser amount. So it's very interesting in that. So in terms of initiating specific campaigns for those donors, so if we're talking about an audience of women, that would be ideal. I think this is how you can really approach and build meaningful relationships with people. When we are looking into household of 2 people, that is more challenging because you have to work with both, right? And so but what I found is that it's not even that there are issues with including or excluding somebody, right? So if we're including just women in campaign, that's probably fine. And you can have different ways of doing that. But what historically has been happening is that the men would be invited to all the events, not the woman, right? When we send a thank you letter from the chancellor for a major gift, for example, a donor makes a $10,000 gift to create a scholarship, the thank you letter would be only directed to the husband and women would not be included. So those are the strategies that I think, I wouldn't say there would be necessarily negative to not include husband. I think in this way, if we have a couple, you want to include both, right? So we want to be inclusive in that way, that we want to include the spouse in the conversation, whether it is man or woman, just in the way so it is meaningful. It definitely needs to be strategic. So finding those strategic ways of how to do that is very important.
Sure. Thank you. And do you find that and I know it might be hard to gauge it when you're using different tools for soliciting and collecting donations, but do you find that there is a different sort of approach or different attitudes that women have versus men? So like for instance, do you think that men might have a different attitude toward giving, pointing to it being a tool for power or prestige, or women might be more interested in social engagement and social activism, or are there any sort of attitudes that you would associate with the different genders?
Yeah, I think you actually hit right on the point. Those are the 2 things that separate men and women. So men actually do look more for the power, including philanthropy. You know, if they make a big gift, they expect to be powerful. They set those expectations for their beneficiaries. And women, they are looking for company. They're looking for being social. So, and actually, I think Ann Arbor done research pretty recently on gender giving as well, and they discovered that women want to be included, like in the club, right? So if they're giving to the university, they want to be part of some social club. and managers, they're really more about seeing the strategy and seeing this is what I gave, what is the result, you know. And I'm not saying that this is goes for every single person, but when you look into data, you see that women want to be more social, and I think maybe that's why they give less but more often, is because they want to see that impact, whereas men is they're looking more into strategic ways of being powerful, connecting to specific people, rather than being nicer about it, I guess.
Understood. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And are there any more questions? Okay, in that case, thank you both for sharing, and I would certainly like to commend you for all the hard work that you've done to bring these presentations into fruition. So thank you both for your time and for your scholarship and for sharing that. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to stop sharing here, and that will conclude this breakout session. What I'm going to do next is stop the recording, and then we're going to leave this room. And then if you would like me to assign you to another session, please let me know. So once again, thank you all for your time.
Taylor, how you doing today?
Good, yourself?
I'm good. I was just at work earlier, and I just took a little time off to do this, so it's nice to be out of the office.
I bet.
What are you presenting on today?
I am presenting on designing technologies to support LGBTQ health information and service seeking. How about you?
I am presenting on a proposal that we came up with to implement robots that can help out with COVID-19.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. Very cool.
See, I've got a breakout here. It says breakout 7 combined presentations. Do you not have that? I just emailed Nick too.
Yeah, no, they told us that you guys would be handling the slides.
Okay. But you can't, I've got it up.
Because I was like, should I have my slides queued up and ready to go? And they said, no, that the moderator would handle the slides and the slide transition.
Yeah, well, I can see it here, but you can't see it. So, okay.
Share your screen. You might have to share your screen.
You know, I'm going to wait and see what Nick says. Otherwise, it'll get worse. Let's see.
For mine, I know you've got my notes on the bottom, so if you're following along with those, you should be able to see when I'm ready.
You're going to go last. No, you are, because of okay. That's what Andre said. So no. Bear with.
I wasn't that organized with having my notes, so I'm just going to have to say.
That's fine. That's fine.
Transit, switch slide.
Let's see what's going on here. We did this.
Hi, David. I saw that you asked me to come help in this room real quick.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to get the slides to be shown on here.
Okay, it should just, David, you should just have a screen share button down at the bottom of your screen. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, click that, and then you can select either by your window that you would like to show or the individual program you would like to show.
Well, I mean, you're talking about advanced for window or what?
If you click share screen under the basic tab at the top, so you should have basic, advanced, and files. So if you click basic, you should be able to choose which screen you would like to show, or if you scroll down a little bit, you should be able to pick which program you would like to show, such as PowerPoint or Chrome.
I don't even see the PowerPoint up here. I can see the screen, but the screen's got everything. It's got my whole desktop on that.
Okay, I would say maybe before you launch the screen share, pull up your PowerPoint, come back to Zoom, and then launch the screen share, and then navigate back to your PowerPoint. Unfortunately, if you are showing your whole screen, it will show anything else on your desktop if you do click on it. But if you have your PowerPoint as the first thing up, you should be able to jump straight to that.
Okay, I've got that up. It's not listed as PowerPoint, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And then I see that we do have someone in the chat asking if they can share their own slides. If you do have your slideshow available and you do have the ability to share it, presenters can feel free to share their own PowerPoint as well if needed.
I can do my own if that would be easier for you, David. Oh.
There we go.
Oh.
Thanks, Nick.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, Taylor.
Yes, this is me. That's my title slide. Yep. Hi, my name's Taylor. Should I go ahead and go?
Taylor, can you manipulate your slides, or you want to put a thumbs up and I'll go to the next one, or how do you want to do this?
How about can I just say advance to the next one?
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine.
Then that way we don't have to worry about you missing something in the chat.
Yeah.
So hello, my name's Taylor Shell Martinez. I'm a computer science graduate student at the University of Michigan-Flint. Today I will be presenting my current master's thesis research, designing technologies to support.
Sorry, I'm trying to get where you are. So.
Oh, I'm just on the title page right now,
Okay.
actually. Designing technologies to support LGBTQ health, information, and service seeking. Previous research has shown that digital sources and online channels are the most popular places for LGBTQ individuals to find health information. That research, though, did not look at what they were looking for or where, the technologies they were using, and if that information was accurate or beneficial to them. With this research, I'm trying to investigate how LGBTQ people seek health information and how they seek health services, what technologies they use to facilitate their health information and care needs, and if there are any improvements or new technologies that would impact health information seeking and access to health services for the LGBT community. I'm finding the answers to these questions by directly going to the source and asking LGBTQ individuals themselves for their input through surveys and interviews. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
I'm trying.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Okay.
So my survey methodology is I'm collecting anonymous online Qualtrics surveys from 150 to 300 participants. We're at like 140 right now, that are 18 years or older and self-identify as LGBTQ. There's 89 qualitative and quantitative questions, 70 of which are close-ended questions like yes or no, 5 and 7 point Likert scale questions, and then 19 are more open-ended short answer style questions. There's 9 categories of questions. Of course, consent's the first one we deal with, where we inform the participant of their rights and gather the consent to collect and use their data. We do typical demographic information, age, race, education, and then we go into asking questions about LGBTQ identity. Here I ask questions about their nicknames, pronouns, gender identity, and sexual orientation. I also inquire about how these might have changed over their lives and if they consider themselves out and the level of outness and with whom. In the health seeking behavior section, we investigate what health topics LGBTQ individuals are seeking out information on, how they're seeking that information, if they're doing it online, if they're asking their doctors or even going to the library, and if that method has been disrupted or had to change due to COVID. And we also want to know if it's successful and accurate, and if the results are, and if certain information is even easier to find than other information, like say general health versus LGBTQ related health information. Finally, we ask the individuals if there's any suggestions for improvements for finding health information. So if they have any ideas that would actually make that easier. We discuss general health. I simply ask them to self-identify on how healthy they consider themselves. I thought this may highlight some disparities in access. So if somebody doesn't see the doctor, but they consider themselves in excellent health, that isn't something to be concerned about. But if they consider themselves in sub-poor health and aren't seeing a doctor, that may illustrate some disparities in health access. Health insurance, we're seeing if they're covered by health insurance and if it covers everything that is related to their LGBT health needs, and if it's been affected by COVID and how they've mediated that. In the mental health and primary care section, I investigate if their care providers inquire about their gender identity, their sexual orientation, their pronouns, and their nicknames. And I ask if the participants if they feel their whole identity is acknowledged, respected, and included in the healthcare process by their providers. I also investigate how COVID has impacted their access to their health providers. If there were any format changes due to COVID, and how satisfied they were with these changes, and how satisfied they were with their physician or primary care and mental health providers' response to the pandemic. Finally, I investigate if LGBTQ people are using voice assistants in general for their health needs. If they're not, I question why they're not. I see if they're using them for health needs, and if they're not, again, why they aren't. I also investigate any challenges they have experienced with voice assistants to see if that is impeding their use. Next slide, please. In the interviews, I'm looking for 10 to 30 participants, again, who are 18 years or older and who self-identify as LGBTQ. The interviews are conducted virtually via Zoom using a semi-structured guide of qualitative questions that expands on the survey questions. It takes approximately 30 minutes, though I've had some take much longer. It really depends on the person and their experiences with healthcare. It's recorded and then later de-identified via transcript. On the right, you can see this is my recruitment letter that I've been sharing to try and get participants. Next slide, please. The preliminary findings. Now, most of these have come about from feedback directly from participants. Most of them have actually directly emailed me to discuss this. The first one was pronouns are not preferred. Initially, the survey asked what their preferred pronouns were. I was quickly informed by several participants that pronouns are not preferred. Preferred insinuates that it's optional. These are their pronouns. They are not optional. And honestly, as soon as I saw that, it was like a light bulb went off and it was like, how did I not think of how that would come across as being optional. The other thing quite a few people reached out to me about was asking about sex at birth and how traumatic that can be, especially for those who suffer from gender dysphoria. Which is the feeling of discomfort or distress that might occur in people whose gender identity differs from their sex assigned at birth. So medical providers, though, need to still be able to provide holistic, accurate care, and they need to know their patient's whole anatomy to be able to do this. So providers need to know if they need to screen, because they need to know if they need to screen for prostate cancer in trans females, and their trans male patients need to be screened for ovarian cancers, and also be informed about birth control options to prevent pregnancy if they're in heterosexual relationships. So how do providers ask about the whole picture without causing trauma or triggering pain in their patients? How do you inquire or collect data as a researcher about sex in an inclusive, non-triggering way? I noticed it got a little screwy, but you can do so by including a minimum of 4 options: male, female, intersex, and other. And other, make sure to include a blank fill-in space so that people can self-identify if they fit that category. This allows anyone who doesn't fit into the first 3 categories to identify as they need to. Another tip on inclusivity and being an ally is simply by adding your own pronouns to your signature and tags normalizes doing so. And it also makes everybody doing it. So it's not just trans people who are announcing their pronouns. Change the slide, please. So I'm still accepting LGBTQ participants. Do you want your health experience to be heard? Do you know somebody who might want to participate? If so, you can take the anonymous survey at goumflint.edu LGBTQ Tech Survey, or you can schedule an interview with me, Taylor Shell Martinez, at tshell@umich.edu. I welcome your participation in either or both, and I look forward to hearing your experiences and ideas. Can you change the slide? And conclusion, come back next year to find out. I'll present my final findings and conclusions, and if any technological advancements have been made, I will also present them. Thank you for listening today. Are there any questions?
I've got a question. I'm not super familiar with the whole, not personally familiar with the LGBTQ, that is a mouthful, community. What different health challenges do those people face?
They actually experience a heavy amount of mental health care that they need to seek. They experience HIV and AIDS at higher levels. They also, depending on if they are trans people, like I brought up the prostate cancer. So trans women experience prostate cancer at a higher rate than the general male population because they're not being screened for it. It's the same thing with right now, there's a rash of trans men who are becoming pregnant because their doctors don't recognize that they're trans, think they're in heterosexual, they think gay, but it's heterosexual relationships and aren't providing birth control to these trans men. So then these poor trans men are ending up pregnant because it's not being included. So there's these little things that do affect their care. And even things that we know scientifically are, and through research, that they are experiencing in heavier doses, but it's, I guess it's one of those, it's on the fence on if it's access or if they experience it more, or if it's a combination of both.
Yeah, it sounds like there's just unique
It's a
health
unique,
challenges.
yes. And then I think when people aren't really being identified for their whole selves, it makes it even easier for these things to pop up.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Taylor, thanks a lot for your patience. Do you want to move on?
Oh, yep, if anybody, any other questions? If not, then we can move on. And thank you for moderating today.
Learning experience.
It is for all of us, so it's okay.
Let's see what we got here. Okay, Matthew.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, JV. I think if you just click on, you see the open with button in the top center top. If you click that, you can actually open the slides in PowerPoint. So it makes it easier. So you just have to hit the arrow button every time on mouse to switch transition. In the center, there is a button, something called open with. If you click the downward arrow at the top, not here, is in the center, right in the center of the screen.
Oh, here? Okay.
Yeah, if you click it, if you open it, open it as Google Slides. Let's see what happened. Yeah. So, okay, now you can actually play slides, slideshow. So if you go to, let's see, this is a PC. Yeah, at the top right, there is a present button.
Yeah.
You may need to click the
expand that.
Yeah, in the pop-up, you need to get rid of the pop-up first. Right in the middle, yeah. And then if you click present, yeah, you probably just have to click present. Yeah, just click the big, not this one actually. Okay, if you you can get rid of this, yeah. Then you have slideshow, so it should show better. So you can actually, yeah.
Let's go on. All right.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that I appreciate it.
Okay, are we good? Can you hear me?
You're up, Matthew.
Okay. So hi, everyone. My name's Matthew Carpenter, and I'm an undergraduate student here at UM-Flint. And I will be presenting on video content creation for the Genus Connect app, emotional and occupational wellness dimensions. Next slide, please. So a little bit about my lab. My lab is physical mobility, social environment, and falls. And the lab is run by Dr. Blackwood, who is an associate professor here at UM-Flint in the physical therapy program, and she is a geriatric specialist. The current focus of our lab is on wellness of the aging adult or elders and those that surround them, such as family members and caregivers. I participate as a research assistant in the undergraduate research opportunity, UROP, and once that funding runs out, I have an additional position as a paid research assistant through Dr. Blackwood. So our lab has partnered with a third-party organization, Genus Connect, to create a healthcare app. Our role is to supply and create content to educate the elder and those around them about wellness. Next slide, please. So what is wellness? According to the University of South Dakota, wellness is an active process of increasing awareness and actively making choices towards a healthy and fulfilling life. Next slide, please. So wellness is divided into three main health domains. We have the physical health domain, mental health, and social health. And because these topics are so broad, we want to specify individual aspects of each as they pertain to wellness. Next slide, please. So these health domains are further subdivided into 6 wellness domains or dimensions, and they are physical wellness, emotional wellness, spiritual wellness, intellectual wellness, social wellness, and occupational and vocational wellness. And these 6 dimensions are what we're interested in creating content for in our lab. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, Genus Connect is our partner company that we're supplying this wellness content for. And a little bit about Genus and their app. Their CEO is Joe Gleason, and their co-founder is Patrick Rio. And the Genus Connect app is an app aimed at connecting families and service partners throughout the care continuum. The aim of the Genus Connect app is to empower patients and caregivers with insights and affirmations about better care. So as a research assistant, I have meetings with Joe and Patrick about once a month to discuss my work and the direction of the content that I create, as well as the future of the app. Next slide, please. So here are some of the functionalities of the Genus Connect app, and for simplicity, we're only going to focus on the care wall. That's where our content will be housed. And the care wall delivers interactive content with purpose. and it's ideal for patient caregiving education. And if you're interested in the other functionalities, you can go to genusconnect.org to learn more about them and the app. Next slide, please. So finally, we come to what I do as a research assistant. I was tasked with finding information about vocational and emotional wellness. So vocational wellness is your purpose in life, or the reason you get up in the morning. And emotional wellness is your sense of well-being and your ability to cope with life's ups and downs. Next slide, please. And as mentioned, both of these wellness domains fall under a health domain. So emotional health falls under, or emotional wellness falls under mental health, and occupational vocational wellness falls under social health. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
It's not working.
Oh.
Okay. Murphy's Law, where are you?
David, if you have your mouse to the bottom left, there should be arrows there. If you just have your mouse to bottom left, you see there are,
Okay.
yeah, you click that.
Why doesn't the mouse work?
It should work. I don't know. It might
Okay.
just be, yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Matthew.
Okay. So how was my research conducted? So I first started identifying aspects of emotional and vocational wellness. So emotional wellness had to cover a wide range of emotions for the elder and the caregiver might feel, such as from depression to stress to happiness and optimism. And this made it difficult because there's such a wide range of emotions. So we had to kind of cast a broad net for information. But on the other hand, vocational wellness was a little bit easier as we could provide tips and tricks for caregivers to make their life easier and provide elders with hobbies and opportunities to volunteer to give them a sense of purpose in their life. So after identifying these factors, I searched all the available resources for information about the topics in a sort of literature review. I searched media resources, research articles, and other resources such as the AARP and other geriatric organizations for useful content that could be directly implemented into the app in a video format. However, while there was a lot of information available, the information was not concise, mainly in the media resources area. There was a lot of research conferences on emotional and vocational wellness of caregivers and the aging adult, but they were too long for the app. They were upwards of 2 hours most of the time. So as per Joe and Patrick's request, we wanted to create and implement videos that were no longer than 4 minutes to maximize the viewer's attention. So we still wanted to stick to valid research to present to the viewers rather than somebody's individual opinion. And that happened mainly during the emotional wellness research, due to everyone has their own opinion how that you should deal with emotions. So we try to refrain from those videos and stick to more research-based videos. So after I comprised all of these reputable media resources with the good and bad presentations, I sent the good videos to Joe to be implemented into the app, and then I began to condense the information presented in the quote-unquote bad videos. Next slide, please. So how did I create content for the Genus app? Well, we used with the use of Camtasia. So Camtasia is an intuitive video editing software that has a lot of functionality when it comes to video content creation. So the process generally followed the same amount or the same format for all content creation. It started with reviewing the content, condensing the information into a PowerPoint that's easy to understand for the viewer, then changing those PowerPoint slides into JPEG images and implementing them into Camtasia. And then we use a tool called TechSmith Assets, which is a Camtasia extension that has stock footage. And we would implement this footage into the content for visual interest, and then we would provide a voiceover of the content presented. And then after each video, the viewer will be prompted with a question to answer about how they feel about after they watch the video. And these questions are specifically about the wellness domain the video covers, and they're standardized research questions that we will use for analysis of the wellness this geriatric population has. Next slide, please. So I believe this is a video, and I don't know if it will play, but this is a 2-minute video of the content, if we can get that.
I'm going to go forward and backward, okay?
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So maybe if you hit the middle play button. Oh.
Is this it?
No, it was the slide before.
Okay.
Maybe if you click on the slide.
Takes me forward.
Okay.
If you click that play button in the middle, does that do anything?
What are you talking? What'd you say, Larry?
In the middle of those two arrows you're using to advance the slides.
Okay.
There's a
All
little...
right. Okay. Let me try it. Back. Yeah, it works real well, you know.
I like that video.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I think the video is not compatible because this is actually a web environment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so that's all I have then. Thank you for listening. And
any questions? Let's have questions. Matthew, are you going to go on after you complete your undergrad? Go on to school?
Yep. I plan on going to hopefully UM-Flint to get my doctorate degree in physical therapy.
Okay. It's a good field.
Sorry, I have a question. And great work, Matthew. And
thank you.
Yeah, I know. I really think this is a wonderful research, and I want to ask if there is any plan that you're going to test it out with older people, because it's, you know, the videos are for them. So do you know if they will be receptive to that? You know, how they would, you know, view this kind of content?
Yeah. So right now the app is still in development stage. They're beginning testing, I believe, this summer, and they're gonna start out in a nursing home and have this app available to the elders, and we'll see how receptive they are to the technology, and how receptive they are to the questions as well. And from that, we will adjust the app accordingly and hopefully make it more inclusive for everybody in the field.
Thank you. And also, I don't know if it's too much to ask, maybe, because I think, Matthew, you should have a local copy of that video. It would be great if I'd love to see that. So maybe after the next presentation, if that is okay with David, I think it'd be great if Matthew can show that, you know, share his screen to show us the video that he has created.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
Larry, you're up. Turn your mic on.
Yep, there we go. I just minimized it so it got all weird. Pulling up my notes here. All right, hello everyone. My name is Larry Popik. Today, I'm going to be going over our proposal that our team has come up with to help to mitigate the coronavirus, by implementing the use of robots to assist healthcare workers that are fighting against it. I'll also be talking about how we will manage the supply chain associated with this project and then reduce the stress on current supply chains. Other members of my group were Hassam Samara, Jay Morningstar, and James Jarofsky. Next slide, please.
So to introduce you to the issues that we're looking to improve, we'll look at some of the strains that have come about as a result of the virus. Our team has created a proposal for the introduction of robots that can assist healthcare workers that are fighting against the virus. Some of the issues that we're looking to address are things like the financial strains put on local and national governments. These entities have had to find ways to provide funding for a huge increase in the need for healthcare workers that can help to treat the virus. And they've also had to find ways to source and pay for personal protective equipment. In people's personal lives, a lot of people have been forced to become unemployed or underemployed, so they've had to start taking unemployment benefits. With healthcare workers, they've all become in very high demand, but the supply of those workers is not always able to meet that demand. As a result of that, a lot of these workers are having to work additional hours, sometimes a heck of a lot more than they're used to, which leads to them being overworked. And the last thing is just going to be the deaths that are caused by the virus. This can have a stress on people's family lives, just in their personal relationships from losing a loved one, but can also disrupt people's household incomes. Next slide, please. So how are these robots going to help? What these robots are going to be able to do is retrieve and deliver vaccines from cold storage containers. The vaccines, or at least the current ones, have to be kept at very low temperatures. So these robots have to be able to go in and out of those containers and kind of navigate that. These robots are going to have the capability to operate completely autonomously, so we're not going to have more workers. They can just operate on their own. We don't have to have anyone there kind of controlling them. So they'll be able to move completely on their own and with their movement, but also with how they're retrieving those vaccines. We also wanted to make sure that they're able to move over a variety of terrain. Sometimes the location of a vaccine site is something like a school gym floor. Other times it's something like a football field or a parking lot, so we have to kind of accommodate that. So what specifically are these robots going to help out with? They're going to help to get more people vaccinated and get us back to normal life sooner. And here's a bit of an explanation of how we're going to be doing that. Because there will be the robots instead of people, we won't need as many human workers. Having fewer people working will mean that we won't have to pay as many people, so there'll be a reduction in the payroll necessary, lowering the total dollar amount necessary for mitigating the virus. Fewer workers will also mean that those overworked healthcare workers will have more time to rest, so we won't have to worry about overworking any of them. Needing fewer workers per site will also mean that there can be more vaccine sites. This will make it easier for people to get a vaccine as a result of a reduction in travel time and reduced waiting times at each site. This is also going to mean that more vaccines can be distributed to under-assisted areas, such as rural communities, where there are not enough people to have a large number of, or if any, vaccine sites. This is one of it's not the biggest issue, but I think it's an issue that a lot of people overlook. There's just these very small communities where there's just not a lot of people. There's not a lot of focus on helping out there, but they're still affected by the virus just the same as everyone else. So we need to make sure that we're finding ways to help them. Needing less human workers is going to mean that we need less PPE. So that's going to reduce the financial cost for those materials. We don't have to worry about where we're going to source them from. And there's also going to be a small reduction in waste caused by the single-use PPE. Think of all the masks that you see on the ground that people just take off and throw away. We're going to have to worry about a lot less of that. All of these benefits combined are going to result in reduced financial strain. Less workers need to get paid, less PPE needs to get bought and sourced, and more people can get vaccinated faster so we can get back to normal life sooner. Next slide, please. Could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So to be able to roll out the use of these robots and ensure minimal hiccups in the transportation and the use of them, we're gonna have a major focus on oversight of the supply chain, as well as maximizing effective communication between all firms involved and various management teams that we're gonna have to put together. We need to make sure that these robots can get where they need to be as fast as possible and be fully operational once they get there. We can't be worrying about any sort of like maintenance issues. They've got to be ready to go when they get there. So we're going to have many levels of management within this project. The top team of management is going to consist of members of top management from the most important firms and entities involved. So this is going to include people like C-level executives from firms responsible for sourcing the raw materials, the production, the transportation, and the maintenance of the robots, as well as healthcare professionals, so people from hospitals and other knowledgeable healthcare professionals, and members of the national government. Below this team is going to be a lower level group of people who are also members of management from those firms, but they're going to focus a little bit more on their areas. We'll have teams focusing on the production, on the sourcing, on the transportation, and so on. That team's also going to consist of local governments, as we'll need people to work with those local governments and figure out where exactly the vaccine sites and the robots are going to need to go. This second team is going to report up to the top team and is going to have a stronger focus on those daily operations. Communication is going to be really essential with both of these teams and all other teams below and around them. We're going to be working with global firms. We plan on sourcing these robots and a lot of the raw materials offshore. So because of that, there's time differences around the globe. So we need to make sure that effective communication is happening. If someone's not awake, someone's got to be aware of that issue as soon as possible. We plan to have these robots produced offshore, like I said, and delivered to various ports in the US. From here, they can be regionally distributed just to key points within the country, and then locally distributed. We plan on doing this with carriers like UPS and FedEx. These are two companies who are experts in moving small to mid-sized freight very quickly and at a very low cost. These firms already have operations nationally, so the transportation network and the infrastructure are already in place, and most importantly, it's stable. Finally, the end of life for these robots is going to be another really big focus. Electronics can be harmful to the environment if disposed of incorrectly, so we're going to have a big focus on designing these robots so that they're able to be safely disposed of if necessary, but the ideal is going to be they're made of parts that are able to be decomponentized, recycled, and reused. Next slide, please. So this slide is looking at an actual depiction of what the supply chain would look like. So on the far left, we've got our tier 2 suppliers. So these are going to be the ones responsible for getting most of the raw materials. From there, the tier 1 suppliers are going to be the ones that assemble a lot of those components. The focal firm would be the firm responsible for the final product. From there, they're going to transport these boats offshore to the US. And like I said, with the distribution plan, we're just going to go to regional areas around the US and then just distribute them further to major hospitals and other places where they might be needed. At the end, you can see the decommissioning and the recycling. So the reuse, the reverse engineering, the recycling. And then, as I said, we're going to have that design for easy decomponentization and recycling. At the bottom, you can see there's a little bar that shows sharing of information. That's just showing how we plan on distributing information and communicating. So we want all links in this supply chain to be connected. Everyone's going to know what everyone's doing so that we can navigate any potential issues as effectively as possible. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, by using our robots, we will help to reduce the effect of the virus has had in all aspects of our life. will cost the healthcare system less money. We're going to get more people healthy and vaccinated faster and help to speed up the return to normal life. There are two potential issues that we do see with this proposal, though. First is going to be the high cost associated with very rapid research and development of the robots, and then producing these in large volumes or large enough volumes to be helpful. So doing that research and development very quickly can be very costly, very challenging, and then being able to produce them again at an effective volume is going to be challenging. Second issue is these robots may end up being expensive, again, because we don't have a ton of time for R&D. They also may not be as robust and easy to maintain because of, again, not enough R&D time. No doubt we're going to see other issues. There have already been numerous unexpected occurrences with the virus already, so we have to be prepared to handle anything. The best way that we've decided to handle that is, as we've already implemented and showed, is the communication between each link in the supply chain so that we can identify those issues as quickly as possible and then help to solve those issues. And next slide, please. Any questions?
Are these robots, are they going to be primarily metal or plastic, or any ideas there?
Yeah, the specific materials would likely come down to the cost and the ability of the firms that are going to be producing and sourcing those materials. It really just depends on what we're going to be able to do that's going to make a robot that's robust enough, but can also be produced easily, quickly, at a low cost, and then transported easily as well. Metal is going to be a lot heavier than plastic, so that's another consideration.
So who owns the robots?
Yeah, so the robots, we would have to work with different firms that have expertise in those areas. So we would have to identify firms that we could work with. That's a good question. I guess I didn't really
Well,
answer.
like maintenance, leasing, etc., comes to mind, you know, because a maintenance contract, then you don't really have to, it's not your responsibility. That's the responsibility of, or it isn't the entity that's using it, isn't their responsibility, it's the responsibility of the company that's leasing it to them, you know, so, but they're paying for maintenance too. Elevators are a prime example, so.
Yep.
Well, thank you. No
Thank
other
you.
questions? Okay, we'll go on. Charlotte, are you going to be talking about this?
I'm going to be presenting.
Okay.
And Ram, yep. So hello, my name is Quinn Hansis, and I'm in the Department of Occupational Therapy here at University of Michigan-Flint. Today, Ram is presenting with me, and he is part of the Department of Computer Science, Engineering, and Physics. Today, we will be talking about a mobile application to measure a range of Parkinson's disease symptoms.
Next slide.
Yes. Thank you. To start off, what is Parkinson's? Parkinson's disease, also known as PD, is a neurodegenerative disorder, meaning that it's a brain disorder that is progressive and gets worse over time. Typically, it affects older adults aged 65 years and older, and is generally characterized by tremor, rigidity, akinesia, which means problems initiating movement, bradykinesia, meaning slowness of movement, and postural instability, a term meaning imbalance. Although these four symptoms are highly associated with PD, there's also a range of other motor and non-motor symptoms, such as problems with speaking and gait, as well as cognitive impairment, depression, and anxiety. Therefore, it's noteworthy there's a broad range of symptoms dealing with PD than what we typically think about.
Sometimes anti-PD medication, such as levodopa and other dopamine agonists, are responsive in some patients. However, sometimes these medications are not as responsive and may need to be adjusted. Additionally, patients may have limited time and access with their prescribing physician in order to adjust these medications. So this is why we developed this app. It would be beneficial to get consistent data from PD patients, not only for physicians, but for allied health professionals, as well as researchers. This app can track symptoms, have the data sent to a cloud where the physician can monitor these symptoms, and then make any needed adjustments. Additionally, this app can send medication reminders, include self-report surveys for people with PD to fill out, and more. So now I'll turn it over to Ram to discuss the mobile app development.
Thanks, Quinn. So the application we built is on Android using Java. The database we're using is a Firebase here, which consists of both the Cloud DB and also real-time DB. The Cloud DB.
Sorry, can you go to the next slide, please, David? Thank you.
Sorry about that. So we are using both the Cloud DB and the real-time DB. The Cloud is used to save the test data whenever a patient takes a test. The data is saved in the cloud directly. The real-time DB is used for notifying the patient whenever the test is made available by the physician. So the users are required to log in or sign up using valid Gmail accounts. The authentication is done by the Firebase. So the valid Gmail accounts help in resetting the passwords when forgotten. The users just has to click the forgotten password button in the UI, and the Firebase sends a reset link directly to their user's Gmail. So the application is also linked with the Python server and backend, which upon completion of a test by a patient generates a CSV or a graph using the test data. The graphs are again stored in our database, and CSVs are stored in our server, and we can access them with our system. So in order to look at the graphs, the patients have to go on to the results pane, as you can see there, which is frozen now. So they have to go in there and they can look over different results out of the graph. So the movement speeds are calculated using a single button tapping test and 2-button tapping test. So can you go to the next slide, please? So the single button tapping test has a button at the center of the screen, and the users are tasked to tap on the button as steadily as they can during a 30-second countdown. So 2-button tapping test is basically same, except there are 2 buttons which are separated at a distance, and the users are tasked to tap on these buttons alternatively. So in these both tests, we are actually calculating the finger movement speed and also the correct taps and the wrong taps. If the user supposedly tap outside the button, it's counted as a wrong tap. And we're also calculating a standard deviation between each tap and other measures as such. So the tremor measures are also calculated using a postural stability test. So where the users are asked to make certain movements holding the phone. The app will record the real-time acceleration readings, gyroscope readings, and accelerometer without gravity readings upon 40-second countdown. Thank you. Back to Quinn.
Thanks, Ryan. Next slide, please. As for the balance measure, we are currently working to develop an algorithm to measure balance. This would be done by attaching the smartphone to their lower back around their lumbar spine and via accelerometers and gyroscopes, which are already found in the smartphone. Postural sway will be measured. The accelerometers and gyroscopes can detect tiny little perturbations that can measure and display the postural sway pattern of the individual. Looking at these figures to the right, the one on the left is when someone with PD is standing on a single leg with eyes open for 1.5 seconds. And the figure on the right is when someone is standing on one leg with eyes open for 60 seconds. So from these, you can see the great increase in postural sway area from just a few seconds to 60 seconds. Next slide, please. As for the tremor measure, the frequency, rotation, and amplitude of tremor can all be detected by the app and are depicted in the bar graphs shown below. We can see the differences from the on state in blue, from the off state in red. To clarify, the on state is when the dopamine agonist is in their system and tends to decrease their symptoms, such as tremor, whereas the off state represents when they are not on their medications. Looking at the graphs below, we can see the different paths of tremor frequency in the left graph, whereas from the rotation and amplitude in the other two graphs, we can see the increases of tremor in the off state for tremor rotation and amplitude compared to on the on state. Next slide, please. So moving forward, COVID has slowed us down in terms of validating our measures with PD patients, but future work is focused on testing the reliability and validity of our app. We also want to conduct a usability study for the application to get feedback because we know technology can be challenging for this age group. And we have considered potentially incorporating a speech recorder to measure voice tremor and other associated symptoms with speech, which can be affected with PD. Next slide, please. We'd like to acknowledge the University of Michigan's MQ program and the Undergraduate Research Opportunity Program at the University of Michigan-Flint. Thank you for your time, and we hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Quinn, I have a question.
Yep.
The algorithms, are they come in a software program, or are they actually written by your staff, or both?
They are written by us graduate students.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we're not involving third parties for those algorithms.
Mm-hmm. Okay. A lot of work.
Yeah.
So when you write an algorithm, how do you compare the validity of that? Do you run another program simultaneously and then compare yours with theirs?
Yeah, probably. We are actually testing on different phones, and I think we do have a model output, so we're going to compare it with that.
Yeah, sounds like it's a pretty good idea. It's very, very good use of technology. That's great.
Thank you.
I was going to say, it seems like a good idea. It's I think it's a great idea, and I think you guys are smart, but I can't believe someone else hasn't come up with something like this, because it seems like such a simple solution. Is there anything out there that's already like this?
Yeah, we have looked at a couple other companies that have developed an app, but our focus is more for researchers, and we'd like to make it more usable, not only for the patient, but for the physician, because we know sometimes that these apps are developed, but they're not used because it's difficult or it can be confusing. So that's kind of one of our goals.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thanks for your help and patience with this. Somewhat new to me.
Hi, David. I wonder if you will allow Matthew to show us his video, because I'm really interested in seeing.
How can we show that video?
Oh, he can just share his screen. Yeah, I think he can just do it. Matthew?
Yep.
Are you able to, can you just share your screen?
Yes, let me see.
So should I? Who's doing what here? Am I doing something or somebody else doing it?
David, you will probably have to stop sharing your screen so that Matthew can share his.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so where's Matthew? Matthew?
Oh,
yep.
He is sharing now, so that's great.
Okay. You can't hear that, can you?
No, we can't.
We're saying something.
Yes.
Can you hear
I'm gonna
the
try
sound
and
now?
increase
Yes.
this.
Yep.
Well, I would have.
Caregiver burnout. What is caregiver burnout? Caregiver burnout is the erosion of the soul caused by a deterioration of one's values, dignity, spirit, and will. What are some signs of burnout? The Cleveland Clinic states that some signs of burnout are sleeplessness caused by stress, anxiety, or medical needs of your loved one waking you up, the reduced ability to concentrate due to the many tasks you must perform throughout the day, minor changes in mood because of stress, and emotional and physical exhaustion. Why is burnout happening to caregivers? There are a few reasons. 1. There has been little emphasis on self-care. Most of the time as a caregiver, we are more concerned with our loved one's health than our own, and neglect our own needs. 2. There is so much information that we are exposed to on what to do and what not to do, it makes it hard to know what is right, and this can cause stress. 3. There is no primary medical provider that has all the answers. Many times, we must assume the role of coordinating care for our loved ones by ourselves through many sub-specialists. This can be very time-consuming and stressful. So what can we do to prevent caregiver burnout? The main thing that you can do to prevent burnout is invest in yourself. A good technique for this is to see yourself as an actor or athlete. As we know, both actors and athletes spend countless time recovering and tending to themselves, and you should too. It is imperative that you take some time, even if it's a couple of hours, to escape the caregiving cycle and go relax. Participate in your favorite hobby, or even sleep. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you do it for yourself. Another important thing to do is to set boundaries. Know that it is okay to say no to other opportunities if you already have too much going on. Also, refrain from multitasking, as we cannot efficiently multitask, so focus on one objective at a time. Lastly, take care of ourselves. This means eat healthy, exercise, practice mindfulness, and have good social connections. If you have not experienced any improvement, contact your primary healthcare provider and discuss other options.
Matthew, thank you. That's very good.
Thank you.
Very, and it looks like the intended audience for the video is actually caregivers, not older people, right? Not.
Yes. So we're kind of focusing on both because caregivers are so closely linked to elders, whether that be a family member or a caregiver in a home or things like that. We try to focus on both aspects of care. So for the caregivers caring for the elder and elders' own self wellness.
Nice, very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So we're to close in a couple minutes. It's nice meeting everybody. Thank you for all the hard work you did. Interesting, very interesting.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you for moderating too.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Hi, everybody. I'm Andre Lewis from the Office of Research and Economic Development at the University of Michigan-Flint. I'm one of the co-coordinators for this event, along with my counterpart, Mary Dybus from the Office of Graduate Programs, also at the University of Michigan-Flint. I'd like to take a quick moment to congratulate you on a day full of research and scholarship. Now, I say a day because even though the event only lasted an hour, there were 7 breakout sessions happening simultaneously. So that's roughly 7 hours worth of presentations. And I can only imagine that it's times 100 that in terms of the number of hours you've actually spent committed to conducting your research. And I think what makes your research equally and especially impressive is that so much of it was conducted in the middle of a pandemic. So even with limited to no access to campus resources, to facilities, or even having limited human interaction, none of that prevented you from carrying out your work. So I would like to commend you all for your efforts, sincerely. Job well done, everybody. I'd like to take a quick moment, if I can, to recognize the committee members who helped to bring this event into fruition. From U of M-Flint, again, my counterpart, Mary Dibus, and also to my boss, Dr. Ken Sylvester, the Director of Research and Economic Development. From Mott Community College, thank you to Jennifer Filion, Interim Dean of the Fine Arts and Social Sciences Unit, and to Professors Philip Noth and Brian Littleton. From Kettering University, thank you to Dr. Scott Reeve, the Dean of the Graduate School and Research, and to Stacy Schwenke, the Director of Sponsored Research. So to the committee, once again, thank you all so much for your hard work. A special thanks to our Provost, Dr. Feist-Price, for offering the opening remarks, to Dr. Dave Nelson and to Dr. Linda Zhu for serving as moderators along with members of our committee, to all of our faculty sponsors who have mentored our students, and especially to our visiting guests. And finally, we offer a huge thank you to Nick Looney and to our Information Technology Services team for their tireless work in helping us navigate the Zoom platform and this entire virtual learning environment. So thank you, Nick, so much for all of your help. So before we close out, I just have a few quick announcements to our presenters and actually to all of our guests. In the coming days, expect one final form from us. It will ask you to assess the event, but it will also give you an opportunity to provide your mailing address for a free t-shirt for the event. The evaluation form is completely optional and not necessary to receive that shirt, but we do solicit your feedback. And presenters will also be mailed a certificate of participation. Also in the coming weeks, presenters will have an opportunity to submit a manuscript for the annual journal coming from this conference. This will be an opportunity for you to get published in a research journal, and you are certainly invited, presenters, to submit your papers. And finally, we will be posting the videos of today's conference to our YouTube channel in the coming days. So when those videos are available, we will happily provide the links. Once again, thank you all and congratulations for a great day of research. And we hope to see you next year. Take care.